Well, good morning, Mrs. Heminger. Yeah, we're up early this morning. We're going to be having an all-day blackout from 5. Wow, quickly, 7 people. I just got on and boom, 7 people within seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the plot thickens as YouTube goes silent. Why is that? Lots of questions, lots of answers needed. A couple of days ago. Well, let me explain something, Mrs. Emerson. I'll read what you said. This is according to BI release. They posted on Facebook a couple of days ago. BI release? What's a BI release? It was a couple of days ago that the attorney of the infamous Frank Battaglia, who did check in with BOI a couple of days ago, had found out that there was no resolution. Alas, YouTube goes crazy with announcements from notorious people like Ricky J. Stillman, producing initially pieces of paper not to be shown on YouTube. Of all people, Mr. Barry Lee Jordan, who would be the very first person to frantically produce paperwork, did not yield to that situation and provide paperwork on camera like he normally does, produce sensitive documents without care. Yeah, it got pretty silent all of a sudden on here, I noticed. It got really silent. Where YouTube should be all ablaze with more people putting shows on discussing this matter, it got silent. And after Jay Stillman initially came on and posted a one-page letter without signatures, generally it would be a document with at least a couple of pages on it. Then Jay mysteriously, the plot thickens, Jay mysteriously takes his live stream down, nothing there, no videos, after he produces a said document. Yeah, we'll discuss this. I got till about 5. I got up extra early this morning. We're gonna get all day scheduled blackout. Of course, I'll have the generator. It's pouring rain since yesterday. I don't know if that's unusual for this type of time of year, but it's soaked out there. The rain's been coming down constantly. There's some shit I got to do here in preparation. But I figured I'd do a show this morning before I do get. I think I have data on my phone anyway. Okay, let's see. No, I mean I'll have electricity. I have a generator. Oh, I'm just killing some time. But the plot thickens. The plot thickens. No, in all honesty, folks, even my attorney said that something doesn't seem right with that. As I said, there are procedures that have not been done. In all honesty, the lawyer certainly would have gotten paperwork before anybody else is over there on YouTube producing it, which, by the way, was really wrong. Whether it's a real resolution or not, there is no way in the world legally that somebody could come on, such as Jay and or anybody else, and produce that document. And my lawyer made that abundantly clear to me. And let's just assume, okay, for the sake of it, that was a real resolution, which I'm doubting, and we'll get into that. Uh, it is actually considered illegal. So whoever was trying to produce this document on YouTube actually committed a crime, according to him. And if it was a real resolution, that would be a great element to be put back to immigration regarding this matter, that how can you release documents to anyone without the appropriate attorneys having these copies first by registered mail, so forth. And then it winds up on YouTube, which was illegal to produce such a document because it's a sensitive document because of the timing and the appropriate parties not being in possession of such documents. So I think you get my point. I actually have a little power, yeah. Mr. Loser, the four morons, Ricky, Brevis, like all never show that paperwork because it's not true. Well, I'll tell you what. And hi, Robert. How are you this morning? Are you jumping up and down? Okay. We're going to find out something today. And I'm not hoping it's a real document, but I'm just saying that either way, whether it was a real document or not, it don't matter. Jay did something very wrong. Or anybody who implied that they had, like Ricky, a document. I got that all recorded. You know me. It could have some ramifications for these people. My attorney is going to find out today what's going on. Mr. Cadley. Oh, by the way, Popeye thinks you're the real Mark Cadley. Doesn't understand that you're not a fan of Mark Cadley and you use his name as a, well, I don't know what you call it. Okay, let's see. Absolutely. The only illegal thing that happened is Jay showing the paperwork. He can't be that dumb if it's real or not. I know, that's what I'm saying. Jay, you know something, man? You've proved your stupidity through the years. You've never been the most popular person on here, Jay Stillman. But what you did with your squinty little eyes and your little effeminate way of holding your cigarette. What a fucking loser you are, Jay. And Ricky, you're not any more innocent. Ricky's going to get his one day. He will. Ricky is going to get it. Ricky's pushed the envelope too far. I mean, in too many occasions with too many people. The plot thickens, folks. The plot thickens. Wow, already 26 people. Oh, you can change your name. I change it all the time like I change socks. I mean, you don't have to have that name. That's just going to get you in trouble, man. Of course, Ricky was never my friend. What Ricky does is he uses people for his own advantage. Of course he does. Why do you think Ricky made that, with this fictitious papers in his hands? You know, Mrs. Heminger, and everybody else knows, that if Ricky had those documents at the time that he flashed in the background, if you remember on the show, you know damn well Ricky would have put it right on camera. Now, wait a minute. Why is Barry being so silent on this? Except a few days ago. Oh, it's real. The document's real. I'm waiting for my girlfriend, not wife, my girlfriend to get the documents. Now, wait a minute, wait a minute. If she's the one that put the report in, why would Ricky get these documents before her? See what I mean? Don't make any sense. And as I said, if Ricky had the documents, he would plaster it. He would show the page. He would fully read it off. Because I remember when Ricky was reading, you know what he was reading? He was reading exactly what was on the original complaint. He wasn't reading a resolution. The plot thickens. I was thinking about it yesterday. Miss Heminger said, you're actually pretty good with Gilda. Most women would not hang on like Gilda did through all your trying times. That's called love, my friends. Not many YouTubers on here experience that. Absolutely jealous of my relationship over 9 years. They can't handle it. Mark says, I see Ricky's show. Those papers were from his visit to the VA. I zoomed in on that. It was standard issue. I don't know how you zoomed in on that, because I tried doing that and I couldn't see anything legible. I do think it angers them that Gilda stayed. Yeah. Heminger says, they so wanted to be right on Gilda, Frank. They so wanted her to leave you. It angers them that she's by your side. Ah, boy. Nah. Gilda's she's a good girl. I'm very fortunate. I know it every day. She does so much for me. You just don't see that with a lot of these wives and girlfriends of some of the YouTubers we know. You just don't see it. She's a lovely person, she really is. And everybody who met her, even trolls like Mick Fisher and Ricky and so forth, they all know. They can't say anything bad about her. Except people like Popeye or Barry or somebody who are just vicious people. She's a sweetheart, she absolutely is. You know, a few people may attack her, but most people will definitely be by her side or on her side, because they don't know a lot about her except what I talk about, but what they have seen on camera or whatever I've actually talked about and produced on video, they know that she's a really good person. Nobody could really say much about her. Mark says, you're a fine man. No way will the ruling be against you. You never did anything wrong. You know the real Gilda and the fruits have shown. Yeah. Well, we're going to find out today whether that's a real document or not. As I said, I'm not trying to defend myself against something that I think is real. It's really the opposite. I'm not defending anything. I'm open about this till the information comes out. But like I said, if it turned out to be a real document, you know, my attorneys could handle it. It's not like, oh, Frank is getting a deportation order. You better watch out, lock his doors, hide behind a water tank, or how Popeye or whoever puts it. The truth is that there are ways of fighting this, but now it makes it more interesting, and I'll tell you why. Because there is just some shenanigans going on with this. Because even my attorney said, I don't want to give out too much sensitive information, but just talk about what he had mentioned to me with more detail privately on the phone. But I can say that he does think something, if that was a document that was falsified, he does feel that, well, first of all, two things. He does feel that this would actually help, because it's going to actually, well, put it this way, immigration would be under investigation on this matter, because if there was a fixer involved with this, or, you know, money was handed over somewhere, you know, the smoking gun thing, you know, that could be investigated, and they'd have to drop that complaint completely. if it wasn't handled right. For example, not sending these sensitive documents to the right people, and then having it, as he put it, having it have to be on YouTube before the the attorneys on each party had a chance to see it and retrieve such a document, or be sent properly with registered mail. So yeah, the plot thickens on this. Start a WordPress blog so we can keep track of it. You guys are too much into this, man. Well, Brevis, he's been behind a lot of this shit. And, Brevis has been really behind everything that's been going on. He does it because he's a coward. He does it very privately and secretly. He's an attention whore, is what he is, amongst other expletives. I know, I can't stand the guy either. I made a right choice when I told him, hit the road. I don't want a friendship. I don't want to go out to dinner with you and all that stuff. So unfortunately, we got a lot of people on here that are fucking louses on the skin of society. Mick Fisher has gone full Monty, as I call it, on, talking shit about me or not making very nice comments. I'm actually kind of a little bit surprised but then it works like that with anybody. You don't know what they're really all about. Because when I met Mick, he seemed like a nice gentleman. And, Gilda thought so too. She did. He treated us nothing but nice when we were with him, but that's the way it works with YouTubers on here that is trying to seek information. Why do you think Brevis tried to come over and befriend me? He wanted to find out all he could about me. These were all just fact-finding missions. Hold on for a second. Yeah, these are all fact-finding missions is all they were. It's really hard to believe that people are so heavily involved with Frank Battaglia. Why am I so especial? I mean, I know I'm different from other YouTubers on here, but I just never had the reason or rhyme to just spread false information as part of a practically daily show with me. I never had the need to do that. But it seems that for other people to carry on their shows, that they have to live by basically lies. Oh shit, did that plant fall down? No, it's kind of, but damn, there must have been some horrific wind last night. These heavy planters? Holy shit. Oh, anyway. You met a lot of these guys in person. I never knew that. No, the only people I've met, Barry, of course, several times. Ricky, several times. Mick Fisher and Yats, his girlfriend. Where does it go down the line here? Oh, Nico on the ferry. That's about it. Oh, Higante, of course, because he came down with Barry. I think that's the list. Yeah, right. It's amazing how the truth really bothers people. You know, when I used to fool around and say that, yeah, I'm a student of people, of how they act and in our society and how people act and treat each other. A student of human nature. I guess I used those were the words. I actually am. And despite a lot of adversity on YouTube, I've learned a lot about people. I've even learned a lot about myself. But I certainly have learned a lot about people today. No, I'm not the biggest people lover. I've never been, and even as a kid, I never was. Because I was a pretty, I have to say I was a pretty bright kid, even at a young age of figuring out people around me at school and outside of school, who'd make a good friend, who wouldn't. And I've always trusted my judgment. I've not been always right, but I think for the most part, I've been right about people I've met or come across. Just like I knew the instant I met Brevis that this guy was trouble. I mean, and this guy had something wrong with him. Because at one point he was in the house with me talking, and yet, this is a guy that modern day, he just, he's like Barry's best buddy in a criminal way, you know. But when he was over my house, I accidentally had the phone on record. I don't know how that happened. But then I remember I played that. I wish I could find that. He was talking nothing but bad about Barry. Now he's like good buddies with Barry. Doesn't that sound interesting? And you look in this guy's eyes, and did you ever see him when he's out at the bars? The one common thing you'll find when Brevis is recording his little bar hopping experience, uh, he'll suddenly come up to the camera, put his face toward the camera, and just look in the camera. And he's got these eyes that of nothingness, like these dead pool eyes. Very strange. Even when he was outside sitting in a chair, me and Gilda treated him very properly, cordially. We had some extra mango cream cake, whatever, that we served him at. And he'd sit in a chair outside, and he would let me do all the talking, and he'd just sit there very silently, like he was absorbing everything I was saying so that he could use any information against me. It was a fact-finding mission, same as Mick Fisher. I am disappointed with Mick Fisher, because I thought he was a more intelligent person than he's coming off as being. He's very judgmental. He has made nothing but bad comments since he emerged more actively on the scene on YouTube in the past few months. I've noticed that. New Yorkers are those in California are the most honest. New Yorkers, Mark Catley says it's strange. Something seems to happen to everyone who dares to tangle with me. Well, I'll tell you what, they have not made it really good for themselves, because it's prompting me, and even my lawyer is taking interest in this. I'm not kidding when I say that. I'm giving you the truth. They are taking a deep interest in this because, you see, I've spoken to them before about the characters on here and what part they were playing as it pertains to Barry Jordan. And he's kind of interested in this. Not kind of, he is interested in this, because now that Jay, who could be in big trouble, we know his full name, where he's from, the whole bit. It's easy information on Jay Stillman in lots of ways. You definitely find that his address, everything from his father's death is going to be on record. Jay did wrong, no matter what. Now, whether that was an official document or whether it was not official document, he did something that is going to really work against him. And Ricky too, for the implication of having a document to put on there. But the fact is, you cannot put sensitive documents out. That started with Barry when he was doing these things. Barry was, every time a document came to his girlfriend, sha-na-na-na-na, there's Barry, putting it on, and even in the courtroom, Even in the courtroom, Barry was so fucking stupid. During a court hearing, he comes running up there with this piece of paper, which happened to be the charge sheet at the time. Look, 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 Your Honor, look, look, look. He's waving his paper. He was out of turn. It was not, his lawyer was not representing him to go put a piece of paper up there. It was 2 times. One, he came from the back of the room the first time on a court hearing. At the end of it, actually, when the session was over and they were going to begin the next person to be addressed in the courtroom that was scheduled, he runs up with the paper in his hand. Look, Frank, you're fucked. See this paper? See this paper? Oh, the guy is seriously insane. And the guard had to pull him back. And the court, the court clerk had to say, get this man out of here. They pulled him out of the courtroom. It was the end of our session anyway. This guy is truly insane, man. I mean, there's definitely something wrong with Barry. I think you all know that. That guy, it's intense. He did this 2 times. The other time was when, again, the session was over and he runs up to the court clerk or whatever, flashing this paper to the judge on camera. It was a camera situation, right? Well, for the judge anyway. Because since I've been there, the judge has never been there behind his desk. He was always in the other room on camera for whatever reason. I have no idea, but very impersonal, I might say. But there's Barry running up with a piece of paper in his hand, as desperate as he is, like he's crying out, like, help, help, help. I need help here. I got a piece of paper in my hand. It was embarrassing at best. People looking at him like he was fucking some kind of an insane character from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or something. Okay, I suppose I should read these comments before I get ahead of myself here. I have a feeling that someone else made that fake document, and Jay was just one of them that put it on his channel. Yes, we'll talk about that. Ben Cunningham says, okay, let me scroll down, I'm sorry. Frisbee the Hubba Gobble is putting on, yeah, he certainly is. He's got a lot of weight. I think he's at least 200. Heminger says, if you get rid of Jay and Brevis and Ricky, you'll be in peace. Well, yeah, Viking Sun says karma will get Drew. Yeah. In Drew's case, I really think that would apply because there was a lot going on in his background in California. We only seen the surface of it. Just a little tidbit on this. You see, he had trouble. It looks like one would speculate some gang members or something, and it had to do with drugs. He was in the industry, if you remember that. And during COVID time, I think this operation of the dispensary had shut down because, well, nobody was allowed to go out. I want you to listen to this, that nobody was allowed to go out, nevertheless have a business. I mean, it wasn't going to work with the customers. Something went down, and it had to do with the dispensary's money. And as such, this is what I'm surmising here. Because look, when he was here, before he left my gate and left, we talked a little bit more, and he said to me, and his words were, if not exact, that coming here to the Philippines literally saved his life. He said he was in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of troubling things going on in California with him. He didn't elaborate on it. I could make up a story if I wanted to, but I'm not. I'm telling you, he didn't elaborate on it. And something was wrong. And then later on, I find out all this shit about, some legalities or something going on, and reports both, from Drew had to get a restraining order, basically, for him and his family. It covered him and his family. So, for protection order against these people that were after Drew. And it was so serious that Drew had to leave the country So, as I said, the plot thickens. There's a lot going on with Brevis that he's not telling anybody about. There's a whole lot. But it all comes out in a wash eventually, just like I found out who he was, what his name was, and the court information. More could be found out. Mark says Ricky was claiming he had the same document, and for a second, if you stopped the video frame, you could see it was VA paperwork. Yeah, I did do that. You have to find the right scene to do that when he was waving the papers. It seemed like a narrow column of paragraphs of something. It doesn't look like the format what the court would put out here. I wasn't able to discern. I was not able to really, even with blowing it up, able to see anything on there at all. Now, Ricky has been a person who has been inviting trouble the whole time he's been involved in YouTube, and Ricky has really pushed it with people both here in the Philippines and in Thailand. It's just a matter of time that somebody decides to take a little business in their own hands, shall I say, regarding Ricky. And in Ricky's case, Mother Nature is going to take place one way or the other. I truly feel that. This is called the Frank prophecies. And look at everybody else who kicked off and had something wrong with him. And then this cover-up on Roberto. Well, the only way to prove that Roberto, that there's nothing wrong with him, that they're stating, is that he comes on and does some kind of show. Because the information I received was that he was dealing with, it was either Alzheimer's or one of the related on there, that he's still alive. But that could be a cover-up too, because you see his closest friends, shall I say, or cohorts on YouTube will not admit what's going on with Roberto, because it would be in my favor that I would hear that either he croaked or something, right? So they figure we're going to keep this thing, to ourselves and not give Frank the satisfaction of knowing what's really going on with Roberto. Because I truly believe that Roberto is incapable of not, at least on occasions, putting on something to down me or knock me some way. So, if there's an act of nature or something that is preventing him from doing his shows, because he was pretty consistent on putting on shows, even if it wasn't a daily thing. So there's a lot of lies going on with YouTube. There's been for a long time. Having just said Scott Mallon dominated Ricky. Was that when he, over in Thailand, when he met Scott Mallon, wasn't he sitting down at a table and Ricky approached him or something, and the guy was like, get the fuck away from me type of attitude. It was looking at him like, like he wanted to kill him. Was that the same guy? Ricky said he was going to confront Scott Mallon, and Scott Mallon totally took control. Yeah, just like when Ricky met up with Mick Fisher, the plot changed, and Mick Fisher had told me personally, he goes, I swear when I was in front of him, his face turned a strange color and I thought he was going to have a cardiac arrest at the time. That's what Mick Fisher told me. Then there's Ricky apologizing to Mick Fisher. They're all cowards, man. Yeah. They're all cowards. So, regarding, I don't know how much time I have till 5. It's really, really raining hard for me to go put on the generator, right? It's still dark out. Rain is coming down like crazy. I don't have any rain gear. I'm not afraid of getting wet, but, when daylight comes, I'll turn the generator on. I do have some data on my phone. Fortunately, we planned for that. It's raining like hell. It's been ever since early last evening early, even some periods during the day. I don't know if you knew about the Scott Mallon. Maybe that's another one. But there were some confrontations with Ricky. And he's taken some chances too. I remember in a bar, he walks up to this guy and starts kind of yelling at him with that dumb smirk on his face, laughing or something. Ricky is a real chance taker. And he took a chance with me when I ran into him in S&R. Because at that point, I had no reason to be nice to him at all. And I wasn't. And I was real. I did confront Ricky. That was not made up or rehearsed or real. I did. I told him right then and there, if you got something to say to me, I'm here in front of you now. And even when I seen him outside, right? Because me and Gilda were outside of S&R. I'll tell you how it happened. All of a sudden, I see this madman. He's making fists in the air, like up and down, like Fred Sanford would do when he's going to fight somebody. Making a big joke out of it. Because Ricky would come there early in the morning to avoid the crowds. And there was me and Gilda outside waiting to go in, and Ricky comes over. He makes a big joke of it, like we're good buddies and friends, And he's doing this thing with his fist, and he's laughing and all that stuff, like a real jerk off. And yeah, we talked to him and all that. But when we went inside, when we went inside there, he went his way when he went in, but then we ran into him in the aisle, me and Gilda, with our shopping cart. And that's when I confronted him. And I said, look, I'm in front of you now. You want to do something? This is your opportunity. Frank, he's laughing and all laughs it off. As it turned out, me and Gilda were quite cordial to him as we did our shopping. Because that's the way we are, despite circumstances. But in Ricky's case, believe me, you have no fucking idea how I wanted to cold cock the motherfucker. And Gilda's my guiding force. Believe me, she is. And Gilda is a person who will try to get me not to do something. And she knows how I am. She knows how I am. She knows I will confront somebody. She has no doubt about that. And thank goodness Gilda's always in the background, because she's the one that keeps me under control. Believe me when I tell you that. Even at TGIF, at the table, and when we first found out that Barry was there in TGIF, she basically told me at the table, no, stay here, don't get up, leave it be. But I didn't listen to her, and I got up, and I confronted him, despite her wanting me to just stay and sit down. I got up, and I'm the one that confronted him. Barry did not come up to my table or anything like that, just to get that fact straight. Okay, let's see. I gotta read. Heminger says, yeah, that was the second time he went to Scott, and the other time was in a cafe, and Scott totally was alpha. And Viking Sun says, I was watching that live stream. Viking says it's 100% true. As Heminger says, Scott Mallon is alpha and wasn't going to be intimidated by a fake. So the question is, real document, real resolution? I will find out today. And they thought it was all fun. Let's assume it was a fake document. They thought it was funny, but not for them. Because what they did was illegal. Whether it was a fake document or a real document, it's intimidation is what it is. Loser says, Barry had to grab the glass at TGIF, yes, and that he knew he had a knife in his pocket. I actually saw him, put bullshit aside. I saw him slowly reaching down into his right pocket. Apparently he's right-handed and he keeps things in his right pocket. I saw him begin when he thought things were going to elevate. I saw him. I swear I saw him. his hand was going down into his pocket. Barry stated once in the past when he was, during the time he was staying at what's-her-name's place in Mwalbwell, he stated that, I'm in bad shape. I'm not going to fight anybody. I have to use a weapon. And at one time, do you remember when he had trouble with the bar guy or something? And Barry went home. He was confronted by the guy from, I forgot the name of the bar in Mwalbwell. And that guy was really giving him shit too. And Barry, on the outside deck table, he takes out this knife as if to say, yeah, he wants to come over here. You know how Barry is. And he took out a knife on the table. I remember that. Barry has to use a weapon. And then, holy shit, the video I released of him on Facebook, and he's showing all his toys. And recently you saw that. And you saw a baseball bat laying on his mattress. That's how paranoid this guy is. That's how scared Barry is. He had the baseball bat, that little junior-sized one, which could cause damage to somebody, by the way. Certainly can. He's running scared. He's afraid who's going to come up and visit him and do damage to him. Why has he got the baseball bat laying on his mattress? It's like when he goes to bed, he has to have this baseball bat. That dude is paranoid and he's running scared. Who does he think is going to come into his cell at night? That he's going to bed with a baseball bat on his mattress? I mean, for real? Barry is a total coward. Mark Catley said, same losers who did that Rice thing. That had to be Brevis. Mrs. Heminger said, Frank, Barry is why you can't stoop to that level. You can't fight with a cockroach. Well, you could step on him and squish him. Mrs. Heminger said, raw deal and Obama's relationship is sort of like Aloe and Popeye. You're correct. Because Jay has said a lot of shit about Barry. You remember he was on the attack of Barry. It wasn't that terribly long ago. He was on the attack of Barry, but now it's like best buddies or something, or, brothers in arms. And he's over there, flaunting a document on his live stream in support of Barry very much. So you can't trust anybody on here. You think that they're against each other, but in fact they're not. Don't forget Jay. Barry was his best buddy in the Philippines. They'd hang out together, they'd live together at, what's his name's place that he was renting from, Matt Wilkie. Oh yeah, they hunted women together. Absolutely. David had fucking threesomes. I remember, I think Jay was saying something about it. They shared women or something like that. And I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Heminger says Popeye is Jay and Bumma all, and Bumma is Aloe. Okay. All right, what time do we have here? Because there might be an abrupt cutoff at some point at 5 o'clock here, and they will do it right on the nose. So we'll be without power all day, but I've got the generator back up. I'm just waiting till they shut it off and it's light outside, and I could go over there and unveil my generator from the tarps that's covering it on the cage and get the puppy running. I think I got a full tank in there. Still coming down the rain. It's just it's been a tremendous amount of rain the past day and today. Heminger says, imagine sharing a woman with Obama, even worse, in the same bed. No, I can't imagine that at all. See Jay with his squinty eyes. Does he have any eyelids or eyebrows or something? He's always squinting. What's wrong with his eyes? And I think the right word is effeminate. And someone mentioned it, and I said, now that I think about it, you're right. Jay holds a cigarette like a chick would, with his hand up in the air, and I don't see men doing that, and I never do that. There's something terribly wrong with Jay, and a lot of things maybe we don't know about. But he does have a trigger temper, that's for sure. He does, you know. Come on, did you see him doing his little funny scene in the shower? He had a fucking a fucking fake penis thing hanging from. Who does that? Even as a joke, hanging from the shower wall. It was like a phony dildo or penis or something. And what is he doing with that? Why does he own a phony penis? There's a lot to be found out about Jay. The guy's not right in the head. He's tetched. He's not right in the head. And that's pretty obvious. You beat me to it on the cigarette hold. Yeah. Miss Hemminger was just going to say that, yeah. A woman also squints when they smoke like Jay. Jay's a fucking pussy, man. That's exactly what he is. God, I remember how he was treating women when he do shows when he had women over. And he had that smirk on his face, but he had a couple of women there that he paid for to be with him. Throw him a few pesos to keep him company. And, you know, I noticed that these women were on the younger side. Younger side. I will say the words younger side. And they were all drinking alcohol and shit. This is what Jay's made of. He's low class. He's as low class as Barry is. There's no question about it. They even hung together, you know, just to prove it. Really low class people. And we're not talking money. It's just in a class system. They would be like in the caste system of certain Indians. They have a caste system where only these people could hang around with the same kind of people in their society. They can't hang around people with the money. They can't hang around with others. It's called the caste system, which is still implemented in the country of India, if you're familiar with that. Miss Hemminger says he never understood why men want to use dildos on women, and that usually closet cases have to use that fake macho behavior like Jay. Yeah, you might be right. Bob Cooper enters. Some people that do drugs have weird toys. You mean like you, Bob? And Miss Hemminger said Jay's mom helped them avoid child support in Australia and PH. Listen, guys, there's a story behind everybody here on YouTube that are active posters and commenters and who have shows. There's a whole history behind all these people, man. And slowly, as it happens, it all leaks out, you know. The hole in the ceiling starts dripping, then eventually the hole gets bigger and bigger and more rain falls through that hole. The hole becomes bigger with erosion. And this is the same thing that happens with these people as information seekers find out things about them, or they accidentally reveal things about themselves that become very apparent on YouTube and get discussed and investigated, you know. So that's kind of what's going on, folks. Is it a real document? You know what? I'm doubting it. I've been putting the mathematics together on this, and I'm not thinking that it is. But as I said, my attorney will find out today, and maybe that's something I will share with you. Okay, let's say it is a real document for the sake of argument. It's like Ricky, Barry, and all the people, and Jay, and all these people are thinking, oh yeah, the cops are going to be at my door picking me up. It doesn't work that way. I already know this. The lawyer said to me, if that was a real document, well, if actually, not in those words, he said actually, if, as example, they made a resolution on this, the protocol of this is not what people think it is. I'm not going to be like going into jail. they're going to pick me up and put me in detention. There's nothing like that. My lawyer has the right, and which he will do, is a court of appeals. And then there's also the secretary of the board, I think how it's called, of the immigration. So in other words, as I've been saying all along, and I've verified it through my attorney, and that's where I got the information from anyway, is that there are avenues to follow. I've said that for a long time in preparation for such an event, that I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. And there are measures to address. This could take months, years to happen. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. That's what it's looking like, with the assumption that that was a real document. But as I said, and I can't emphasize this anymore, is that absolutely there is a procedure when some court, it doesn't have to be a resolution or whatever, but there actually is a procedure how it's distributed to the parties that are actually involved in a law case or something of that nature. And this apparently has not been done. So just go with that information and flow with it, because obviously I've been dealing with some court procedures for quite a while, and I know how documents are distributed and kind of the chain of command that does this. But the person that gets it is going to be the legal representative of any party, in both parties, before it actually gets to the plaintiff or respondent in a case. But they have to receive it too. So this information is basically sent out by registered mail to all interested parties, and that's how it works. Yeah. BIF Facebook page. BI Facebook page already gave clarity, Frank. You haven't. What do you mean BI Facebook page gave clarity? What does that mean? What clarity? What are you talking about? You mentioned that before. The Bureau of Immigration Facebook page already gave clarity. What clarity? What are you talking about? Bruce Monroe says, Frank, you're absolutely crushing it. You're playing 4D chess with complete idiots. Yeah. Bob Cooper says, I made up my mind, Barry. We're going to let you rot in the funny farm, as they call your condition, berries. Well, you know, heads could roll on this. I'm being really serious, guys. I'm not fucking around on here. You know, Ricky has been pushing it for a long time, so is Brevis, and certainly now with Jay. They're just asking for trouble, and I don't understand why. They all have an association with the Philippines. They like to come here, they like to visit, they like to stay. And why would these people do anything that would be adverse against the, example, the possibility of not having immigration deny them entry into this country every time they come in? Because some of the things they do, it will catch up with them eventually. And I'll be glad to help them out with it. And I am going to be helping them out with it. Oh, that thing about the loopholes. Yeah, I saw that. Well, they're trying to get legislation to push this thing, basically about not making it that easy for people to get in here, or there's a lot of things about falsified documents and shit like that. You could elaborate to my viewers if you want what that means. There's a lot of theories going on here that if that was an actual real resolution, and never mind getting into the thing about needing signatures and all that stuff and duly noted signatures and dates and all that, we'll get beyond that and just get to the point where anybody trying to falsify a document on social media is in big trouble. The other thing is that there are certain people called fixers. You pay them some money, people that work for immigration. It happens all the time. That's why this is such a big issue with immigration. They can't trust their own workers that, unfortunately, there are some workers that are on the take all the time. And you hear it all the time with the Bureau of Immigration, where they fired employees over, especially with the Chinese that let them in when they shouldn't be coming into the country. There's a lot of falsified documents going around. So as I said, the plot thickens, and all the players in here, they're going to go down one way or the other. I have a feeling about this. They are going to go down. I wonder if I should just switch off the data. Can I do that right in the middle of the broadcast? I'm not sure if I could. But I will tell you that the role that these trolls are playing in this is really not healthy for them. Just remember, don't trust anybody on here. You know when somebody's a rascal or not. When I first met Barry, I knew. Barry said all he was trying to do was make friends with me. No, he saw I had my own popularity. Barry wanted to do what other people do, go and visit people that have some kind of notoriety on YouTube to try to further his channel, because that's all it's about with Barry, is trying to get views and donations and everything else, become popular. Well, Barry became popular, but not the way he wanted to. Barry became popular with all his antics and all the shit that he pulled on people and taking money and everything else he's done. That's been noted on YouTube for years. So that's his own demonstration. Barry got the kind of attention he wanted to get, but not the kind of attention he wanted to get, unfortunately for him. And now he's approaching 23 months. I still say it's 24, but people say it's 23, approaching 23 months on the 28th of this month. He got the attention he wanted to. He got all the attention. He's all over the place. There are obscure people I never even heard of that would put. I've seen people put comments, and I don't even know who these people are, on a Bureau of Immigration Facebook page. I've witnessed it a couple of days ago. There's people putting stuff out on the BI Facebook page about Barry. And I don't know who they are. They're going under their real names, or, well, whatever. Certainly not YouTube names. There's not an office, a governmental office in the Philippines that doesn't know about Barry Jordan. On every level. Even the U.S. Embassy is not exactly friends with Barry. Even the Geneva Convention. It's pretty sad that somebody has a meltdown like Barry through the years, living a life of debauchery and just getting into trouble all the time, all his life. Of course he deserves to be. I will argue with anybody that says he doesn't deserve the full extent of the law. People that take the high road like Mick Fisher has been a big topic lately, because Mick Fisher said to me he'd like to get involved with all the antics on there. He thinks, this is through a Facebook Messenger. I think you're all fucking crazy, he said. I'm getting the fuck off YouTube. I don't want to deal with this. But yet, he's very proactive right now, isn't he, Mick Fisher? All you see is negative comments when somebody puts on a show. Mick Fisher will get either on the live stream himself and talk, or he'll make comments. That's who Mick Fisher is, okay? Then he makes a wise comment to me. You want me to be your sparring partner, Frank, Mr. Karate Man? No, I'm not Mr. Karate Man. Never said I was. I came on with a show basically saying that even the biggest assailants could have a problem with somebody that's actually older or smaller. That's all I said. I was not professing anything that I'm this big martial arts hero or something. I never said that. In fact, I said the opposite. I made a joke of it. I said that even people who know martial arts, it doesn't always work that way in a street fight. You just got to get lucky sometimes. And yes, usually a bigger assailant could be a harder time to put down, but all I was saying All I was saying is that there are ways of dealing with that. Does it work out all the time? No, it doesn't. But I just simply said, and they made a big thing about that, you know, that Frank's this 70-year-old man, he's frail and all that he can't do shit. How do you know I can't do shit? How does anybody on here that hears a voice, my voice, know that I can't do something to defend myself and do it very well? How does anybody know that for sure? Unless they actually got into a physical confrontation with me. So Mick had to put some little fucking statement in there. Yeah, Frank, I'll be willing to be your sparring partner. Fuck you, Mick. Fuck you. I like when these people try to take the high road all the time. Mick says that he's not religious, but bullshit. He's quoted some things to me, and I could tell he's a very religious person. It's these religious fucking fools, these hypocrites who come on with all, their quotes of scriptures or, taking the high road because of their religious beliefs. Oh, that poor Barry doesn't deserve to be in there as long as he had. I have nothing to do with the length of time that Barry, let's emphasize this right now. I have nothing to do with the length of time that Barry's in immigration. It just happens that he does have a case against him and they can't let him loose until the court case is actually over. I might have an abrupt disconnect on here. If that happens, you'll understand why. Because they're going to shut this off any minute now, I think. But I got a lot of information out on this broadcast, I'm happy to say. I might be able to switch over to data. So if I get abruptly disconnected, wait a few minutes, I might pop right on again without having to come back on and create a whole new show. So yeah, it doesn't seem kosher to me. Let's break it down. It doesn't seem kosher. Because in all honesty, and for what I know and my lawyer knows, that's not the way things work. That's why a lot of people, including you all on my show here and through yesterday when all this shit was coming out, that everybody was suspicious. They even said that people on Discord were not believing this situation at all, that it was a real resolution. But again, let's assume that it's a real resolution, not in my favor. They seem to be under the impression that Frank's going to be gone or he's going to be in detention center with Barry. Well, Barry would have to hope on. That's why he carries that baseball bat. But Barry, unfortunately for him, he's going to have everything taken away. Shaw will have to retrieve this stuff before they do. Or he'd have to make arrangements. Well, if you're going to take my stuff away over my dead body, he said, right? If they're going to take his stuff away, that he's going to have to give it to Shaw to take and hold for him. That there's no way in the world he's going to let these people hold his stuff. But that document went out yesterday, guys. It went out yesterday with videos. This is the truth. That document, he calls it a manifestation. That went out yesterday. But like my lawyer said, that manifestation is going to be part of his complaint with the immigration. If there was a resolution that was not in my favor, that how this was reached, because it's very questionable. So there's going to be investigation within the immigration department. How did they come about this resolution? How is it that people were putting this out? Who's involved with this? Yeah, the plot thickens. Right, Robert? The plot thickens. Well, I'll know something today, before the day's over anyway. I'll know something today what's going on with that. Because he will find out from the BOI. Don't forget, it was just 2 days ago that my attorney contacted BOI and asked them if there was a resolution. They looked it up and they says, no, there isn't any. So how can that short period of time, because there's a certain protocol, as I keep on saying that word, it becomes very useful and very valid, that there is a protocol. How could it all of a sudden, within 2 days, there's a chain of command with this in the office itself with immigration and how they reach their decision and when they're going to release information on this decision and how they do that. And it has to be already in my lawyer's hands and in my hands before anybody else can actually get retrieval of a document. And I don't believe that Ricky just parlayed into the immigration office and said, hey, let me have a copy of this resolution, I'm not buying this stuff. I'm just not buying it. But I'll know something today. Now, again, if Barry knew there was a resolution, and he's been quiet too. He mentioned on a show a couple of days ago, oh, that's true. With his stuttering. Yeah, that's true. I'm just trying to get my girlfriend to get the documents so I can get some copies from her. He'd be the first person to be displaying it on there, and you guys know that. He'd be the first person crowing away like a fucking rooster with his chest out. He'd be the first person boasting about it, and he's not. That's why I think this all is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. His girlfriend, and he claims that didn't have a copy of that, or else she would have sent it to him. She's the one that put the complaint in. She would be like one of the first people, if not second, to have that document. But that all gets sent out together from the office. All of it goes out together. It goes to the plaintiff, the person who put the complaint in. It goes to the lawyer that maybe she had write it up. It goes to my lawyer, and it goes to me simultaneously. So, with that being said, yeah, it does seem suspicious to me when you really think about it. But as I said, I'm going to know something today. There might be people eating crow or not. Reasons for celebration, not yet. And even so, if it was a real resolution, as I said, there are legal avenues that my attorney already has with the Court of Appeals. Yes, they will allow an appeal with the court separate from the immigration itself. It'll be to the Court of Appeals. Then there's another step, and one comes either before the other. There's the board, the secretary of the Board of Immigration. So there are two options, at least two, that we can challenge this resolution. So when people think it's all over for Frank, if there was a real resolution, bye-bye, Frank. Not necessarily. I think I'm going to be here for a long time, even if there was a resolution on this. Okay, anyway, the dialogue is cutting down. This is probably a good checkout point for me because that blackout's going to happen pretty soon here, and I have to put the generator on anyway. Man, it's still coming down, that rain, man. We had a lot of rain the past 24 hours or more. Barry would be all over the planet with this. You know that. Of all people, Barry, as sick as he is, or as hoarse as his voice is, he would be like in jubilation. He wouldn't be able to contain himself, which he can't anyway, although he is in a container. He'd be the first person on there, the first, to be showing this document on a show. When did it stop him before with other sensitive documents? It's never stopped him. That's my point. With that being said, good day. Maybe we'll be on later. I don't know. If I have something to announce, I certainly will. But I will know something today. Okay, Popeye, it's your turn now. Your turn. And watch what you say, because you're going to make a fool out of yourself, Popeye. Just to warn you, don't celebrate yet, Popeye. Not yet. And even so, there may not be anything to celebrate. Because when the smoke clears from all this, it'll be found out that Barry's girlfriend produced false information for her case, and that she did indeed do this as an act of revenge via her boyfriend, Barry Lee Jordan, who definitely coerced her to do this report. I'm convinced of it. Even got him saying that he coerced her. The Court of Appeals, if this was a real document, will address all of that. And guess who could get into trouble? The very person that Barry was trying to so-called protect. And that's his, quote, girlfriend, not wife. There you go, folks. The plot thickens. Meanwhile, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea. How's that? Toodaloo. Catch you later, guys, and thanks for the dialogue. But I think you guys, at least some of you, are smarter than others. Jay, you did really wrong, Jay. I'll tell you that. It's been noted, believe me, it's been noted by myself and my lawyer. You had no right to do that, real document or not. And Ricky, I don't know why he tries to put himself in a shithole all the time, but he's really good at doing that. And Mick, have a good day, Mick. Go read your Bible. You're a louse on the skin of society, Mick. You know that? You really are. You are a troublemaker. You are no different than anybody else on here. You have proven. It's a disappointment to me, actually, because as I said, me and Gilda initially thought you were an okay guy. She didn't think you were a great guy or nothing. She was suspicious herself. That's why me and Gilda think alike. You know, it's like one soul, one mind. We judge people very easily. We made our judgment on Brevis right away. We made our, judgment on Barry right away. You want me some crow pie? There might be some crow pie being dished out. We'll see. We'll see. All right, thanks, guys, for your comments and opinions, and see you down the line here, maybe today. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And Brevis, you're probably listening. You know what? You are such a piece of shit. Your time is coming, Brevis. You've been behind a lot of shit on here. I think you've been behind one of the copycat channels. I think you had to do with the rice shit. And you're nothing but a troublemaker, Brevis, and that's why you left California. You think your life's going to be any better here than in California. You got yourself in trouble in California all the time, and you've been getting yourself in trouble while you're in this country. It's just a matter of time, Drew. It's just a matter of time. Power on. A little addendum to this morning's show. I had a thought. I'm a very generous person, and I'm always willing to help out when I can. I understand a boy is going through some trials and tribulations, literally, and he's having a nervous breakdown. And my information sources says that he's having a very hard time in his approach to 23 months of incarceration. It's very sad. Everything's hitting him. Health conditions, psychological problems. Under the circumstances, it's understandable. Perhaps once I'm in there with him, right, I may have a little advantage on him. And maybe through my generosity, I could share a few bennies with him to help the boy out. But you know what? I can't do that. Because it would be illegal for me to do that. I cannot distribute a medicine that is a controlled substance, only to be gotten by prescription from a qualified person who can authorize such. Now, I could be very generous and skip the laws and say, oh, help the boy out. He's going through a whole lot of shit. Then my conscience comes in there and says, nah, let him write it out.
You know, this has been a lot of pressure to him, and according to the trolls on YouTube, Frank, you gotta go easy on this guy. I asked myself, well, why? Look at the mess he created for himself. And I'm going to give him a couple of bennies to get through this. He hasn't been on, and I'll tell you why. Because he's trying to figure out what he's going to do with all his office equipment. Oh, like monitors, laptop, cell phone, Xbox console, ice maker, coffee maker. That's a lot of material, which has made his life so much easier, considering the circumstances. Well, the heat keeps on building up and building up and building up and building up. How much can one man take? And that could be a problem. And apparently has been a problem for him. And it's just going to get worse when, the love of his life, his wife, wife, yeah, sorry, trouble with my throat, gets involved. It would be pretty sad if that happened. It'd be too bad, too sad. I don't know. When it comes to love, I'd make a lot of sacrifices for someone that I love. I still wouldn't resort to lying. I wouldn't take that route. I would say that my problems are mine, and I'm not going to get someone that I claim to love so much to get involved in a situation of sorts. I don't know. That's just me. I don't think that's love. What is love? Baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. You know the lyrics. Get the idea, though. What is love? I know what love is. Consider me very fortunate, but I think in his situation, it doesn't have anything. And I know, you got some of the masses on YouTube that says, oh, poor guy, poor fella. He don't deserve this, but that's not true. Because he deserves everything that's coming his way. And anybody that's associated with him in this process, any complicity, he's just hurting other people. Oh, where's your compassion? Some people would say on YouTube. Well, what this has amounted to, and the whole situation that's going on, although it was self-created by him, it's a person's personal choice how far they want to go with something, and give reason and rhyme why they should continue to do anything that would be adverse to themselves. Of course, there's always been the question, why would you do that? Common question on here regarding Slick. Self-punishment? Well, we don't know. Just pure mental instability? Likely. But he makes situations worse for himself. Now, it's going to go to say at this point, where there might have been question in the past, can his woman receive some friction from authorities? And what would be the reason? Well, I'm not going to go into the whole scene as to why. Complicity. Doing something that somebody shouldn't have done and trying to play innocent through the whole thing. You know how I always say it comes out in a wash constantly? Well, it's true. Things are coming out in the wash, and I'm beginning to learn more and more that I will not share with my audience. Even if you tickled my feet, I wouldn't give in. Nope. Even if you offered me some chicken parmesan, I wouldn't give in. But I know things that some people don't know on here. What I could tell you is, it was not a wise decision of his wife. Oh, some reason I had to cough. To having any involvement in his affairs. By doing so, I truly believe that she has created complications to herself. Lies never help people because it always comes out in the end when somebody's proven to be a liar. Hello, we got 11 people in here. No, they decided to delay my power outage here because it's been raining constantly. Maybe they just can't work in the rain, doing what they need to do as far as the electricity. Might be dangerous. I don't know what's going on over there, but I'm very happy to say that the electricity is still on. And that's okay with me. But I'm smart enough to have a generator, so I'm not terribly worried about it. As long as the generator works, that is, you know. And since I had it fixed, I guess there shouldn't be such concern on that. Papa, are you back? You want more? Popeye always wants more. Popeye says that I'm going around attacking everybody on YouTube. That's not true. Not really. Because I'm the one that's been under the attack. But when I say something, oh, well, wait a minute, you can't do that. You can't do that. Why? Why can't I? You call it an attack. I just call it out. I call it for what it is. I just put out information on here. And I hold that mirror in front of people to get a good reflection of themselves. I'm pretty good at doing that. And they hate that. They just hate that. Well, why don't we get more to the point here? Mr. Slick, you're not in a great position. And I don't care what all the external shit's about with your girlfriend and complaints and blah, 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 blah. The one thing you have to understand, Slick, I keep marching on. The case against you is not going to halt if there was indeed a resolution, which is still being investigated and will be today. It's early yet. But let's move beyond that for a second. The case goes on, no matter what. And now, things became a little bit more complicated for you, and I'm not going to tell you why. Only information that I can tell you. I'll hold the rest back for a future date. Because of all the, shall I call it, the complicities that's been going on, I'm afraid you made your situation a little bit worse. And when it does come time for the judge to make a decision on a case, now I'm at a point that I can give you a 100% guarantee that yes, you will get prison time. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. You're going to have to deal with that in any way you have to deal with it. So then you got to ask yourself this one question. Was it worth it to get your girlfriend involved in your affairs? You're supposed to love her. You don't want to complicate her life, do you? No. You said that. I don't want to get her involved, but you did. Are you ready to face all the consequences of that? Because when push comes to shove, it will be exposed that your girlfriend was telling lies. What do you want? You gotta go. It will. as I said, it all comes out in the wash. What are you going to do then when she gets so pissed off at you that she no longer wants to communicate with you anymore because you've been just too much trouble to her? Too much trouble. Sure, she's stressed out because of you, not because of me. What do you want? You want to go out that door? Does it make a difference? Go ahead, jeez. It all leads to the same place. Speaking of leading to the same place, look, you start, create a problem, and then despite all efforts, you can't solve that problem. It just gets worse and worse. Primarily because you can't keep your mouth shut, and that's been kind of a trait with you probably your whole life. I know what's going to happen, and I don't have to be a prophet. I can tell you that my attorneys have made it abundantly clear to me that you're not getting out of this unscathed. They promised me that there is going to be prison time for you. Then you have to ask yourself, was it all worth it? All your insults, allegations, was it worth it after all? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I had some comments. I don't want to be rude. Hello, Mr. Mark. Good news, my Mr. What's the good news? Rainy morning, everyone, due to heavy rainfall that we're experiencing. Please be advised that the scheduled preventative maintenance today is canceled and will be rescheduled. That's wonderful. Thanks for looking that up, Mr. Mark. I could share that information with my lovely girlfriend. That works for me. Save a little gas. See, my viewers are very knowledgeable people. They do their research. Bravo, bravo, Mark. Thank you very much. Normally, we would know that information, but we really didn't check on Facebook. We usually get notices on there. But thanks for coming up with that info. Yeah. The wind was so strong, I had these heavy planters that were thrown over the side. Obviously happened overnight. I'll tell you one thing, the Philippines has some real interesting weather patterns out here. I've seen a few, nothing I would call really extreme since I lived out here, but I wasn't here for the big boys that happened in the past, back in 2013 and then later on. I wasn't here at the time, thank goodness. Well, at least I could say I'm in a house that has a lot of rooms, so if part of the roof got blown off, I could always go to another room. I guess it's kind of a good thing to have a decent-sized home, except if you're living in a one-room place and the roof gets blown off, you got nowhere to go. Why is my timing so bad when I put a show on? Well, I'm not going to discuss why my timing is bad. But I've learned a couple of things, even this morning. Attorney's office is not even open, and I got a text from my attorney. Now, I'm not going to discuss what was in that text. It was very encouraging anyway. The one thing I do know is that my attorneys are on board with me all the way. All the way. And I'd be lying if I said that, that I'm enjoying the court experience and I want it over as much as the goober does. I mean, in fact, I can't wait till it's over. And the judge makes his decision, gives his sentence, and that's it. It's all she wrote. Good night, Irene. That's it. That's it. Suffer. Because I believe he needs to suffer. That's not coming from someone with a mean heart. Not at all. Considering all the circumstances which transpired through this past several years, well, actually through a bunch of years, he's getting away easy. as far as I'm concerned. People think differently. But again, I always say you're not in my shoes. And if you were, all these high roaders, people that take the high road, you know who they are. If they were in that position, they would not have the strength I have. They would not have the perseverance of the negativity of this matter. What I've gone through back and forth to courts and traveling to get there and expenses and the beat goes on, you know. They would not have. You ever hear of inertia? Being steadfast. You ever hear of tenacity? That all applies to me. When I put my mind to something, I get it done. I've proved that many times. Tired of living in one place, I said, fuck it. I'm going to another state. Try it out, see if I like it. And it wasn't like overnighters. My first move was to Washington State, where I remained there for almost 26 years. Then, from there, well, obviously I went to Hawaii, and my time there was 14, 15 years of actually living in Hawaii. It's called making up your mind. It's called, call it a lot of things, having the ability to know when your time is up somewhere and you need so-called greener pastures, which are not always greener. And people don't understand that. If you're an asshole and a louse on the skin of society, you're going to be an asshole and a louse on the skin of society no matter where you move. And this applies to a lot of people out here. You can move out to the Philippines, you think you're going to get all the women, you're going to do this, life's going to be wonderful. But if you listen to all the stories on YouTube, they're building up. They're amassing. They come here and they're not happy. Because you're carrying yourself no matter where you go. You've heard that expression 1,000 times. You can't help being who you are. So you live somewhere else. How's that going to change who you are? As this would definitely pertain to Slick. Once an uneducated asswipe who's bitter about everything in life, you're going to continue to be an uneducated asswipe and repeat the same mistakes over and over and over again. It's like you can't get away from yourself, and that's an understatement, really. You know, no matter where you go, there you are. You carry yourself no matter where you go. Maybe you're going somewhere with prettier scenery. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, let's go look at the flowers. Let's go look at the scenery. Let's explore all the different bars, which you could have explored in the country you came from, but you came here to hang around with bars. What is the purpose? What is the purpose? Oh, booze is cheaper here. Oh, I see. Booze is cheaper. But how has your life changed? People running away from TROs in California and nature calls. So you guys can hold on for a few minutes. I need to take care of some business and we'll be right back. Call this a commercial break. Okay, sorry about that. Good point, no escaping ourselves, right. Classic philosophical show. Well, the question I have is for Slick. And there's a few questions, but let's start with number one. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? You couldn't have just, accepted the fact that you're a long-term overstayer and just dealt with it in your incarceration. And they would have probably allowed you to take care of your fines and everything else and give you your ticket home back to the mother country, the mainland, and all would have been over. But you made a gross mistake. Because of your inherent cockiness, you decided to mouth off to the wrong guy. I'm not that sensitive, guys. But through repeated episodes, despite fair warning, Slick decided that to get attention for his show, that he would just kind of keep it up and draw more drama and attention to his show and to himself. And for the main effort of trying to make some kind of monetary gain, which of course is illegal while you're incarcerated, but it's not like he obeys the law. So he continued on his journey to defame, discredit, attack, incite, threaten the very person who was at the steering wheel in the driver's seat, who had a case on him. 5 charges. Well, you all know the story. I'm just kind of going over this. What sense would it make that making a couple of bucks for Super Chat or PayPal, what sense is it worth what he's going through? Is it worth it? But yet he continues to run his mouth all the time, and he wonders why he's in that situation. See, that's not my problem. Self-created, but yet I'm the bad guy. Go figure. Well, you're going to pay the price, Slick, and you already have. Think about it. 23 months. Could have been out there chasing the chicks, drinking till you fall on the ground, insulting people in the bar, bumming money off people for drinks, get free drinks. Those were the days, weren't they, Slick? Those days are over. They've been over for 23 months, pushing 23 months. Sure, you're upset. But think of the bright side. There's always a bright side to something. It's great. Come on, you got free accommodations. You know how much money you have saved? Rather than paying a rent somewhere, which you never paid anyway, you always ran out on the landlord, nevertheless, just to put that note in there. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, all the rent, electricity, and any other amenities that an apartment would afford you, besides a shelter over your head, a clean toilet perhaps, an environment that, well, served its purpose for the time, but for 23 months, you can't roam the streets of Cebu. You can't go hang around the bars and chase ass anymore. And whether you're in a relationship or not, that has never stopped you, sir. And it never will stop you. Let's not forget the time that my little confidant did a little trick on you with Tinder on Facebook. You forgetting that? While you were in a supposedly loving relationship with Sheila. You go, boy. What did you do? You're over there rapping with some chick on Tinder. Your profile was still on there. They came about and they pretended they were a interested party when it was all set up by this person. And you never mentioned that you had a girlfriend that you were in love with, did you? No, no, no. You never did. But you got fooled. Told you, I'm many steps ahead of you, Slick. I'm many steps ahead of you. They set you up is what they did. I had no part in this, actually. I'm the one that he shared it with. The minute some other woman comes along that's you might find to be better looking than whatever you have at the moment, whoever that may be, you got to run for it. It's kind of a pride thing, when you're such a, small man. And you have this attitude of a little man, like the little chihuahua that has the big bark. Doesn't have the bite, though. Doesn't have the bite. When you see an opportunity, you take it. You don't hesitate at all. And you've taken many opportunities. You will never be able to stay with one woman because when somebody else that might be interpreted by his own thoughts to be a little more attractive, perhaps, more endowed in a bank account, a walking, talking ATM machine, which would benefit you. Remember, you don't want a woman without a job, doesn't have her own money. We've established that. You even said it, your own words. The woman has to be working. I wonder why. I wonder why. How long have you been doing this? You can't be trusted in any relationship, and I do mean any relationship. Because you'll never be true to your woman. You will never. And historically, you would never have. That must have killed you. And who was that at the time? Was it MJ? That got together with one of your exes? Oh, that must have killed you. But why would MJ do that? Does he really want sloppy seconds? I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine that. Who would want to be with a woman that was penetrated by this goon? Not me. Who knows what kind of STD could come out of that? Because the truth is, yes, not that he's a Romeo. He has been with numerous women of different persuasions, if you know what I mean. You don't know where they've been. I could never take a chance like that. No, not me. Sloppy seconds. With very questionable type of women. That would make you think right away, no, this may not be a good idea, considering, her own personal situation and endeavors in life, man to man or something, a lot. Just may not be a wise choice. Unless you hermetically seal yourself, which we can't really do, become a boy in a bubble. But some people take chances. People that don't really care about themselves. That are so bitter. They want to attack the world because their life sucks. They want to go on the attack of everybody. This includes other people than Slick. And we know who they are. Something in their life is lacking. There's something lacking. And you know the players on here. I don't have to name any names. You know the players. Each one of them, by fact, has something lacking in their life. They lost relationships. They can't keep one. Or they don't have enough money to have a relationship. Or their relationships have turned sour and they become sour grapes themselves. And let's just get bitter with everybody. Let's knock the Philippines. Let's knock the Filipinos and people and Filipinas. Because things didn't work out well for them. And they're the ones that down the Philippines quite a bit. I wouldn't move there, as Cranky Popeye would say. Want the infrastructure and everything else. It's a sewer, but, well, it kept him around. the Philippines for supposedly 20 years in his so-called illustrious career. What happened with that? Oh, he misses the round table deals at the bar. That's where he got his most action. Underneath the table, know what I mean? Underneath the table of love, the table of love. That's about as far much love that this guy's ever experienced in his life, or close to it. I'm not really sure why that Filipina married him at the time. I have no clue. I really don't. I have no fucking clue. Hold on a minute. You gave them their food already? Hello? Did they eat? Where'd everybody go? Did they eat? I don't know where everybody is. I don't want to feed the dogs if they already fed them. Anywho, there's always some reaction of some sort for anything that you put out towards something. There's always a reaction to it from another party, good or bad. That's why you gotta watch what you say and what you do, especially on social media. The coconut wireless, it's all the same. Did the dogs eat yet? Not yet? Okay, I just wanted to check because I didn't want to feed them yet. Okay, until I knew they were fed already. But oh my goodness. Okay, we have a little pause in the weather system, though it's awfully windy. The rain has finally stopped. Thank goodness. I mean, I don't mind the rain. It cleans things up and, makes sure my well has water. That's always a plus. I don't mind the rain. And I'll tell you what, this morning it was actually a day that you could actually wear a jacket. They decided they didn't want to work in this weather, so they canceled obviously my viewer knew more than I did. That's what I like about my viewers. They're so full of knowledge. You thought I was going to say they're so full of shit. Well, some of them are. But I got a few good people in here that just seem to be updated on a lot of information about a lot of things going on. They can be very informative. Now, I heard Popeye's little expected soliloquy after the show, and he didn't have it in him anymore. He just repeated the same things that he does all the time. He's getting boring even for me to listen to him. I always know that once I do a show, of course, he's going to simulcast it and record it. And I know there's going to be his little part where, does anybody else want to say anything? Nobody even got on. Nobody got on camera on his live stream and said anything. I mean, what are they going to say? Yeah, Popeye, we've been listening to you for a long time. The same shit's coming out of your mouth. We're getting... look at the gust going on. We're getting bored. Wow. Check it out. Check it out. We're getting some gust. Boy, it's nice and cool out here, man. I can't complain about that. I may have to go see a doctor today. I want to have my ear checked out. It's been a little sore. Just make sure everything is copacetic. Unlike some people, I try to take care of myself in a lot of ways, and I don't wait till something horrible happens. But not many people want to put out the money to see a doctor, to have checkups, blood tests, and all that. Which I think as you get older, I think is really imperative to do so, because you can maybe prevent a bigger problem from happening. What might seem to you to be a little incident that you ignore and say, fuck it, it'll go away. It doesn't. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. Yeah, there's quite a few gusts happening this morning. Got some kind of a, I don't know, low pressure system going on here. It'll come and go. It'll come and go, actually. What a glorious day to be alive, huh? Here we go. You know, a lot of times I thought about my age. I said, wow, time did go by quick. But you know what? That might be younger than me, or even considerably younger than me. And you examine their lifestyles, their. And I'm just sitting there, you know, kind of smirking to myself, really. You don't always see it because I don't always go on camera. But I got to sit there with a smirk on my face and say, okay, say what you want. But it's in the cards for you, bro. It truly is. Because if you keep up with your lifestyle, all your negativity, being overweight, overeating, eating the wrong foods, not taking care of yourself, who's going to live longer, me or you? Despite one bad habit that I actually cut down 50%. I'm actually telling you guys the truth. I cut down 50%. That for me, that's really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, wind is gusting out there. It's gusting away. That's your coffee or is that chocolate? What is that?
Coffee.
Would it be Copico? Copico? No?
Cappuccino.
Cappuccino. Ooh. Only the best. Oh. Hold on a minute, folks. Just saying to my special person here. They probably have my ear checked out today, despite the blustery weather. And because the electricity is going to remain on, I'm sure the businesses will be open today, I would hope. But I make lemonade out of lemons. If I'm in another town over here, I'll go find a reason to be there, if not for the purpose of why I came there, do some shopping or whatever, get some things I can't get over here. So I always make the best out of a situation. Do you think Shrek, sorry, I wasn't reading the comments. Do you think Shrek is suicidal? I always wondered that. It could get to that point. But he's too self-righteous to be suicidal, though. He just really is. As cocky as he is, I just can't see him being suicidal. It doesn't mean that that couldn't happen. And I'm not going to wish, you guys think I'm so cold-hearted. I'm not going to wish that on him, not even him. That's me. I don't really wish that. I may have said things in the past about people, but did I really mean it? Nah. Some people get, you get angered every now and then. Sometimes you'll say things that probably not okay, but it was how you felt at the time. But it's good to express yourself. I have no problem with expressing myself. It is what it is. So, no, I don't generally wish that on anybody. I really don't. Although, certain people on here, if something like that happened to them, I guarantee I'm not going to shed a tear. And I really hope you guys understand that and why. You don't put somebody through so much turmoil and then expect to get away with it, run free. Don't work that way, not in this world. Afraid not. Yeah, actually, I should have that checked out. What happens is, when I believe I have a deviated septum, that's what I believe it is. I think I truly believe that. And that, I think, causes a lot of problem with congestion. You hear me sniffing all the time, and that's like from a nasal drip. Boy, I just swept this floor, and there's ants on it. Now more showed up. It's amazing. I have the determination of these ants, really. The little ant that could and would, and that's me. Called having determination. When you believe in something, you go with your beliefs, you continue to do whatever you think is right to resolve some kind of a problem. And that's the best advice I give to anybody. Be gung-ho in what you do. If you're right about something, you're right. If you're wrong, admit that you're wrong. It helps you deal with your own issues in your life when you admit that, whoops, I should have done this. Now there's ramifications. In fact, I gotta get dressed here soon. So I guess the point I'm making is slick. How does it feel? Do you think it was all worth it? Do you think it was really worth it? Trying to save face all the time. Being under the gun, figuratively, of course. Has it all been worth it? 23 months and counting. And counting. Even though you got free accommodations, is it worth it? Was it worth it? You could be out on the streets, running around, chasing ass again, hanging in the bars, getting drunk as a skunk and making a fool out of yourself as you normally do, getting yourself into trouble, get bottles busted over your head. Ah, the good old days, huh? The good old days. Do you really consider that the good old days? Maybe you need a lifestyle change if you ever had your freedom. Do you ever think about that, that maybe there's certain things about you that need to be changed? Well, no dialogue now. I guess you're just listening very carefully what I have to say, folks. And good. I like that. Look, I'll take my punches when it's due, you know. I'm like that. On consequences that happen in life, because we all go through different consequences and situations in life that maybe you don't like, but you deal with it. And that's the whole thing. You deal with it. And I'll deal with anything that comes up, even if there was a resolution, a real resolution, which I will find out today. So you're not going to hear from me today beyond this broadcast until I find out what's going on. And may have some people that are really disappointed or not. Jay keeps on saying that, no, that was a real document. But I don't know. Didn't see any other information on that document, did you? I didn't. And again, my lawyer's saying that, could be real, but he goes, I'm doubting it, but I'll check into it. Because as I said, he has to be informed about shit like this. That's the way it works. The exchange of hands on a very sensitive document has to be distributed to the right people first before it's ever going to wind up in public hands. And even so, that wouldn't be righteous. Which reminds me, I got to buy some antihistamines. I haven't been using them. See, I get a lot of backup, and everything is connected with your ear, with your nose. Your eustachian tube goes to your ears and eyes and all that shit. But you see, it's something I've learned to live with. See, I can live with something. I've been living with some really lousy hearing. And how I project myself on here, it's been quite interesting and quite amazing, really, because I speak very well, even with an enormous amount of hearing that's gone in one particular ear. I come through, I vocalize very well, and I seem to come through to my audience. Some people said you should be a radio announcer or something. And I said to myself, how is that possible? How is that even remotely possible? I'm like practically half deaf, or more so in one ear. It's been a very difficult journey for me with this, but most people don't know that. There's a lot of times I have to ask someone to repeat themselves if they're talking too low, or not in the right direction. I've lived with this. So I've persevered these type of things, such as the hearing loss. And I've done it as well as I possibly could. If you suddenly had a hearing loss in one of your ears like I did, you would be very uncomfortable. Let's just say it suddenly happened to you. Boom, out of the blue, out of yonder. You would feel so uncomfortable, you'd be disturbed, you'd be stressed, you'd be suffering anxiety, you would be not to know how to handle it. Imagine if somebody just poured cement in one of your ears. How would you deal with that? Do you know what that feels like to have a loss of hearing in one ear? But you got to use your fucking other ear like a directional antenna on a shortwave set, like a beam antenna, and turn it to the direction for signal strength, to the east, to the west, to the north, to the south. It's like a fucking directional antenna. I've had to do that. I can't go in a crowded place and be able to discern what people are talking about when there's so much background noise. Background noise, it's almost impossible for me to sit in a mall at a table, if it happens to be not inside with doors, you know, kind of quashing the sound of what goes on in the malls outside the doors. People don't know what it feels like to have a loss of hearing. It's not comfortable, I will tell you that. It's really not. And like anything, I live with this every single day. So when something comes up, you deal with it. And I'm very good at dealing with anything that comes up in my life that might be considered adverse. I've done a pretty damn good job so far. I don't think most of you all could handle this if you suddenly, well, it didn't happen to me suddenly, but if it happened to you suddenly and you had a loss of hearing in one of your ears, you would be so uncomfortable. You'd be popping Benzos. Trust me, you would. It's not comfortable, and I never said it was. But you know what? I deal with it on a daily basis. Sometimes I might have to ask somebody to repeat themselves if they're talking too low or not clearly. Yeah, it's a bitch. It's a hassle. But I deal with it. And I've done this all my life, really. I've dealt with any adversities that ever came to me, and I managed to get through it. Because that's the kind of person I am. I could deal with issues. I could create them too, but I can deal with it. Can you? I'm doubting it. It's not easy being green, as Kermit said. It's not easy going through life with a handicap of such. And the only way you know what that feels like if it has happened to you. But I deal with it the best way I possibly can. Then you got to be worrying all the time. How much other problems does it create? And when you got allergies and you're constantly having to clear your nose, take antihistamines, congestion that builds up, and it's so easy to get sinus infections because of the mechanics in my eustachian tubes, which I think has been compromised possibly by a deviated septum. It's not easy, but again, I deal with it. Because what else can I do? Hello, Hugo. Ricky's face looked abnormal yesterday during the live stream. Could that be related to the Botox injections? I don't know. Is he getting Botox? I don't know. Would it surprise me? There's nothing that's going to help his face. One time he came on a month back or so, and there was some close-up of his face when he was on camera, and I said, damn, what happened to his complexion? He had looked like boils or some raised areas of skin all over his face. Do you ever see how bad Tim K's complexion is? It's pretty radical, man. What's going on with him? I haven't been listening to his show. I know Chrissy's overseas. When a cat's away, the mice will play. Certain people I wouldn't trust at all. Being in a relationship, you just can't trust certain people. Tim K, wow. Yeah, he's not trustworthy. Yeah, but Ricky's complexion, he has problems with that because of his unhealthy lifestyle. That's why. And your skin shows it out in different ways. Or if you just don't bathe enough, you don't wash your face. I don't know how often Ricky showers. It makes me wonder. And the hair dye that he uses on his toupee, it could be affecting his skin too. But I think it has a lot to do with his diet. He's got to be at least pre-diabetic, if not fully diabetic. We all know he has high blood pressure. That's knowledge we all have. His continued drinking and his diet, it doesn't help these people. That's why I sit here sometimes with a smirk on my face, and I may not say anything at all, or if I'm not on YouTube, I'll think to myself, the biggest, most egregious characters here on YouTube are facing their own realities by the aforementioned that I've been talking about with health and diet and so forth. It's these people that will not live to my age. I've already succeeded in living to the age I'm at now. I'll be popping up another year in a couple of months. To me, that's enormous. I don't feel like I'm dying. You know, I'm not predicting doom. I just get up every morning when I can. And I do what I need to do to take care of myself as best as I can anyway. Ricky is a big guy. Mr. Istor says, definitely huge. Well, Slick is catching up to him now. I got to tell you, when I saw that video of him on Facebook, I said, Gilda, come take a look at this. He's huge. Fuck, how much weight did he gain? That's kind of scary. And he should be scared. I'm sure he's concerned. He says he don't mind his weight. I feel better this way, putting weight on. No, he's trying to say that he thinks he's a tough guy now because he gained a lot of weight. And I mean a lot of weight. Being only 5'2" tall, which he is. Yeah. And weighing what he claims he weighs, even if he's not telling us the truth, I think he's more like 200 pounds, not 170 something. I don't buy that. No, I don't. Hugo says, Tim K's face is likely from smoking shabu. Ricky isn't. Ricky isn't a shabu. No, I wouldn't think Ricky would be doing that, no. I'll give him credit for that. I do a lot of things about Ricky, but I wouldn't think he's doing shabu. Nah. Ricky's not the type to do that. Drinking, yes, and all that. Cavorting, yes, but, nah, I don't see Ricky doing that. I mean, it wouldn't matter if he did because his lifestyle is out of control anyway. His health is out of control. His drinking's out of control. His mouth's out of control. He survived a few incidents where he could have had the shit beaten out of him by some of the viewers that he's been attacking on a steady basis in the past. And he had those situations both in Cebu and Thailand. And one of these days, he's going to fuck with the wrong person that's going to follow through. And it almost happened a few times. These people, they take chances with their life, both physiologically, their diet, and all that stuff, their healths, and with how they deal with other people. All for laughs on their show. They do this for laughs and views and all that for their show. But sometimes they push the envelope too far. They push it too far, and they're not going to like being on the receiving end of somebody's fist. And that's going to happen to him yet by somebody. He continues to do what he does. People may not announce what they're going to do to him. They may not say that next time I see him, he says something to me, I'm just going to, cold cock the motherfucker. It's bound to happen. You can't have a reputation like Ricky's and expect to get away with the shit he's gotten away with. I think it's all retroactive. Everything will be retroactive. That's the way I see it. I kind of follow my instincts. Mr. Ister, Facebook update. The Mantis Hates Filipinos video is going viral and has over 100 comments. Which Facebook? You mean the BI Facebook or 100 comments? And who posted this stuff on Facebook, by the way, where it's getting 100 comments and going, you say going viral. I wouldn't call that viral, but oh yeah, Ricky did smack Fazio. Yeah, he did. That was not righteous, even for Fazio, and I don't like Fazio. In fact, I was kind of cheering it on when it happened. He should have done more, but at the same time, in all fairness, Fazio was in no shape for that, and Ricky knew that. Picking on somebody that really couldn't defend himself, that's not right. What could Fazio do? He was so out of shape with his infections and his weight and his just being overly unhealthy. What is Fazio going to do? He knew if he struck back at Ricky, that Ricky's temper would go even further and he'd do a lot more harm to Fazio. Ricky did. Angeles City expat. And what are you saying, that an Angeles City expat put some stuff on Facebook? Whose Facebook? Be a little more clear. Because she's saying here, Mr. iStore, that Facebook update, the Mantis Hates Filipinos video is going viral. Quite a few people agree with Frisbee's view. Yeah, I got to see somebody today, I think. I'm always on guard with my ear because it's more serious than you know, considering what had to be done to it years and years ago. When I get sinus infections, it will go to my ear. It's all connected. I'm not here to talk about my ear health, but just thought I'd talk about that a little bit here and how hard it really is. I mean, it's not easy being green. You just have to experience it yourself to understand what I go through on a daily basis. Not many people could handle that, but you get used to it. I've had my own crosses to bear all my life, actually. And I did a pretty good job of carrying that, I hate to say, cross. I should have been dead, actually. Numerous occasions I should have been, but I'm not. And here I am at the ripe old age, still kicking it. Posted by a guy named, yeah, that's the one, Gundig Zim. Yeah, I did see that. You would be correct, I did see that. It's got to be somebody from YouTube, obviously. And by the way, that's not me, by the way. I think I'd come up with a better name than that. Gundig Zimb? What the fuck is Gundig Zimb? But good for him. It's not me. Better him than me posting that shit on Facebook. Another kids. What is that? Ugh. Oh, the water guy. Do. There we go. Oy vey. So basically, when you hear me coughing on here, and I got to do it right now, not just to show you, but I'll give you an example anyway. I got the mucus that runs down the back of my nose and it causes irritation in my throat and I cough. Fortunately, I have not succumbed to any, knock on wood, any kind of serious lung issues or anything like that. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm saying, for what I know right now, I don't have any such. It thank goodness for small miracles. Okay, make sure I'm taking the right. Hold on. You can't get the good over-the-counter meds that you can get in the States, good decongestion tablets. They got this shit here that has acetaminophen in it, which I really don't want to take. Acetaminophen. I really don't want to touch that. I tried one early evening yesterday, but I just don't feel comfortable taking anything with acetaminophen in it. That's why the drugs of choice for these drug addicts for painkiller, hydrocodone and all that, they get the kind that doesn't have the acetaminophen in it. Because if they're taking it all the time, they'll absolutely kill their liver. Well, the hydrocodone will do that anyway, but in all reality, the acetaminophen is something that you don't want to take on a daily basis. Oh, hell no. Yeah, Gundig Zimb. I saw that name. Somebody really has it out for him. Well, a lot of people do. All the guys try to do is get the immigration's attention. I believe me, look, the immigration has their attention on Slick. There's no question about that. All this information is shared with all the bureaus. So when the court cases, for example, with Slick, they'll have all that knowledge in the end from various departments, legal departments, different offices, DOJ, all that stuff. They have all that. It all goes into a file. They want to see anything else that's going on with an individual before they make a decision. Has this guy kept a good record in it? What else is going on with him? Complaints, anything that has transpired during his stay in the Philippines. They will see all of that, and that's how they make their judgment too. Mark says, I found that post that hardly qualifies as viral. No, but it's funny to see. Yeah, it's not viral. That ain't even close to being viral. But I tell you, the world is like the coconut wireless, man. Information gets out. You can't hide information out here. We have, access to a world of information now. People have ways of looking up your records. Some of them have the talent to find on their own. Some of them could use all these agencies they have out there you see online. That'll give you all this information about people, court, bankruptcies, all that crap. And it's been done on YouTube all the time. They tried to well research me, I know for a fact. Instead of saying you had something going on in your life, they'll magnify it into something even bigger and more devious. Well, that's the way they do that here on YouTube anyway. With Barry's voice, he has an extreme case of bronchitis. He's been choosing to vape, and he thinks that's a good alternative to his supposed cigarette quitting, which I'm really wondering about. But vaping is not too much better, really, than cigarette smoking. It's been proven. You know me, I do the research, if not just to learn something, Because there's one time I considered vaping, and then I found out that a lot of them do contain nicotine after all. You're still going to be addicted to nicotine. Secondly, the chemicals they're using there. And any smoke or anything you're going to blow in and out of your lungs, it's not good for your lungs, period. Bad enough you got the environmental shit going around, especially out here with everybody burning trash and everything else. And, it's a petri dish here in the Philippines. Let's face it. It's a petri dish. Bacteria and viruses and all that. It really is. Reality. I'm not knocking the Philippines in that way. I'm just telling you how it is. It just is. Because there's a lot of people that don't take care of themselves, and they're walking around with different bacterium and viruses that they don't even know they have, and they transmit it to other people. And if you've been living in the Philippines like I have, I would call it a considerable amount of time. I would definitely call it a considerable amount of time. And I've survived it so far. I've been doing pretty good if you think about it. Large exotic insects. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Brevis promising a big surprise. Yeah, I've heard this for 10 years or 9 years, whatever it's been. Well, that old saying, good things will come to those who wait. And you could interpret that in any way that you want. You could just go ahead and interpret that. I'm still not very satiated this morning. Had my oatmeal with fruit and all kinds of shit. But even a banana besides the blueberries. I need something with protein. I require protein. It's just the way it is with me. I require protein. More energetic with protein. More satiated with protein than carbs. Yeah, huge surprise. Well, you never know. I might at some point in time have a big surprise for him. He doesn't know what's going on behind the scenes. Everybody says Frank's a tell-it-all guy, TMI, too much information. Well, you're probably right to some extent, but you wouldn't be totally right. There's things I do behind the scenes that nobody knows or sees. They don't know everything about me. They don't know my capabilities. They don't know and understand my perseverance when it comes to something, and that's just been part of who I am all my life. I want to go somewhere, I go. I want to leave the fucking state, I'll leave the state. I want to leave the country, I'll leave the country if I want, and I did, Every statement ever made in my life. Nobody believed me, my co-workers. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't going to Hawaii. Nah, you're not going nowhere. Well, apparently they were wrong. I got to give you a little story here. When I came back to Seattle from Hawaii, I had to make a trip back, and I went to visit some of the crew over in the Northeast District. And I tell you what, the only guy that gave me attention was the crew leader, Steve, who was part Hawaiian in blood and Portuguese. The other workers, man, they didn't want to talk to me. You know why? They were so fucking jealous. Here they were digging in a fucking ditch. They were literally digging a ditch. And I come over there, and although they were very talkative with me when I was working on the job with them, they were very cordial, For the most part, I think they were. But they saw me talking to Steve. They didn't even want to say hello to me because they knew I was living my dream. I had bought land out there. Oh, he's never going to move out there. Oh, he never bought land, but I proved that I did. Talk about moving to Hawaii. Nah, he's never going to Hawaii. I did. So when I came back on that trip, they didn't want to say a word to me. There I was living in paradise, and they were digging fucking ditches on a hot day, and they didn't want to say a word to me. This is called jealousy. They might be kind to you while you're working and all that stuff, but then somebody finds a way out and something very positive, they're not going to be happy for you. That goes without saying. Mark says, I wouldn't want to be on Frank's list, that's for sure. Mark Catley says, hell no, FAFO. No one wants to be in Frank's crosshairs. Well, look, it's not like I got a red dot rifle on somebody. It's not like that. Remember Johnny Warrior used to say that? That was funny. Thinking back, I'm not like that, but in a way I am. It's just according to how much trouble you're trying to cause in my life or my partner or anything that's important to me. Yeah, they are, in a sense, they are my crosshairs. Figuratively, of course. I don't forget things. I don't forget what people say. I don't forget what people have done. I've not forgotten all the antics of Brevis either, Mr. Drew Andrew Nordy. I have not forgotten that at all. Just trust me on it. That's all I'm going to say. Just trust me on that. Yeah, I am relentless when I want to be. Sometimes you have to be for your own self-protection. I don't know about you guys. Do you like having your toes stepped on all the time? That eventually could do some damage to your feet, right? That's the kind of way I think. Sometimes you have to take action on a matter, even if you don't want to do it. Sometimes you have to tell yourself, you know what? I thought about this. I have to do this. Because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do certain things. I'd regret it later on, and I don't want to live to regret something. I really don't. Let's say the worst scenario happens and I had to depart the country. Am I going to fall apart as a result of that? No. I just live in Asia somewhere cheap. I don't need fancy surroundings, a studio apartment. I would make the best out of it. There's always communication with my girlfriend. She can come and see me. I could live with it. I was gone 18 months from her before because of the COVID. It worked out. It worked out. We were in communication with each other. I can't stick my dick through the camera and have sex with her, but I knew I was going to be back. And I'm not a sex freak anyway. But point being made is that you could learn to live with certain situations. You make the best out of it. If all worst scenario came about, you learn to deal with it. Because what other choice do you have? What is that thing they always say at 12-step meetings? Religious connotation to that or something. For the things I can't change, accept the things, whatever. I don't know the full version of that. It's the same thing, really. If you can't change something, improve upon it. Make the best out of a situation. Same as saying, make lemonade out of lemons. That's what I do. I've done that all my life. And that's what you need to do. Because what choice do you have? Do you want to fall apart if something didn't go your way? Do you want to do that to yourself? No, I'm not the person that would do that. Sure, when I got stuck because of the COVID in Hawaii, and I always use that word stuck, and I always wind up saying if you have to be stuck anywhere, that's not a bad place to be stuck. It's according to how you see Hawaii and how you envision Hawaii or your own personal experience with Hawaii. But if I had to be stuck anywhere, Hawaii was not a bad place to be stuck. And I was at my own house, too. So that worked out right. For the most, what am I going to do? Am I going to fall apart? If the government says you have to leave, and for how long, that's what you do. If you can't change it, well, you can fight it, of course. That's why, it's never over until it's over. Some people say it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Well, with me, it's not over till it's truly over, meaning that you have gone through every avenue to fight something. It just didn't work for you. But you see, having these avenues, and they're very wrong, some of the statements they're making on here, that the decision is final and that you can't fight this. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. I'm not a lawyer, but my lawyers have told me that. They said don't sweat it either way. We have avenues to take, several, and I believe them. Even looked it up, and there are avenues to take, and we will take these avenues if something like this actually did unfold. Let's see. Mark Catley says, except that we cannot change, blah, blah. Yeah, I can't remember it exactly. Yeah. Accept the things that you can't change and da-da-da-da-da and do the best with whatever, Yeah, you understand. So I've had a chance to acclimate to that thought. I've always did. What if, the famous what ifs. What if something didn't turn you away and you had to leave your house and go elsewhere? Well, the way my mind thinks is that if that did indeed happen, What choice do I have but to deal with it? Truly, I'm not going to fall apart if something like that happened. I'll always have communication with my girlfriend. We'll see each other in Asia. I have a good idea where I'll live if I had to go sweat it out somewhere, and I'm not going to tell you where. I may not be thinking what you're obviously thinking probably, but I have a very good idea where I'd wind up for a while until I'm able to come back again if that was the case. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm just telling you if that was the case. I got it all planned out just in case. Nothing to discuss with my audience, that's for goddamn sure. But I got it all figured out. And as far as, Frank is going to have to, how is he going to, as Popeye was saying and whoever else, how is he going to help pay the bills? Because he's going to have to be taking care of himself if he got booted out of the country unnecessarily, I'll add that. How's he going to pay his rent and everything else and eat if he's out of the country? How's he going to give money to his girlfriend for different expenses? Well, the beauty of this is that I don't have to. She's fairly well endowed in her bank account. There's no way she's not going to survive. She don't need my Social Security money. Let's just put it that way. Fortunately for this situation, she'll do just fine. I would do just fine because I would make the best of a bad situation. Look, I got stuck over there in Hawaii. I didn't know it was going to be beyond a couple of months. I had no idea. Every month just kept on passing away, passing, going. Like, what the fuck? When are they going to open up this country to allow me back in? So I didn't run away from Hawaii in any way. I never ran away from a tenant situation. I never did that. I had to get my I's dotted and my T's crossed with all the qualifications of getting back into the Philippines once it opened up. That's exactly what I did. Here I am back in the Philippines. Of course I was going to leave when opportunity presented itself because I didn't know how long this was going to be, and I just thought it was going to be a couple of months. To my dismay, it turned out to be more like, 14 months? Something like that. I don't even remember. Somewhere around there. Life went on as usual. I continued numerous times a day to be in contact with my girlfriend. It worked out. So you pretty much figured that something like this happened, I'm going to be in another Asian country, right? You know that, right? Obviously. Her passport will allow her to get into numerous countries in Asia. Not a problem. It'll be like a vacation for her. You got to think of the positive and not dwell on the negative. That's where you're going to tear yourself apart if you just kind of concentrate on the negative. Woe is me type of attitude. No, I don't play by those rules. I will make the best out of any situation that happens to me. If I had a health situation going on, I will make the best of it. I had a very disturbing type of, problem with kidney stones that was pretty drastic. I dealt with it the best I could. Went and took care of the problem, took the proper medications. I don't want to deal with it again, I'll tell you that. No, I don't. I don't wish that on anybody, actually. But I dealt with it. Sure, it cost me money, time, pain. But what choice do you have but to deal with something? Not to bitch about it, but to deal with it. Otherwise, you just make situations worse for yourself when you can't properly deal with a situation that you find uncomfortable or negative. That's my philosophy. There's some people that couldn't be able to handle some of the things I go through. Ear, for example. It's not a joke with my ear. It's never been. I got to watch infection. I mean, really carefully watch. Because that could lead to something more serious, like a mastoid infection again, and you don't want that. You could contract meningitis from this. You can get an infection that can go to your brain. You can get a tumor. Pretty serious shit is what I had with this ear. How many operations I had just to control the infection, get rid of it, then operations to try to restorative procedures to try to restore some of the hearing that was lost. I went through a lot of shit with this ear. You wouldn't want to go through what I went through with this ear, especially when they first started it with actual surgery behind my ear. They had to cut into the back of my ear. The rest of the stuff, they went right through the ear canal, right through the eardrum, and they took care of anything from that point. So it wasn't as invasive as what they had to do for the first time. I dealt with it like I dealt with anything in my life. I'll deal with family issues, my daughter, I deal with it. Somebody doesn't want to be in communication with me, that's fine. I can't force anybody to do anything that they don't want to do. I cannot force them to do that. You accept what is. And sometimes, maybe, it's for the best. Because as far as I'm concerned, I did my job raising her. I did a very good job, thank you very much. The rest is up to her and her adult life and how she handles her life, her boyfriends, her affairs in life, her children, and counting, 5 now, maybe more. When somebody's maternal instinct goes haywire. She wasn't able to afford those kids when she had them. But sometimes there's some women that the maternal instinct goes just out of whack, creating babies and babies and babies and babies. Well, even my own girlfriend. Why did you want to have so many kids? Well, she loved children, for one. She did a damn good job of raising them. And I'll tell you, to this day, these kids are really doing excellent. Scholarships, doing well in school. They're very intelligent kids, they really are. Some of them are already in professions, accountants, CPR. One's going for their engineering, one's going to be a lawyer. I think she's done a pretty damn good job with her children. And I've helped along the way a little bit here too, while I'm kind of a surrogate parent to these kids. Oh, do I have to peel this off? Sweet potatoes here. Yeah, in the morning, yeah. Besides the oatmeal, I'll have sweet potatoes. How many people do that? Not many. Because most people in here don't give a fuck about themselves. They hang around at the bars. They get drunk as a skunk, even if they're not in a bar. I can't do that. And shit, man. You don't move out here to hang around the fucking bar. You could have done that in the country you came from, man. Seriously, drink at home or something. And if you got a partner or a wife or something, spend some time with her. You want to have some drinks with her, that's fine. Sometimes, people do like to go out and have some nightlife. But when you experience your fucking husband or boyfriend making a total fool of themselves in a bar, and their eyes are looking everywhere but hers, to her, that's a problem. You get stuck in that kind of scenario where you feel that you have to go to fucking bars. What's the purpose of even coming out here when you could do that in your own country you came from? Maybe the liquor's cheaper out here. That could be a reason to move out here for some people. And for some people, that probably is the reason they came out here. Sad to say, or they just couldn't get a woman in their own country. It was impossible. They were too much of a jerk-off. Had the personality of a dead snail. I mean, everybody has a background on there. Every one of these goobers on here that spew their hate and their negative opinions about everybody else, including myself, I'm always on their target, in their crosshairs. Go look at their lives. What's really going on in their lives? Take a good look. Take a good look. They're not going to show you everything. They got people that are after them in different countries or where they came from. So bad that they had to get a TRO order to try to prevent harm to themselves because of something that they did.
like Drew. Some heavy duty shit was going on in California with that guy. Don't kid yourself on that one. He's not telling you the whole story. And I do know some of the story. I actually do. The guy's a fuck up, man. He's a total fuck up. Big surprise, right? Yeah, look at that. Did these guys eat shit like this? Nah. I don't think so. Okay, well, that's my addendum for this morning. There's some things I must do. And the the weather has broken. And it's not raining. And that's good. I can go take care of some shit today. Look, you make the best out of any situation you have in life. And you have choices to make, really. You can sit and whine like some of these people do, woe is me type situation, but that's not who I am. I'll deal with anything that comes my way, no matter how adverse, whether it's a bad health screening that would give me some bad news to face if that ever came up. I deal with it. Of course, you're going to be angry at first or something. Why me? Why me? That's just a general attitude of everybody. Why you? Because, well, maybe the things that you've done to your body that caused the problem in the first place. Or maybe not. Maybe it's genetics. But whatever it is, again, you deal with it because you don't have any choice. My friend Larry had to deal with some cancer, unfortunately. And you start off being very, very angry, the why me syndrome. Then it comes to a point where you accept what you have, and then you have no choice but just to deal with it. Even if they're telling you that you don't have a future, and that your disease, whatever it might be, cancer, whatever, is going to spread. And your mind prepares for it. It takes a while for that to happen, I understand, but you will eventually be in the acceptance mode. You have no choice. You'll have to accept. Then we think of people that wish ill on you, like Popeye and people like that, and Nico that says he wants to see me dead. I'll almost guarantee that these people will be long dead before I expire on this planet. And I could make that statement because when you know information about people, their health habits, their diet, their weight, there's just an accident waiting to happen. Maybe that train is taking a long time to come, but that train will eventually arrive. Then the reality of their life will come through and they'll say, boy, I wasted it. I wasted so much on trying to attack this guy called Frank. When the reality of life hits them, when a catastrophic health condition comes their way, then they're starting to think different. Please God, forgive me for all the bad things I've done. They don't want to wind up in hell if they're really religious. It happens to the best and the worst of them. And I'm a believer. I'm a believer in that. Okay, I'm going to enjoy my sweet potatoes here. That's right, sweet potatoes in the morning. Who does that? No, I do that. If anything is keeping in the glue that keeps me together at my starting to get advanced age, it's certain things I do for myself that a lot of people out there don't. You can live your retirement any way you want. I don't give a shit. But don't make statements as you wish I was dead or something like that. Or wish something ill would happen to me, when it could certainly happen to you. But they don't think about that part, do they? With that being said, today I will hopefully find out the real story
of what's going on with this so-called resolution. Probably find out something today. Good or bad, I'll find out something today. But as I said this morning, those that have any involvement in this, now you notice how quiet Barry's been, right? Mm-hmm. Right? Do you notice how quiet he's been? If anybody, he should be having a huge celebration, huge, in his jail cell. Booze and all. Oh, he gets booze in there. He certainly does. We heard him drunk in his jail cell. We heard him even, the more latest one was with the Indian guy. It was about a month ago, was it? You want to chip in for another bottle of Jim Beam? He didn't care. He was doing a live broadcast saying this shit. This is how dumb this hillbilly is. He feels like he's so privileged and so cocky that he could admit that they're drinking in a jail cell. That's why he's still there. That's why he's still there. Yeah, I heard part of Big Kevin's show last night. Mm-hmm. He's not living no great life. He don't got no friends out there. His day is hanging around his apartment looking at the scenery from the umpteenth floor that he's living on. Occasionally going out to eat. Probably hanging around bars again for companionship, which is pretty sad. Playing with his little toys, electronic toys. Nah, it's pretty sad. Kevin's been living a pretty sad life. He's oblivious to the fact that, you know, he could be a father to his children, which he's not. They talk about me, right? Well, they always do, but look at Kevin. Kevin has a choice to be in his kid's life, but he doesn't. He doesn't. Now, I don't care how much weight Kevin has lost, but the damage, I think, is already done. No matter how, but he did halt the inevitable by losing, if you could imagine that, 200 pounds. That's like losing a whole hefty human. That's remarkable. I know, I listened to Big Kevin's show for a little bit, then I turned it off. I can't even stand looking at the motherfucker, I really can't. He's so smug. He should have stayed in his aunt's basement. That would have been the solution for him. And he should have concentrated on visiting the children that he so-called loves. Well, I'm always in touch with them. I'm in touch with them. I send them money all the time. Well, even if you sent them a few coins here and there, that does not replace being with them. And he's made so much money from donations and shit, but he won't visit his kids. That's sad. It's more important for him to go buy all the little toys and noisemakers and things that light up, new microphones, new phones, new gizmos and gadgets. What about his children? He could have spent this money to go visit him. He got so many donations from Big E and other people, he wasn't using it for the purpose. And my understanding, he still hasn't even paid off all his Philippines fines. Why isn't he doing that? And that's why he's not in the Philippines. He didn't want to spend that money unless somebody takes care of it for him. He's another fucking bummer is what he is. Not any different. Yeah, I heard that. Debunking the Roberto. Well, look, none of us really know. Even me, really. I was just told. That's all. I was just told. Is it possible? Yeah. Because as I said, the dude hasn't been on a long time. There's nothing stopping Roberto from either starting a show or just putting a title on there and not doing a show or commenting somewhere on somebody's show about me, something very negative. No, I think that there definitely is something going on with him. As to what it is, Okay, the dogs didn't eat? Huh? Wait. This house is bigger than I thought it is. Where are you? Where are you? You're in Kai's room? Okay, this house is bigger than I thought. Kai's room. Oh, Kai's room. Okay, did the dogs eat yet? Where are you? You said Kai's room. This is Kai's room. Hello? You're in our room. Okay. Did the dogs eat? You're not in our room. You're in the exercise room. You fed them already?
I said already feed the dogs.
Oh, that's what I asked you. And it took 5 minutes to get an answer.
Did you hear the answer?
You're funny.
You can hear? Because...
No, I can't hear. I'm deaf.
Oh, this one, I found that one. I don't know what
Oh, what is that? Oh, let me see. What's in here? Oh, images. Important photos, never throw away. These are images I took many years ago. Priceless. Do not bend. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, some of my favorite photographs in here. Oh, no, wait a minute. Let me see something. I want to check for something here. I am a woman in love. Do. Yeah, these are very important photographs. Best of my work. Yes, it is. And I put this in a big white envelope and said, do not dispose of. Whoa, wait a minute, I'm online. Let's text that. What else? Okay, I know what they are. I'll handle it in a minute. Oh, and another thing I want to bring out before I go here. Bob, Robert, Popeye, you're so full of shit. Let me talk about this for a minute here. You're so desperate that you feel you have to go research everything back to my education. Well, you really do got time on your hands, dude. I feel sorry for you. Or not. Who did you look up to say that I didn't have a degree? If you called New York Tech up, no, I didn't have a degree from New York Tech. I had a degree from the School of Visual Arts. So why don't you concentrate on that and see what kind of answer you come up with? And no, I didn't falsify a fucking document. Why, because somebody made an error on there, maybe on a capitalization. You think it was put together with glue? No, I had nothing to do with that, man. That was an actual, my records on there. And it does state I got a BFA degree. Yeah. And if you really want to get, you really want to be in the know, why don't you pretend you're me? And why don't you call up the records department of the School of Visual Arts? It should be on East 23rd Street, Manhattan. I dare you. You don't want to hear the results of that, do you? Just call it up and act dumb. Say, what was the year that I graduated? Give my name, spell it out to him, Robert, or anybody else, Don. And why don't you ask him? Let's see what results you come up with. Really, I'm serious. You don't need my permission, but I'm saying I'm all for it. Why don't you contact Now, Robert claims that he contacted my college, but which college, Robert? Which one? Which one? New York Institute of Technology? There's no degree there. I spent a little shy of 2 years there. I wouldn't even have an associate's there. My credits was just transferred over to my new school. So if you tried and actually really did this, and you called New York Tech, no, there's not going to be any records of any degree there because I didn't earn a degree there. I earned it at the School of Visual Arts, East 23rd Street. Come on, all you sleuths out there. School of Visual Arts, East 23rd Street, New York, New York. Look it up and talk to some kind of administrator or the records department. Make believe you're me. That's fine. Make believe you're me and just call up and say, I'm so-and-so. And can you tell me what year that I graduated? Say that you lost your document or something. Go ahead and do that. No problem with me. Do it. And see what they have to say. I don't know. They may ask you information like your social security number or something like that. I don't know. But it's worth a try, Robert. Since you want to know so much about me. Because I know you care. Deep inside you care, don't you? Because you're living my life vicariously, aren't you? Sitting at your chair with your fucking filterless camels and your gin. That's not a life, Robert. That's just not a life at all. Well, my opinion, anyway. I'm doing so much better than you on so many fucking levels. It ain't even funny. I could say and be mean about it and say, when's the last time you got fucking laid? Now, you wouldn't have an answer for that. Because you haven't been laid in fucking decades. You haven't. I got that one up on you right there. And you're afraid to go back to the Philippines. Why is that? You're supposed to have money. You're supposed to be comfortable in your mom, Jean's house. Jean, was she a good lady, Robert? Did she realize how much of a fucking loser you are? Did she ever tell you that? But she left you the house. She left you the house. That was a plus. It's not like you went out and bought that house with your own money. You inherited that house. I bought this house. That's right. I bought this house. And I bought my house I had in Hawaii. Mortgage, yes. It was mortgaged, but upon the sale, my principal was paid off. And what else you say, Robert? I was living off my brother's money like he had something to do with this house? Yeah, he did have something to do with the house. He rented from me. He rented from me. My brother couldn't put 2 nickels together most of the time because he was too busy drinking it off or something, you know. Now, I'm not attacking my brother on this. I'm just saying what it was. The only thing my brother's ever owned was a trailer that he wound up selling to some Mexicans for some drugs. No, he did. That's the truth. Of course, I questioned. I said, that was a permanent residence. Why did you give that up? It was, livable. The carpeting could have been replaced and something on there, but he had cats. He had a cat living in there, but the only place he's actually owned was in Indiana, actually, with his wife. They had a beautiful house over in Wilkinson, Indiana. Beautiful farmhouse, 8 acres. They even raised some of those fancy little miniature ponies. His wife had tons of money. She owned all kinds of land. Sound familiar? And did very well. He needed a new truck. He'd go out and buy a new truck. That's how it was for him. But he fucked that up. And when they got divorced, he could have had half the house. Could have had half the house, but he didn't go for it. I don't know why. But maybe it was for the best because the money was probably going to go somewhere, like some people on here, toward drinking, illicit drugs. Well, You're the master of the direction of your life, and that's not a direction I took in my life. Certainly not. I've done pretty well considering all. I've actually have. I don't regret hardly anything in my life. I regret having a bad ear infection when I was a kid. And as an adult, it's affected me in a very negative way. I regret that. But I couldn't help that. Sometimes things just happen. That's the way it is. Life just happens sometimes, Robert, and anybody else. Sometimes life just happens. Shit happens. I'm surprised a guy did not market that saying and put a copyright situation on something with that. Shit happens. Because they use those words in posters and all kinds of places. Same as the smiley face. The guy didn't have a patent on that either. Smiley face has been used all these years. But yes, shit happens. Sometimes you could help it and sometimes you can't. It's called destiny. And some people have a very clear destiny and it's not a very good one. Imagine living like Robert, though, which I really can't. I try to look at it different ways. I could not live like Robert. I'd better off be dead than to live like him. Seriously speaking. I couldn't live. And nobody knows the real truth of what his debilitation is. What's debilitating him? What's really going on with this guy? Why does he need a mobility scooter of such? And I don't believe Nico has ever met him. And Nico's what, 40 miles or 40 minutes? It was one or the other. 40 miles or 40 minutes from him, and he's actually never met him. Why is that? Because Popeye does not want to be known. He'll mouth off on his shows all the time, but that's all he's going to do. Popeye would never confront anybody, no matter how brave he acts. The little chihuahua with the big bite, with the big bark, rather, who has no bite at all. There's no how many pounds per square inch in his jaws that's going to give a big enough bite to anyone. He's just waiting to die, and that's not me. He's just waiting to die. His whole life is YouTube. Literally, not figuratively. There's not one moment he doesn't know that I'm on. He's probably doing a simulcast right now for a second time. This is what we're talking about with these people. Proving that they have no life whatsoever. And what they have left of it is so sad. That they can spend this time copying my shows, making channels into my name, or taking notes of everything I say and do on here. What does that say about the people that actually do this? It says volumes. Volumes. So, Robert, I'm flattered that you're living your life vicariously through me, but at the advanced stage that you are now, don't you think that maybe it's time to be a little footloose and fancy-free and do something with your life instead of making judgment on mine? You spend far too much time obsessing about me, along with a few other people on here. Far too much time. Life is short, dude. As you get older, you realize that life is short. Anything could happen to you at any given time without notice. But you choose to go on YouTube, impatiently wait and drool when your notification comes on to notify you that Frank is doing a live show. What do you literally get off on this? Do you masturbate to my voice? Or what are you really doing, Robert? You got your trousers down to your ankles when I come on? One would think so. Anyway, enough. I got to get dressed. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being a listening ear. And I might have a little information today that I might be willing to share with you. So do stay tuned. You'll obviously know when I'm on because you got your notification bell all ready for when I do a show on here. You got to watch out, though. Sometimes I do uploads, and you may or may not get a notification for an upload. I'm not sure how that works. Certainly for a live stream, you will. But don't worry. You'll hear from me. And we're going to do a little investigation on this matter that just came up. find out the truth and nothing but the truth. And Jay, what a piece of shit you are, man. You are really a piece of shit. Of course you don't have a steady woman, because nobody would want to be with you. You're like your buddy there. The crazy motherfucker with the pig nose. You're not too much different than him. You're really not. That's where you're living your life, in your mommy's basement, Jay? Really? You're supposed to be a Bitcoin millionaire, right? How come you ain't got your own place? How come you haven't bought a place perhaps in it? That's right, you can't. You have to have a girlfriend to go under her name to buy a place. What are you doing with all this so-called Bitcoin money? You're drinking it. You're smoking it. And you're supposed to be above us all with your claims of being a Bitcoin millionaire. You ain't shit. And in the past, we know as a fact you lost a fortune on that, didn't you? Well, shit happens, man. You put all your faith in something and it turns on you. He wouldn't be living at his mommy's house. What a big baby. You wouldn't be living at your mommy's house if you had all this money. And by this age you're at now, what are you, 50-something now? Whatever you are? And you still don't have a girlfriend? Well, you and Popeye are really alike and you don't even know it. Nico, same. When's the last time you had a genuine girlfriend, Nico? I don't remember. I followed him somewhat through the years, somewhat. I don't remember him ever, since he's been on YouTube, of saying he had a bona fide girlfriend. Instead, he buys fertilizer for his grass and calls it she. Oh, that's pretty sick. That's just pretty damn well sick. Barry, wake up, come on. Celebration, Barry, come on. Celebrate, celebrate, dance to the music. Come on, I'm supposed to have a deportation order, a resolution. Dance, Barry, come on, dance. But why haven't I seen you dancing? It's very suspicious, don't you think? Why is he not dancing around on camera and just blowing his horn like he normally does on a regular basis? Why doesn't he have a copy of this so-called resolution? Why does his girlfriend not have a copy and Ricky winds up with a copy? Or Jay? Why is that? Sounds suspicious to me. Good day. Good afternoon, folks. Blustery, rainy day. Don't have to tell you everything. Did see a doctor today about my ear, and I got a slight infection going. How do you tell? Well, it seems like your thyroid glands are sensitive, but it's really not. It's a lymphatic system. So back on antibiotics again. Cheers, you know. All right, things are getting kind of hot and heavy in the community. And as we're speaking, my attorney is actually making a trip in person over to the BOI to find out exactly what's going on. Local office, of course. He's not going to make a trip to Manila for this at the moment. I want to show you how blustery. Rain all day today. No blackout. They cancel it because of the rain. I figured that.
I've also personally wrote a letter no more than 20 minutes ago to BI Intel explaining them how whether false or otherwise documents are being flown around on YouTube, and I name names and other information as who the culprits are. It don't matter whether it's a real document or a fake document. That is totally going against the norm of what is actually allowed. Sensitive documents on social media in public before the recipients get a chance to look and review. And as I've stated many times, that there is a protocol of registered mail, for the most part, to interested parties on this. That hasn't been done. Oh, it's chilly as shit here. We came back on a... We went to Mid-Tynes. I went to see my regular doctor there. Yeah, I definitely got like a eustachian tuber. She got an ear infection or something, which is not very uncommon with me. But yeah, I need... you know, I'm against antibiotics, but you know, when you need it, you need it. That's just the way that works. If it helps, you know, you need something to sleep, help you sleep. I don't care what your problem is. If something works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you can't let an infection just kind of simmer there. That could lead to bad things. When it comes to my ear, well, I don't play around with that. And you don't know what I've gone through here, how many operations decades ago on that. Sometimes that could be a life and death situation in your ear, in the inner canal. We're not talking about a health show today, but nevertheless, it's not going to be healthy for some people who have gone overbound with their distaste, shall I call it, for me. And this is not acceptable on any level. And it's actually a serious matter. And as such, it could actually involve some people in this. So it's basically going to be investigated. So either way, whether it was a real document there was no right for it to be distributed on YouTube by anybody, other than, well, actually anybody. Before, I mean, I would receive it, before my lawyer would receive it, or even before Barry's girlfriend would receive it, and she's the one to put the complaint in. Okay. Yeah, rare, but I get the alert SMAs. SMs. What was the gist of the document? Well, it was the resolution on a bogus complaint that Barry's girlfriend put against me. And supposedly, all the armchair lawyers had a copy of this resolution, which was a negative resolution toward me. That's what it was. Barry all of a sudden went totally quiet. Ricky initiated this by flashing, and I gave total information on Ricky, everything I knew about him. Initially came on his show and waved a bunch of papers in the air, which could have been just some VA documents. But he had told the world that he had the results of a resolution that came in, which my lawyer and myself will be the first people, but never received such information. Then Jay puts on a show, and he puts on a supposed document that says that the resolution has been received. It didn't even really look like it was that much of legal form, because it also would be several pages with explanations and so forth. It would be signed by various individuals, including a deputy commissioner, commissioner himself, which wasn't on that paperwork. It was not on that paperwork at all.
God, why is my tongue even hurting today, too? Salt water. Here we go. So, people have freely been exposing a document on YouTube. And the people that were doing it, well, one of them likes to come to the Philippines. That would be Jay Stillman. That might put the end of his traveling career to the Philippines, if I could see to it. It's going to be investigated. Because it turned out that this is a really serious matter. As my lawyer told me, and he is absolutely looking into this. He's going to tell the story to BOI, but I, on my own accord, no more than 25 minutes ago, I sent out a letter. And I sent it out with Jay's video that I did record of him flashing this document on there. I told him exactly who he was and where he lived. And they'll probably look up his passport number or something. Something will probably give from that. And not to mention Ricky, because I also had the video of him flashing some paperwork. I don't know what's wrong with these people, man, but they live very dangerously, I must say. Absolutely no respect for the laws out here. I mean, at all. Totally not at all. Yeah, it's one thing not to like somebody. That's okay. I'll deal with that. But there's a limitation. There's a definite limitation to what people think they can do and actually get away with. I'm totally amazed at the chances that they take to try to make a point that they don't like you, other than the usual. No dates, no signatures. This is worse than rice. Well, hell yeah. Fuck yeah. You don't do that. So names were named. That's it. Names were named. Videos were turned in. And my attorney got a copy of the videos too, besides myself, that I kind of went above their head a little bit, but it's all right. That I turned in. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I'm having my own issues here with my periodical ear or nasal disturbances, shall I say, or infections. In fact, my tongue is hurting. I don't know why. I already took an antibiotic today, but which I didn't want to get into, but yeah, what the hell. I guess you got to do what you have to do, which pertains to what I got to do. Unjust vexation. Yeah, well, look, you guys know me, right? I'm sure you do. You listen to every word I say on here. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And this definitely needs to be looked into. And that's exactly what we're doing. Exactly what we're doing. I don't appreciate what they're doing at all. Now, if it's a legal document, a real document, and not a falsified document, somebody puts a template together, uses a heading. Already have the possession of that. When she made a report, there's a heading on there, Bureau of Immigration, blah, blah, blah. Someone with even small talents could easily take that and place that on a document and then write up something that looks very legal. That's achievable. I know that is. That's achievable. But when it comes to a situation like this, where they're playing with your life, they're playing with legal matters, Then it becomes quite serious. Hold on. Damn. Like the back of my tongue. Yeah, I have to deal with this every now and again, unfortunately. That's life, I guess. You gotta deal with shit. Well, people are gonna be dealing with this matter, so I'm waiting this afternoon from some word from my attorney on this matter. Is there or is there not a bona fide resolution that has been produced? What is the status of the bogus complaint that Barry's girlfriend, Charisma Saram, falsely filed on me with false information? Heads are going to fucking roll. And I'll do the best I can to see that that happens, because I think things have gotten a little bit too carried away. Closing legal loopholes. Mr. says, sing a verse. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Break it down. It's hammer time. Well, this is not a funny matter, Istor. It's not a funny matter at all. Somebody's playing with my fucking life, and I don't appreciate it. Do you notice how quiet Barry has been all of a sudden? You know damn well, if Barry was sick or not, he'd be dancing all over his cell room. If he had a document that says that they were considering doing a deportation procedure against me, that they came to a resolution, he would be dancing all over his room. As unhealthy, as unfit as he is, he'd be doing somersaults in his cell. We haven't seen that. So something is up with this. People are starting to hide now. It's been quiet because names have been named all the way down to Brevis. All the information I gave the BI in also regards to 3 characters, Jay, Brevis, and Ricky, have all been turned in. Videos have been turned in. Something that they can't remove from their show. And it could be hammer time for them. They too come into this country as a tourist, okay? They love coming here. But what if they couldn't anymore? Imagine world peace, okay? Kidding aside, they have absolutely no right to put sensitive documents on YouTube. No right. I don't care how much you dislike me, hate me, I don't care what the fuck that is. If you wouldn't want to be done to yourself, don't do that to somebody else, is what I say. Shit has a way of coming back at you threefold, if not, more. But we are going to look into this matter, that's guaranteed. That's guaranteed. And of course, look into the matter of Barry's girlfriend's report itself. Oh, absolutely. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. Filing a false report is a serious crime. Harboring, aiding, and abetting somebody is a false crime. Put them together. Perjury, aiding and abetting, and harboring somebody. Yeah. They want to be ugly? I'll get ugly with this. And I may have no choice but to get ugly with this. I may not have any choice. They went a little bit too far, I would say. Jay screwed his own pooch. Yes, he did. Yeah, Ister says, very true, Frank, there will be a multitude of victory dances, which I haven't seen. So they think it's funny to display possibly a false document. But either way, even if it was not a false document, and it was a real McCoy, as they claim that it is, only persons on a need-to-know basis would be my attorney, myself, and Miss Saram, Barry's girlfriend. Nobody else would have to have their hands on that. She would not even be able to transfer that information to her boyfriend in jail. Not without the people or parties involved in this matter. Nope. This is all going to leak into the courtroom too as to what's being done. Yeah, I have a really good feeling that Barry screwed the pooch in a big way. Well, we already know he did, but he doesn't know how much. He's going away. There's no question about that. There's none. I don't have to sit here and think about that. He's going away for a decent amount of time. I'm sure at least 5 years, minimum. At least 5 years. Frank, if you thought of maybe checking your local post office and asking if they have any registered mail for you. No, they're very good. They're very good in delivering here. They're very good in delivering. Well, I mean, my lawyer didn't even get it. That's, closer than me. I'm on a fucking remote island, you know what I mean? Sort of remote. He would get it in Cebu at his office before I did. And he'd be the first one to tell me. But that didn't happen. That didn't happen. I didn't get it. He didn't get it. And supposedly, as Barry would hint, is that his girlfriend hasn't received it. So how would it be possible for Ricky to ricochet over to a Manila immigration office, say, hey man, you got a copy of that resolution? Now, on one hand, they say, who the fuck are you? I'm the guy that helped the complainant put in this report. I paid for the lawyer. Even so, that would be illegal for immigration to turn over such documents, sensitive documents, to somebody who is not have an involvement in the case other than financing somebody, getting him a lawyer. He would have no right at all to handle paperwork like that. None. No, I can't see you, Sofa King. Yeah, the order's coming from Intramuros in Manila. That's absolutely correct. So what Jay's doing, what Ricky's doing, what Brevis, he's involved with this, they're doing is wrong. I gave every bit of information I could to the Bureau of Immigration Intel Unit. It took me a little while to write this up and attach videos and stuff like that. But I did that today. I make use of my time. I'm not sitting there on my ass all the time watching repeats on TV. I took my time to do that so they could have this backup information. I told them about Brevis's background. I told them about Ricky, what he does and what his background is. Jay, coming from Australia, who likes to come in this country, and what he did on camera holding up a document that was either falsified or was the real deal, excuse the expression, but without exhibiting the signature pages, the very vital heart of such document, which leads many people to believe that this is a false document. But as I said, even if it was only the first page of the document, nobody, and I do mean nobody, has the right to display that on YouTube. Nobody. If I did that, I would be in big ass trouble myself. I mean, put it this way, even if it was a real document, they should have put it on there. But even if there is a resolution and it doesn't favor me, I'm not sweating it out because I'm not going anywhere. My lawyers would instantly file to the Court of Appeals. It doesn't even require me to go to court. Or the Secretary of the Board of Immigration. There are avenues. I talk about that all the time. They think I'm going to be picked up, scooped away. Well, wishful thinking among these parties, but they think I'm going to be picked up and scooped. It's not like Barry's situation. Barry did an intentional overstay for nearly 7 years. Mine strictly was, I'll say it again, it's been administrative, based on the fact that there was a complaint filed against me in immigration, and they didn't have any choice. Immigration was not doing anything wrong. See, I'm not blaming immigration at this point. They didn't do anything wrong. except maybe if they accepted her complaint. But there is some words buzzing around. I'm not saying with who, but nothing to do with YouTube. That there's some words buzzing around that there was some foul play involved with this. You know, like payoffs. Yeah. That's, of course, yet to be proven. That's why there has to be an investigation on this. Tell you, I was starting off as something kind of funky. It's turning into a huge ordeal, but not necessarily for me. Not necessarily. Just like any one of you all out there. Would you want sensitive documents floating around? Look what they did with this civil case in Hawaii. That was bad. That was really bad. They were putting court minutes on there. They were, Fazio was behind a lot of this. Rest in peace, Fazio, you piece of shit. Fazio was involved with a lot of that. And people don't know how deep and dirty he was. Do. Oh, believe me, I do. Nasty motherfucker he was. He got his just reward in a big fucking way as far as I'm concerned. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I sound cold? Or am I not cold enough? I could oblige you. I'm not a big and bad dude. But I'm going to tell you something. I really stick up for my own rights and people that I love. When an injustice is done, it's going to be addressed. No matter how much money it takes, no matter how much time it takes, how much effort it takes, it will be addressed. It'll be addressed. And it is being addressed. And I can't wait for the results of what we're investigating right now. Don't ask me any detailed questions on anything. You'll see when the time comes. Someone made an elaborate mistake of going along with her loser boyfriend to put a totally false, invalid, egregious complaint on me based on invalid, unproven evidence. I know what they did. They took the worst of any videos and some that were created on me and edited and so forth and turned it in with their complaint, not knowing the whole story. I know how this works, okay? I know how this works. But it's our opportunity to prove different. When I say heads are going to roll, heads are going to fucking roll. I'm putting my whole soul and being into this matter like you've never seen me do before. You think it was extreme what I'm doing to Barry? Nah, you haven't seen anything yet. No. The Three Stooges, Brevis, Ricky, and, of course, Jay Stillman. The squinty-eyed guy who holds a cigarette like a woman. The guy who smokes 3 packs a day and drinks a gallon of fucking booze a day. The so-called Bitcoin millionaire, as Brevis claims to be. But yet Brevis is the cheapest guy in the YouTube genre when it comes to money. He's just too busy impregnating people. Poor innocent girls. These women don't have a chance around him. He don't care whether he's shooting blanks or he's made of nitro, shooting out nitro, but it's the woman's thing to deal with it, apparently, with Brevis. He don't give a fuck. He impregnated some chick that had a miscarriage, I understand. Did he give her any condolences? Did he help her pay any medical bills? I mean, he got the woman pregnant. Piece of shit that he is. He didn't care. He don't care about. Why do you think his girlfriend's pregnant? Do you think it was purposeful? Do you think it was purposeful? You think Brevis, of all people, Mr. Cheap, wanted to have a baby Hell no. Not Mr. Free to Be. Mr. Man who hangs around the bars and acts cocky. Hell, that was definitely not his endeavor to have a child, but the fact is for it. And let's hope that he's being very responsible. Let's hope that the child is being very well taken care of. We can only hope for that. That he has some measure of decency in his body, which most people don't see, and I've never seen it. Previous owner has something to say about somebody, but examine himself and what happened to him in California. Because that information, pardon me, my tongue hurts, has been transferred over to the BI Intel unit. I don't waste any time. It's not, why waste time? Now he's simulcasting you, Jay. Oh, Jay's simulcasting me? Good. Hi, Jay. You say Jay's simulcasting me? Okay. Good. Listen hard, Jay. Listen good. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. You really do hold a cigarette like a fucking woman, man. You know that, Jay? You really do. And then what kind of a man does a video in his shower and he's got hanging on the wall a fucking false penis, and he's playing punching bag with a false penis. What kind of a man in his right mind does something like that? He does. Right, Jay? You simulcasting me? Why don't you listen to me? You're one weird dude. You got some problems, dude. And you may have more coming. You may have more coming. Don't be surprised. You had no fucking right to put any document, real or forged, on YouTube. Get it through your head. Go stay in mama's basement. Let her take care of you. Because no woman is, that's for sure. Or would want to. Okay, that's the current info. I'll know something this afternoon on one of these issues anyway. Yeah, my lawyer wasn't happy with this either. He said everything that was done was entirely against the law. He goes, who is these people? I told him who they were. I'd mentioned Ricky before, well before Jay, in the past, and showed some of his videos. So they're kind of aware of Ricky prior to Jay, but now they're aware of Jay. And they got the copy of his video. I did preserve that. What do you think about that, Jay? So that's kind of what's current and going on. Well, there's a few things going on, but we're not talking about it on here. That's for sure, not on YouTube. Hell no. Hell no. Barry's sitting there in his bunk bed and doing a little thinking today. Barry? Are you? Good, do some thinking. Because you fucked up your life. You entirely fucked up your life. And you want to fuck up mine, right? That's the whole idea. Right, Barry? Well, we'll see about that, but don't hold your breath. There might be more charges against you. Wait and see. Show up in court in April. Show up in court in April. Get yourself a lawyer. Or represent yourself, either way. Either way, it's going to be a joke. I look forward to these court cases when it comes to Barry. I absolutely look forward to that. I'm the one that's got a case against him. It's not the other way around, but nevertheless. It's either you got evidence, you don't. Evidence was presented. My testimony is coming up. I think that could be the next one here. I think they'll be allowing me to testify, I think, on this next hearing. But again, if Barry's not represented, they may not allow this. It just means that he has to sit back further in his jail cell and stay there until he does get a lawyer or decides to represent himself. And that could take a really long time. all considered. I don't know, what is Jay getting out of all this? I don't know. Jay's a guy that used to contact me on Messenger, just like Mick did. Can you tell me? He's always asking me a question for information on somebody all the time. Always looking for trouble. Until I stopped talking to him on Messenger, just like, Mick Fisher. And for good reason. Because these people both turned on me, or at some point they did in the past, or certainly in the present, but I had no use for them. So I stopped giving Jay information that he was looking for all the time. I said, fuck this shit. Jay's a huge fence jumper. I'm not giving him any more information about anybody. Mr. Istor says, now he's simulcasting you. Jay, keep my name out of your mouth. Was he mentioning you? I don't know, Jay. Why do you get yourself involved in this? I don't understand. Jerry's always saying he had nothing against me. Really? That's surprising. It sure seems the opposite, Jay. Sure seems the opposite to me. You putting that fucking document, false or not, is what's going to get your ass in trouble. You had no right to do that. It was not your position to do that. It was not your job to do that. You had no legal license to do that. Suffer it now. I'd be concerned about your immigration in the future when you plan to come to make a trip here. Disinformation might be actually sent out for a particular office in immigration that will control security at the airport and saying that there's some questions about your immigration status. Boy, you'd fall apart if you couldn't come to the Philippines, wouldn't you, Jay? Well, keep up the good work. You're heading there right now. These people have a way of sabotaging themselves. Anyway, I will know something legitimately before the end of the day. Supposedly, anyway. I mean, I'm not their only client, but he was definitely supposed to look into this today and promised me he would, because he knows how important it is. And even for his own knowledge, because he has definitely something to say about this matter. And as my attorney, he's not happy about the display of a forged document or a legal document to be put, of all places, on international media, YouTube. That's not the way it's supposed to work. That's not allowable. It's actually illegal to do that. So all my lawyer has to do that, these guys are putting illegal documents on YouTube. And immigration is going to check into that shit, They're going to check into that. They may hear something from them. They may invite them into their office and say, what's this all about? I got a video showing sensitive documents on the YouTube platform. What's that all about? I got to see what you're going to say to that. You or Ricky. And of course, Brevis, the Three Stooges, they all play a part in this. Oh, they do. All of them. The Three Stooges. It's still raining. I can't believe this. 2 days in a row here. Well, I can't say it's rainy season. I mean, it'll rain whenever it wants out here in the Philippines. But we're getting our share, or getting a lion's share of rain here. And wind. Some kind of low pressure system. I don't know what's going on. No, lights were not off today because they couldn't work, apparently, to work on their generators for the electricity to remedy some problem. I don't know what they were doing or installing or whatever, but thank goodness they canceled it for today. Okay, if anybody has any other questions, feel free to do so. I'm not going to be on here too much longer here. So, have anything you want to add to this, or if you have a question, just feel free to ask me while I'm still on here. I got other business to take care of. But, yeah, wrong is wrong, you know. Right is right and wrong is wrong. But as I said earlier in my broadcast, they think a police officer is going to come to my door and arrest me. In my situation, not that I'm extra special sauce or anything like that, nor do I think I am. It just doesn't work that way in this situation. They put an administrative order out. I'm not purposely avoiding my exit at all. And it has not been 4 months, and I don't know where they come up with this shit. They don't exactly know, the YouTubers, when I got my last visa renewal. They only know the time that I came in and I showed it. It was about all I shared. It's not been no 4 months. That's ridiculous. But then again, everything is hyperbole on here anyway. Gross exaggeration for effect. Makes them feel good about themselves. Jay, there's nothing for you to feel good about yourself. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. There's nothing. I can say a lot of expletives about you, but I'm not going to give you that opportunity to let me say it. Let's just say that you're not a decent human. You never were, in my opinion. And I'll go to my deathbed saying that. Get your life together, Jay. Stop treating women like they're your subservient nature, like they're indentured servants. You might get more respect from women if you treat them just a little bit nicer and not look at them like they're some kind of a tool or something and, you know, just all they are is a pussy to fuck. There's more to a woman than that. Don't treat women the way you do, because we've seen you on camera when you had guests over your house, when you were here in Cebu or otherwise. We know better. I know better. Okay, I need to do some rest here. I need to drink some more water and take some vitamin C. I gotta heal now, so don't really want to deal with this shit today, but I'll find out later on, hopefully for the day's over today. What is the situation with the resolution? Yay or nay on that? And if so, it doesn't go my way, well, we just enter the next steps. And you're wrong, Jay, and so is Barry. Yes, we do have a recourse on this. You gonna believe a YouTuber or you gonna believe a lawyer? Ask yourself that question. And hold your cigarette right, Jay. You know, just really, I mean, this effeminate thing with you is being noticed by people. Oh, and smoke that cigarette. Blow it in my face. That's all right. Smoke more. Drink more. You got my approval on that. As much as you can. Don't let me stop you. All right, guys. Tell you what, something comes up today, I'll either share it with you or I won't. I think too much has been shared already with all this legal shit going on. Sometimes it has to come to a point where it's just crickets and let people find out what they need to find out on their own. That should have been the way I would have done it from the beginning, when I should have done it. Leave certain personal and legal information out of it. That's always the best advice, and I could give that to myself. People want to find out something, they have to look it up or whatever. But if it turns out to be a fake report, oh, I'll let you know that. I'll definitely let you know that. Then the next step will be taken to address that. It's not going to help Barry, or his girlfriend, or Jay, or Ricky. I don't think so. Because they consider this to be a serious situation when sensitive documents are put out without
the parties involved knowing about it, that's involved in the matter. And Barry's done that many times. Well, he's dumb as the day is long, that's why. You'd expect this from Barry, but, well, then again, the other guys are not exactly, you know, brain scientists. But nevertheless. All right, out of here. Okay, I'm gonna make this short and sweet. My attorney went over to the Cebu office. They, in turn, called the Manila office. And as of today, sorry, I can barely talk here, my tongue. There has been no resolution reached. End of story. So, do the math. Do the math. Welcome, Philippine tourist and wannabe Philippine tourist. Welcome to my evening wind down show. Now, you have to forgive me a little bit. I'm not having as much throat or whatever problems that Junior Mint is having, but nevertheless, I need antibiotics myself, which I'm on. Tongue hurts a little bit, so it's a challenge to eat and talk sometimes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Now, I'm not on here to attack Mr. Jordan, but instead, I'm on here to, on the contrary, educate Mr. Jordan. I've been hearing things like, you should self-deport. Well, why would I do that? And better yet, why should I do that? I know it makes it easier for you, thinking that if I had gotten deported or self-deported, that the case would be over for you in court, but I do need to straighten you out just a wee bit. No, that's not how it works. There's still going to be a trial. That's not going to go away. So you got to have a little patience. We both do. And see where it goes. it's a wild ride, but, you know, I'm paying most of the tolls on this. So just think of what you got. You got free room and board. Well, free room, electricity, can't be that bad, considering other options. So we're not here to attack you tonight, just to kind of set you straight. No, I'm not going to self-deport, and I have no reason to do so. Absolutely none. What else can I cover tonight? Because I'm not going to do a long show. Just trying to get things a little bit straight here. Now, I'm not going to give you apologies for the time you spent and been spending in detention. Actually, let me straighten you out on something here first. And we're not attacking you. You say that the place is going to be renovated, right? Okay. Well, you know, needless to say, I think you're going to be in there for a while. So they may have to move you. And if they can't find another place, chances are you might wind up in a prison jail. So consider that. You don't talk about that. You say, Frank gets incarcerated, he's going to be over here. But then he says, no, he's not, because they're renovating the place and you're going to be put somewhere else. Well, wouldn't you think so will you? Okay, just want to straighten it out. Don't fall apart on me. Take it easy. Take a breath. Take a breath. Buy some honey to help your throat. It's a natural antibacterial. Take it easy. Drink some tea. Relax. Relax. You got time on your hands. Relax. Chill out, man. It's a long journey for you, but it's been a long journey for me. So, that we have in common. Believe it or not, we have something in common. We've both been on a long journey with this crap. It is what it is, and you got to just play it out, and you have to see where it goes. There's not much choice, really, when you think about it, unless you want to kill yourself. I don't recommend that if I can't control what you do. Just understand that not everything is how you see it in your world, in your mind. Don't come from a point of bitterness. And you say you're not a bitter person, but I have to disagree with you on that. You're very bitter. You're very bitter. I understand. I do. Now, if I sound funny, sorry about that, because I actually have on the right side of my tongue is kind of sore. And yes, I am on antibiotics. Just started today. Ow, it hurts, though, when I eat and swallow. Not my throat, but it's the side of my tongue. But I'm sure you don't care about that. I don't have going on what you got going on. Thank goodness for that. But, you know, I looked into it and, yeah, antibiotics. Give it a couple of days. Tongue hurts on the side. That's why I sound funny. Yeah, it is kind of hard to talk. Hopefully, that's going to feel better by tomorrow morning. I'm hoping. I've done everything you could do. And that's what I mean. You got to do what you can do in life. I've taken saltwater gargles. Oh, yeah. And honey. Doing the best I can. Oh, we got 15 souls in here this evening. Welcome aboard. You want to put that on medium? The fan. So, I'd like to get a few things straightened out. And by the way, you said that your girlfriend had the resolution. Well, thanks for saying that. Thank you. We got that recorded. Because if there was a resolution, she shouldn't have it. Now, unless the immigration is lying to me and my lawyer, what would that be all about? I don't know. How would somebody be in possession of something that me and my attorney never received? And that's why. Oh, and let me straighten something out. He didn't go to Manila. You got to get the wax out of your ears, son. He went to Cebu, and they contacted Manila. Okay, we got that straight now? Thank you. Listen a little bit. Stop being so impulsive on everything you say. Gotta get that throat spray. It's kind of an anesthetic. I have to shoot my mouth with that. Um, yeah, I've had shit like this before. It's nothing new to me. Doesn't mean it's not uncomfortable, but you hear the way I'm talking because you have to use your tongue to talk. And utilizing my tongue to swallow and talk hurts on the right side. So he's looked at it and said, yeah, he's got to take antibiotics. You know, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. You may not be a fan of antibiotics, I'm not, but if something could work and help, I'll definitely try it. So try taking a different approach to things day by day. Calm down. I know it's easy. You're probably saying it's easy for you to say you haven't been in a cell for 23 months. I understand. I do, actually. You think I'm heartless, but I'm not. But I did not order the amount of time that you have been spending in your cell. I have nothing to do with that. It just so happens you got a case and they just can't release you on your own accord. That's part of the legal protocol. And I did not establish that at all. So chill out. And stop making things worse for yourself. I mean, you were giving me some advice earlier. Yeah, leave the country, right? That was advice. I'm going to give you some advice. You need to chill out. See that alarm? You hear it in the background? Yeah, prison alarms like that, okay? You need to chill out. You said too much. And we all heard what you said over and over and over and over again. I think people get your point. You're unhappy in the position you are in. I think everybody understands that. I understand that. But as Mr. Robert Clausen likes to say, and as John Blaze likes to say, it is what it is. If you can't do anything about it, my advice to you, don't make it worse. And unfortunately, you have done that throughout the past 23 months. Have you not? Why would you do that? All right. We all understand that you're upset. We get it, all of us. But you're not making your situation better, you're making it more uncomfortable for yourself. Nobody wants to be locked up and be told that they can't go walk the streets, go to the bar, chase ass, whatever you have to do when you have freedom. Nobody likes you. Think everybody who's in prison loves where they are? No, they don't love that. They want out. And I don't blame them. Not anybody blames anybody. But it is what it is, the situation is. You need to get a lawyer. And because if you don't, and I'm just giving you some friendly advice, I'm not attacking you tonight. I'm just giving you some friendly advice. Like you were trying to give me, but it wasn't really friendly. You just want me to deport, so thinking that your case is going to be over, but I'm afraid to tell you that's not the case. If you don't believe me, look it up. But, just don't work that way. There will be a continued trial no matter what. Now, that's a fact. Again, look it up. You're not capable of representing yourself. And oh, by the way, if you think you're going to go to court or on screen or anything else and flash a piece of paper and say, see, he's getting deported. Court don't want to hear that. This, I got to make you understand, is a court case against you. It's not the other way around. And once you understand that, you'll understand what I'm saying. Stefan says Slick knows he has been defeated and just cannot accept it. He really hates authority. Well, that is true. It is true. He hates authority. You know, not everybody likes authority. Some people don't like their bosses. You might not like your coworkers. You might even not even like your mates, but you got to go through the process. There is no magic pill that's going to solve your problems. Remember, you're on trial in this court in Toledo. I'm not on trial. You are. You think you're going to run in there like a white knight and you're going to present, look. He's got a resolution, or he's got this pending resolution to get deported. The judge doesn't want to hear that. The fiscal doesn't want to hear that. My lawyer, who is a prosecutor and an attorney, don't want to hear that because there's no need, because the case is not addressing any external issues outside of a cyber libel case. They're not going to throw the case out because you run there with a piece of paper yelling like you did a couple of times in court, which was very embarrassing, by the way. And, the court is not going to stop, and the judge is not going to say, okay, this guy can't be in his courtroom because he's null and void as a person. He's under a complaint with immigration for deportation. No, the court does not recognize that. Again, I always give the people the opportunity to look this shit up. You don't have to believe me at all. You don't even have to listen to me. I wouldn't say it, especially with a sore tongue on the side, and waste my breath and have a little bit of pain exuding from the side of my tongue from an irritation, to waste my words and oxygen to tell you this. It is what it is. And the sooner you face that reality, the better off you will be to go from day to day to day until the court sessions, the trial ends. And a decision is made, good or bad, to your likes. You are in the court system, and you're not going to get out of the court system. That's it. That's it. Show up, be a good boy. You want to represent yourself, you have the legal option to do that. You most certainly can. Nobody said you can't, but I guess that wouldn't be a real wise idea, and I think you understand, sir, why. Okay? You can't come in there and say, you know, and oh well, and flash a piece of paper and look. You can't do that in the courtroom, man. They'd laugh you out of the courtroom, and I don't mean to be upsetting you in any way. I'm just telling you how people see these things, okay? You got to get into the real world. The real world. You think I like having to do all this legal shit? Of course not, man. Me or anybody else wouldn't like to have to go through this crap. We both want it over, you know that. We both do. But we're in this too deep, and there are no solutions, apparently. You didn't want to be cooperative in a particular way, and you know what it is. And I refuse to be cooperative in dismissing the case. So it's a Mexican standoff, or it's just a standstill, and I guess that's where it is. You know, there's the old saying, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Well, if you're bathed, I might scratch your back in a deal. But the thing is, I don't think there's ever going to be some agreeable terms. And actually, I've come too far, spent too much money, more to come, and that's okay. And got myself headfirst into this shit. And you certainly contributed yourself headfirst into your continuation of throwing some very horrible mud pies once you got the fire charges on you. That you got to understand how I think on this. It's like it's not just me. It's really everybody because they all talk about it. You know, it's not nothing new that I've been talking about it, but I've been saying that you know it wasn't a wise idea once you got these charges on you that you just continue to make horrible allegations and defamation and all the expletives and everything you did to get into that breaking of the Republican Act law, which is actually a very strong law out here. And they take, they take this seriously out here. They do. They take it very seriously. Oh, I didn't know we had how many? My eyes are so bad. 32 or is that 22? 32. Okay. Okay, well, I'm not on the attack of you tonight. I'm just kind of straightening you out a little bit. We all have wishes and dreams and wants, but sometimes certain things are unreachable under certain circumstances. And the quicker you wake up to reality and get out of your fantasy land of having an RV, well, you could talk to John Blaze about that. He was showing just kind of a dilapidated RV with a fake fireplace. I guess he must have sold after he got it fixed up or had it totaled the nice RV that he has. So now Mr. Blaze seems to be downgrading his life because I guess since he's married and his Filipino has Americanized, his bills have taken quite a rise. And had to make allocations for that. Yeah, that happens sometimes. That happens. But we have back. Frankie sounds so relaxed and chill. No. Well, I am relaxed, but not for any medicine or anything. I have an infection. Uh, it was a little bit with the throat, but it's actually, when I'm talking funny, is because uh, part of the right side of my tongue is very irritated. Very irritated. Even though I've taken salt gargles and all kinds of shit, but now I'm on antibiotics. I started today. Took my second one about an hour ago. It's going to take a couple of days to see what's going on with this because my ear was hurting. So I went to one doctor in Van Tine that I normally see and looked in my ear, a little round, red around the edges, no perforation. Believe me, you'd have a heart attack if you looked in the scope in my right ear because what you're going to see is a whole lot of scar tissue on the tympanic membrane that you know of as the eardrum. It's a horror show. But he didn't notice a perforation, which is really good. I said, should I put drops in my ears? No, no, no. Give you an oral antibiotic. So we started off that today. Yeah, it's uncomfortable when I eat, when I talk, when I try to swallow. It's the tongue on the side. I said, do you see any signs of any cancer? And no, I don't see anything like that. I said, oh, that's good. So you have to persevere things that happen, whether it's a health condition, whether it's a legal situation, whatever it might be. I could have been a doctor, to be honest. Well, I missed my calling. I'm a fairly intelligent guy. No, I don't think I'd ever become a doctor. I think I could have been possibly, if I really studied, a nutritionist, or mm, yeah, maybe something along that line. Maybe so, but I wouldn't want that responsibility because you suggest certain products to people, and if they have an allergic reaction or something to it, they're going to come and sue your ass. You know, you just basically practice what you practice for yourself. I mean, I think I'm alive because of some of the good things I've done to myself. I swear to you, you know, if anything, I thought my brother would outlive me. Well, actually, he died at 72, so he lived longer than my age right now, so I still got a year and a half to catch up. But, you know, he had all kinds of problems. I think to myself that, geez, I didn't do all the things that he did to get him into that very sad shape that he was in, with so many health problems. Okay, he did quit smoking, but he continued smoking pot, stuff like that, drinking and all that. And I tell my viewers all the time, they don't listen to me, but some of them actually do. I mean, look at John Blaze, his girlfriend brought him out all of a sudden to buy some green tea and turmeric. And you know what I have in the morning, right? Right? Okay. So, with this discomfort, I'm not going to do a long show here. I got to wind down for the night. I got this spray stuff. I got this shit from freaking Hawaii and the CVS drugs. It's a red liquid you spray in your mouth. It's supposed to help be like a part anesthetic of some sort. I don't know. The worst thing is to have any pain is on your tongue or the side of your tongue because it makes it difficult to eat, talk, and swallow. Yeah. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, Barry doesn't sound very good, and he's still hoarse. And I think one of the things that he needs to look out for is pneumonia. That's what I'm thinking here, that this could develop. But I don't know. I don't think, truthfully, that if he did go to the doctor, I don't think he had any lung x-rays because he wouldn't want to pay for that. I would have had advised him, whether we get along or not, whether we're at battle or not, I still offer advice. I would say that he should have gotten some lung x-rays. I think you at least have an idea if he's developing any pneumonia. Sometimes you can find it out on a simple chest examination with the stethoscope. If you hear a crackling sound, if you hear a crackling sound that a doctor can identify, been trained to, it could indicate that you have pneumonia. Because I've actually had pneumonia once. It wasn't like, full-fledged, but got on antibiotics at the time. And he did hear that gurgle. It's like a crackling sound. Snap, crackle, pop, Rice Krispies, whatever, something like that. Yeah. I was listening to some really interesting stuff on the internet, you know. Man, I've learned quite a bit about life, about people, about society. Oh, and I mentioned on an earlier show, if anybody has a question, to my educational level, I didn't get a degree, and I already put this message out to Popeye, who gives such false information and unresearched information. He said he called up one of my colleges. What he called up is probably New York Institute of Technology, which I didn't graduate from. I went there for less than 2 years. Then I spent the rest of my time at the New York School of Visual Arts on East 23rd Street. And both of these colleges even admitted by, who was saying that they are actually prestigious institutions and become more so since the old days that I frequented these two schools. And what happened was I had a transcript, but I couldn't show my degree because upon my moving from the rental house to here, I looked through everything and I could not find the piece of sheepskin. I'm still going to make another run at it, but what I did was just today I wrote them, and they won't get this till tomorrow. Because the time I called, I said, "Can you provide some kind of certified copy of my degree or a letter of verification saying that I did indeed graduate with a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree?" Now, how long this is going to take, I don't know. If only not for my own good, to prove people wrong. I didn't doctor up some piece of paper like Popeye said, showing my credits and all that stuff. I didn't doctor anything up on there. No. People were typing things back in those days, and in the boxes, they might have used a lowercase rather than an uppercase, or an uppercase rather than a lowercase. That's all that was. That would be forgery, and Popeye's trying to accuse me of forgery. Well, they're trying to accuse me of anything they could think of that just comes to their mind. But yeah, I do have a Bachelor of Fine Arts. I don't know, what's the big deal? I don't have a PhD in anything. I got a Bachelor of Fine Arts. Big fucking deal. Well, it was a deal to me. I was proud to at least have reached that level of education. Nevertheless, some people never got out of high school. Okay, well, there you go. Let's see. Okay, no other comments, but that's good timing. Okay, I gotta take care of myself, so I'm probably not gonna be on here for a few days. I just need to rest a lot and take care of my little situation here. And I think people need to chill out just a little bit, give it a rest. You know, it solves no problems with people fighting with each other over who's supporting Barry, who's supporting me, what they think of Barry, what they think of me. You know, in the reality of things, it don't matter what anybody thinks of Barry. It don't matter what anybody thinks of me. You know, both of us, our heartbeats keep on beating. No matter where we are, either a good place or a bad place, life continues on until it can't. Everybody has the right to formulate their own opinions about somebody on YouTube or outside of YouTube. Doesn't mean you're always right. Now, it might make some people feel good to say some horrible things to people on here. But I'm not going to get deep into their psychology and why they do it. I don't have a good idea why they do it, but it doesn't faze me. And that's the whole thing. They're wasting so much time. I'm not fazed by what they think about me. Okay? I'm the only one that has any concerns or cares about myself and people I love. External sources that are trying to create havoc in other YouTubers' lives always wind up kind of in a bad position down the line somewhere. It just always happens when they're dropping dead or something, man. I don't know. I'm kind of out of this, you know. Yeah, I'm calming down here. I'm just, I mean, in general, don't, try to change something that you just can't change. Sometimes you have to accept certain things. Until you accept certain things going on in your life, you just make it a long, harder road to travel down in your life and your happiness. No, I'm sorry, but I can't believe, sir, that you're happy where you are. You said, I'm a happy person.
Good night.
Good night, my dear. You're not a happy person. Get a good sleep, dear.
Yeah.
Get a good sleep. But all you can do is your best, man. Just face this, grab the bull by the horns, sir, and just face your case, get it over with. And wherever the dice rolls, it rolls. You're going to get snake eyes, you're going to get a lucky 7. You just never know. Fate is kind of funky. You just never know. But no, I'm not going to self-deport myself, and I have no reason to self-deport. And I want to correct something. It's not been 4 months on what you were talking about. It was renewed in January for 2 months. So February, March, right?
Yeah.
It's March right now. So where is this? Didn't leave the country for 4 months. That's not a reality. I mean, I should know. And I don't know where this 4 months shit comes in on. I was over there. When was I here? January?
January, March.
Huh?
January.
I was there January, right?
Yeah.
For the visa, right?
Yeah.
And that's for 2 months.
Yes.
So there's February
March.
and there's March. Now, what is so difficult about understanding that?
In their calendar.
Yeah, it's on a calendar. I mean,
They have
where
their own calendar.
and where does 4 months come in? And I've heard Jay, Jubilant Jay, say something like that. I've heard Barry say something about that. Where the hell? I guess you were horrible in math. Where does 4 months come in?
They have like their own calendar.
Huh?
They have their own calendar.
They got their own calendars. Can't they figure it out? I mean, come on. Really?
And they're the above the law, so that's why they know everything.
No, they know everything. I know they're all lawyers. They know everything. So far, you've been some lousy lawyers. I have to tell you that. I don't know where half of you people came up with some of the information for the past 2 years. I don't know where the hell you get this shit from. I honestly don't. You've been so wrong about everything. And that encompasses everything about my relationship, whether I'm broke or have money, or how I'm going to survive if I have to leave the country. I've been doing quite a bit of shows since this complaint was put in. And do you really hear me stressing out? And no, it's not meds. In fact, I've reduced, for your information. It's not the meds. It's just that I'm taking a different approach to things. I'm just taking a different approach. Why? You know, why stress myself out? If it's something I could change, I'll change it. If it's something that happens I can't change, then I'll deal with it. It's certainly not that complicated. Not really. You wake up every day like everybody else does. Got your routines. Just another day, man. If something comes about that you have to deal with, it's really simple. You deal with it. If it's a legal issue, you put your heads together, with your lawyers, and you find out, you put together a plan that's going to, guess what? Remedy the situation at hand. Is that so hard? Okay. All right, I'm going to get off because my tongue is hurting. Where the hell did that come from anyway? I really don't know. But the whole thing was in the eustachian tube, you know. Your mouth is connected to your to your nose bone. Your nose bone's connected to your ear bone, whatever, you know. My sense of humor is pretty dry tonight. But you get the point. You deal with shit, sir. I could call here, come on here tonight and call you every name in the book, but I think we have both been through that. And I think everybody out there is just tired. I mean, they're so exhausted they can't even get up. They're walking down the street. Oh God, I just came back from an hour of Frank's show or an hour of Barry Jordan's show. I can't handle this. I want to commit suicide after listening to those guys. I mean, I can understand. I mean, I could really understand because even I get burnt out with this shit. How long has this shit been going on? Of course I'm burned out on it, man. I know Gilda is. She don't even want to hear his voice anymore. I mean, I'll tell you the truth. I won't be lying there. Once. By the way, Mr. Barry, do you remember when you came to my house that time and I was so gentile with you and I was very accommodating with you, like 300 in a pocket, and then you were coughing, and I gave you a Montelukis tablet to kind of help settle your lungs. Do you not remember that? But I remember that. That and 300 pesos in your pocket, I think I was being a pretty cool dude. I didn't have to. And by the way, it's poppycock shit that you owed me a pack of cigarettes I bought for you or whatever, the meal. I just joke about that. I don't care about that. I was never broke. Even I knew you were a moocher. You know, I already knew that. But I said, you know, just like people they talk about Filipinos, if they're going to ask you for a loan, just expect that it's a gift because they're probably not going to pay you back. It was the same thing with you. I knew you were a moocher before I even met you physically, personally. I knew that. I knew you weren't going to, you know, oh yeah, when I get out of here, when we leave here, yeah, I'll get you that pack that you bought me and whatever else. No, I knew you weren't going to pay me, man. You already had an established record at the time of doing this kind of shit. I already knew that, man. Okay, I'm going to have to head in, but let me just sum this up and say, yeah, it's been a hard road for both of us, really. I mean, both of us, not just you, me too. But unfortunately, what kind of broke any possibility of dealing with you is, quite honestly, is the fact that you got your girlfriend involved in this complaint. So, kind of a double jeopardy situation here. And you got to understand my mindset that there's no giving into something like this. You created a further problem. And, you know, I just can't find it, quite honestly, within myself to deal with you anymore. To be generous or, in effect, a fact of saying, hey, just, you know, throw this fucking case out, let the guy go on his way. We could have done that. We could have in the past. We could have. But you decided to continue to do shows on YouTube, fully known you had 5 charges against you, and you were beginning court, your arraignment, and you just kept on doing what you did, man. So, in all fairness, I mean, isn't this something that you brought upon yourself? Have you ever really given it that thought? Of course you have. You won't admit that because you're kind of a cocky dude, you know? Not kind of, I mean, you are. Too bad. You know, you make more friends when you be square with people, you know? when you be honest with people. No, Barry, you're not an honest person. You know that. You are far from being an honest person. You are a chronic liar. And I'm not attacking you with this. I'm telling you, I'm not attacking you. I'm telling you what I see and hear and what everybody else on YouTube hears. You've lied so many times about your Social Security, about the fact that you say you're married, and we all know that you lied about that, and you're not married. It's this continual lying is what makes people not want to donate to you, not want to help you out anymore. You're the boy who cried wolf, man. And like in the fairy tale, the story, when something really did happen and this guy seen the big bad wolf or whatever it was, nobody believed him, found himself in a precarious situation, you know. That's sort of kind of, Barry, what has happened to you. Whether you realize that or not, that you can comprehend that. Now, I'm only trying to tell you what's going on. I'm painting a picture here, okay? I'm painting a picture. And I'm not yelling at you. I'm in a mellow mood. I really shouldn't be talking. It hurts when I talk with my tongue. It does. I'm not as in bad shape as you are, what you got going through with you, but nevertheless, it's not comfortable. You know. Let me explain something else to you that's going on so you understand what's going on with your lungs before I get off here. Barry, you have something called alveoli, and you have something called cilia. Okay, the alveoli in your lungs are getting destroyed by all the years of smoking. They can't do their job in pushing mucus, but the cilia is hair-like substance. It's like little hairs. And what that does, Barry, is it helps push the mucus out of your body. But when your cilia has been damaged, or because you were smoking since you were 8 years old, see how nice I'm being, Tim? Since you've been smoking since you were 8 years old, the cilia, that hair-like substance, like a brush, delicate brush, is not pushing the mucus out of your lungs. And that's why you're coughing and choking on your own mucus. There was a point in your time that if you had quit smoking a longer time, this could happen to me too. I mean, I don't keep myself out of this, you know. But right now we're talking about you. If there was a time that you would have quit smoking a lot earlier, you know, you would still have a lot of that cilia that was not defective to help do what the body naturally does, to move that mucus out of your lungs. Well, your body lost the ability to do that. And that's why you go into these spasms, coughing spasms, because you've damaged your lungs, you damaged the alveoli, and you damaged the cilia. Cilia, you're breaking my heart. Okay, I'll get serious about this. Good song though, right? That's an oldie. But yeah, that's what's going on. And guess what, Barry? I don't have to be a doctor to figure that out. Sometimes a man or a woman could educate themselves. Some people read books. Some people just Google things like I do. It's very convenient. It's fun. That's how I learn things. Gil says it's also the mold in that building. Yeah, that's definitely a contributor. Good evening, Wilson. Yeah, my tongue is kind of hurting. At least my throat's not sore anymore. I take antibiotics. I started today. Yeah, my ear's a little red. There's a little inflammation going on. So this, and also I felt my neck, and I thought it was my thyroid. There's a way of testing if you have an active infection, and you put your two fingers near your neck. If you put them really high, guess what? I was fooled. That is not the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland will act up when there's infection, but above your thyroid gland, gland on your neck, put your two fingers on there. If it's sore to the touch, if it's kind of aching, that is your, what they call your lymph nodes. So if your lymph nodes are sensitive to pressure on your neck, then you have an active infection. Okay? Try that sometime. You could try with your thyroid sometimes, and if it hurts, I mean, your thyroid acts up when you have an active infection, but mostly they're really testing you for your lymph nodes, and that's why he'll palpitate. I'm doing it right now, and it hurts. I'm not out of the picture. I'm not out of the woods yet. I'm doing it right now, so I'll stop. You know what the doctor say? Doctor, it hurts when I do that. The doctor said don't do that. Well, I'm going to stop doing that, but I'm just making a point that, yeah, very sensitive, and the lymph nodes are crying out, saying that you got an active infection going on. But just remember, make sure when the doctor gives you antibiotics, Barry, um, if it's a viral infection you have, you've got to try to differentiate between the two, and sometimes it's hard. And when they give you antibiotics, antibiotics don't work for a virus. A virus has to, you know, it's a matter of time. The virus will wean itself out. But, but, as you get older, 50, 60, and so forth, doctors will commonly give you an antibiotic because they figure you've been a smoker by your age and that they don't want any secondary complications from your viral infection if that's what you had. So that's why doctors will very commonly, this door is really fucked. That's why doctors will give you an antibiotic. And not everybody likes to take them because remember, it's also killing all the good bacteria in your body, which you don't want. But sometimes, like in life, I've been telling you on this broadcast, sometimes you have absolutely no choice but to accept things that are, get treatment for what needs to be treated, make the best of your current environment and the best of your current situation because at this point you really have no choice. Okay? Just trying to help you, man. A short gargle there. Oh God, hope I have a good night's sleep tonight. When a little bit of your throat and your tongue is hurting in your mouth, it's very difficult to deal with. Yeah, mold doesn't help either, that's for sure. No, that don't help. I don't know if you notice, you go to most condos, you go to rent a condo and you're in a Cebu or Manila, go look at a bathroom. Go look in the corner. You're always going to see in the corner or on the top of the shower, you're going to see black mold. I observe this stuff. They don't take care of these units, these bed and breakfast places or short-term rentals and stuff. They don't. They want to make the best profit they can without spending any money to fix the place up. They make it very basic. You got a bed, you got a TV, you got an air conditioner. They put some cheesy knickknacks around on shelves and, yeah. Okay, I gotta get off. Hope you learned something here. Of course you're gonna come back with some lame comments, but dude, I expect that from you. Always. But I think I did a pretty good broadcast tonight. And I said some things that could really help you deal with your present situation. You talk about deportation, all this shit with me and all that. I can't stress about that. If something did happen, we'll fight it, of course. And we do have that option, despite what other, armchair warriors are saying and what you're saying. You're wrong. I know that's a fact. If that situation comes up, guess what? I will deal with it like I deal with anything else in life. Thank you very much, Wilson. I'll try to get a night's sleep. The thing is, it hurts when I swallow with my tongue. That's the whole thing. God, I hope it feels better tomorrow morning. Anything to do with the mouth or throat is horrible, man. And listening to the way Barry coughs,
I did make a suggestion earlier in this broadcast that what he really needed to do, and I don't think he had that done. Because I don't think he wants to put out that money. He just refuses to put out any money. Oh well, you can't force somebody to do something they don't want. A simple X-ray, and it's not real expensive, could reveal something, a spot on the lung. It could reveal a tumor. It could even reveal pneumonia. And I've had pneumonia once. And they were able to see that on a regular X-ray. I didn't have to get a sonogram. That's my suggestion. Take it or not. I do my best. Hello. Oh, how you gonna do? Yeah. Yeah, another glorious morning. How was your day, Robert? Yeah, I'm still not out of the woods, shall I say. Still got a little mouth irritation on here. Still feeling it, but it'll take a couple of days. You know, last night I went into this whole soliloquy, and the subject was Mr. Jordan. Now, it certainly wasn't an attack show at all. It wasn't meant to be. We have common grounds. The grounds are that both involved with a legal case. You know, we're both, he's the one that's at a court trial, and I'm the one that instituted this. Okay. I think we all established that. It's still hard to talk with my tongue kind of still irritated. Well, duh. Totally quit smoking. That might help because it's just irritating it, right? In other words, that's something stupid to do, right? It's the same as I was trying to explain last night. You know, it's not very wise to do things over and over again that's not helping you, right? Makes sense. And I said over and over again last night before I went to bed that, well, I'm just going to elaborate it on this a little bit more. None of us are happy with what's going on, obviously. And on some level, I know that Barry is just, well, on a big level, he's absolutely frustrated. And that makes people use a lot of expletives and to voice out that they're not happy with their situation. And as I said last night, I understand it. Actually, more than you know. Nobody, including myself, would like to be incarcerated. Who would want that? Not me. And I'm sure he doesn't either. I understand he wants to fire a lot of bullets at me. Sometimes literally wants to. I just can't see if that's helping the situation. I tried to say last night, half groggy, really. I was tired, and antibiotics make you loopy. But I meant what I said. I understand totally where Barry's coming from. I do. I know, well, pretty much, if I was in his situation, I wouldn't be happy. But then I'd have to ask myself, too, how would it be helping me is to continue to just call me every name in the book and express his anger. It goes inward, what happens, it just kind of makes it hard to deal with that situation that he's in. Hello, Hemi. Yeah, I know. Well, not yet anyway, that we're aware of. But anyway, getting back. Yeah, I understand somebody getting really upset and they got a bad situation going. I mean, it's only human. I'm human too. And if I was in his position, who knows, I might be worse than him. But I would at some point come to the realization that if I really, really wanted to get out of this situation and help myself, I think it's counterproductive to do what he's been doing. It's entirely. They're so desperate to get you, Frank, that now have to troll you because they have nothing. God, with this tongue. I'm not sure what caused the irritation. I know I got a bacterial infection. That's why I'm on antibiotics. Ear feels better, but my mouth, still on the right side, hurts when I talk. But I have to talk in order to do a show, despite the discomfort. But that's my point. You deal with what you have going on, but you try to deal with it in a different way. Like I said, if you can't change something, accept it for what it is, deal with it as best as you can. And I know that's easy to say. As you can see, I have this different attitude on all this. Nobody wants to be in jail or a prison. I mean, duh, of course. But you also have to consider, why am I in that position? Why? You gotta stop being cocky and admit that, yeah, I fucked up. You fucked up. But that's my fault, right? Is it really? It's not my fault. When somebody fires some warning shots, they're trying to tell you something. They're saying, hey, dude, stop. Don't make it worse for yourself. Or I might have to force my hand to do something that you're not going to like. And that maybe I'm not going to like doing it. People think that, you're just trying to bring pain to this guy. Well, that wasn't an intention of mine to bring pain to somebody like some people believe. No. It was me crying out to say, you need to stop. But he continually said, I'm not going to stop. Nothing's going to make me stop. And he would call me every expletive in the book and more. I can't control what comes out of his mouth. Popeye got trolled by Ricky and fell for hook, line, and sinker. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, anybody out there would not be in that position, but you got to understand, how did you get in that position? So this is kind of a continuation of last night, because I was just falling asleep and was in discomfort, and still am actually this morning. Not as bad, but not too much better, really. I don't know how long these antibiotics, if it's even the right one, is going to take. But gee, you might want to have a cessation of your smoking, which is just an irritant. Duh. I even say that to myself. So we all do things that are sometimes really stupid. Yeah, we have to pay for it, whether it's a mouth and ear irritation or whatever. You continue to do the things you've been doing, like smoking, which is not going to help. In some cases, people are vaping, and they manage to get off the smokes, but then they go do something stupid like vaping, which is not much better. I understand, but you've been smoking that long, And as such, oh, and by the way, in regards to lawyers, I understand how some lawyers are not going to always satisfy you and give you information as you need it. Believe me, I go through that with mine. They'll promise you that, yeah, I'm going to do this and do that and get this document out. Mail it today. All right, why don't you give me a copy of this thing that you wrote up, right? I'm still waiting. Still, you don't get a copy of something. So then you got to ask them over and over again, and sometimes they do get irritated. I've been through that, absolutely. Again, it's almost like YouTube. I become the guy with the black hat. When lawyers are not free, I'm paying them. And yeah, lawyers do this. They don't always do things in a timely manner. Now, understand still, you're not their only client. And they're helping other clients. And sometimes they've got deadlines to write something up. But sometimes you do feel excluded. Like, hey, I'm one of your clients, right? Take care of some business with me. So there's been many occasions where I'd have to keep after them to get something done. But at the same time, I realized, chill out. You're not their only client. They'll get around to it. But the wrong thing is when they make a promise to you and say, yeah, I'll get this done today or tomorrow, and the time comes by and they still haven't. Then you ask them and then they're silent. That part of attorneys I do understand, Mr. Jordan and everybody else. I do understand that. Because I also go through that too. But again, as I said, I calm down and say, I'm not their only client. You can't have everything served on a platter to you when you want it. Because I'm the kind of guy, I don't want it today. I want it yesterday. And if I have to wait till tomorrow, that's even worse. I've never been a person with much patience. Let's just put it that way. Okay, let's see. Mark says, pay the big bucks and you get an attorney who works exclusively for you around the clock. Oh, it doesn't work that way, Mark. Remember, you're not their only client, and you have to understand that. And if they had no other clients, yeah, they could spend that time around the clock to do whatever it is they have to do. But in real life, it doesn't work that way. You're just another client, and they'll get around. They'll eventually get around to doing what they say to do, but it's really up to how much patience you have. And if you irritate them enough, they'll purposely procrastinate. It's human nature. Don't tell me what to do. I'll take care of it when I get around to take care of it. That's just life. That's just people. Barry, in his case, I think he just really had some high expectations of his attorneys and pushed him and pushed him and pushed him. And at the same time, didn't want to cooperate. So they bailed out. And that's got to be careful. Don't let your lawyer bail out on you. It's easy to get frustrated with attorneys. It's very easy. And if anybody knows, I most certainly do. It works that way for the super rich, but that's about it. Oh yeah, if you're super rich and the attorney is making buku bucks off you, yeah, they're going to give you a lot more attention. They take priorities in their cases. Who's got the biggest case I'm involved with? Who's paying the biggest money? Who has the potential? I can make big money because there's a big case or something. Yeah, like any other business. Why do I eat so loudly while talking? Eat so loudly? Well, I got a sensitive microphone on here, perhaps. Is there such thing as frank derangement syndrome pertaining to the other party? Oh, possibly. Well, you coined the phrase. Celia, you're breaking my heart. Oh, God, I even got into Celia of the lungs last night, trying to help the guy out. And the point is, if this guy was more cooperative, we wouldn't be at this point. And I could talk hours about how I feel he's messed things up and all that crap for himself, but it really comes down to one thing. I can't control what somebody else does. I'm not their puppeteer, they're not my marionette. I can't tell people what to do and how to do it. I can make suggestions, but if nobody adheres to my advice, my suggestions, then, what can I do? I used to do that with everybody. My brother, this son, now he's dead. I mean, I even warned Fazio, despite the aggressive nature of our relationship. I even tried to warn him. As far as his infection, I told him what it needs to be done. That his leg and foot needed to be in a, chamber, hyperbaric chamber. The only way to deeply get pressurized oxygen into his system to kill that infection. But he didn't listen to me. Now he's dead. God, what has it been now? Has it been a year, guys? It's really hard to keep track of this shit. Brightest says, all hail Lord Frank, the merciful, the crowded king of the community. Of course, the peasants are not pleased. I don't care if they're pleased or not.
this is a journey that me and Barry are on right now, and unfortunately for him, it's not going to have a great outcome. And I believe I said last night, and it's more so uncomfortable to talk. I'm feeling about the same thing right now today. God, it's the side of my tongue. That this could have been possibly resolved with a little bit of cooperation from him. For some reason, the trolls and everybody else think, you're really coming down harsh on this guy. Come on, man. The guy's been in there for almost 23 months. As I said last night, and I'll say it again. I didn't set the time limit on how long he was going to be incarcerated. I have nothing to do with that. It just so happens that this is how it works. There's a case on him, and they can't let him out until the case is resolved, So, of course, I'm attacked for this. I'm attacked for everything. Of course, that just goes along with the territory on here. I didn't tell immigration, hey, you got to keep Mr. Jordan in there X amount of time. There's been no money exchanged. I want to make that perfectly clear, as he likes to say that people being paid off. I could say the same thing. That how does his girlfriend get that goddamn report in for them to accept it? I could say the same thing, and there's been a few people that were basically talking about this and saying that maybe, just maybe, something underhanded was going on with this, because personally, I don't see how that report was accepted. And I've seen, obviously, what was written. Of course I did. 10 times I read that paper. And what was put in there was totally unacceptable. It was totally bogus. It was total bullshit. As by proof, if I really have to talk about this, the proof is that she's out on vacation, she's doing different things. The woman don't have PTSD because of me. Maybe dealing with him, she became depressed or PTSD or something. But, as I've said many times, she's doing multiple shows. Oh, here's the stuff. Hold on. Oh, God, this stuff is terrible. Where is she depressed? Does it look like this woman is depressed and it's like she ain't going on with her life, or she can't go out of the house, she's too afraid to go out because of me? What? Singing, dancing, going out on chores, vacation with family. There's nothing wrong with this woman, at least on that level anyway. I can't speak for anything else. That's why this report was so fucking bogus. Now, as a result of putting in that complaint to try to, attack my status quo of my life, she might have to pay for putting such a report together. And I don't mean money. Bryda says, I know you say it's not win or lose, but let's face it, 90% of this community eats crow weekly since you've arrived back from Hawaii. Mark says, weekly? Frank is serving crow on a daily basis. Bryda says, Ricky, Bama, Jay, and always forgotten Brevis look like fools. Oy. I mean, if he just cooperated and shut his fucking mouth, he thinks
He thinks on some level I'm like really enjoying this. To see somebody suffer like that, it's really not what people think. I didn't set the rules of the system. If he didn't have a court case against him, he would have been on his way home. But by something that was self-created by him that caused problems is why he's got this court case on him. He could have been in control of that. There didn't have to be a court case. But as I said last night, in my expression, that I fired the warning shots to him numerous times, and he didn't want to listen. That's all it is. Jay yanked his recent videos, I know, including the last one he did. I know, he's a coward. Right after Frank proved the resolution document as a hoax, the best and brightest, shocking what he said and done while in detention, clearly has learned anything, zero remorse for his actions. That is my point. That is exactly my point. He has not learned from the situation. So I get attacked by the masses. Oh, come on, Frank, what you doing to this guy? No, man, come on. How much time do I gotta repeat myself? He's doing it to himself. And I don't actually like to sit here and listen to my own voice and talk about this all the time. It's taxing to me. It really is. It's very taxing to me. Especially since my mouth hurts right now. What I don't do for you people, you have no idea. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I just told Gil, I said, good morning, and my tongue is still sore on the side. I'm trying to deal with that. That's horrible when you got something going on in your mouth. Well, anything is uncomfortable, that's not the norm. Like being incarcerated. Barry, I know at one point or another you're listening to my show, because you always do. Now just admit to yourself that, yes, I warned you, man. And I'll even tell my viewers, I understand completely why Barry every name in the book and that. You have to vent. You have to. You can't blame him for venting. It's just, the difference is, put a lid on it. After a while, just put a lid on it. It's just a bacterial infection. My station tube, my ear was hurting. In fact, I'm feeling my lymph node on my right side. It's still sensitive, so I've got to give the antibiotic a few days to work. It's not comfortable, I'll tell you that. I don't know, maybe ibuprofen will help a little bit. Inflammation. It's not as bad as Barry's situation, which is ongoing, but it's still uncomfortable. Fuck yeah. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. But as the expression goes, this isn't my first rodeo with shit like that. Have you seen what my eardrum looks like in my right ear? It's like a horror movie. So much scar tissue from operations and infection I've had. You'd say, holy shit, what is that? So I always warn a doctor. I said, look, when you look at my ear, I said, don't get too shocked, because the tympanic membrane is just absolutely creature-like, it's scar tissue. And I've been through a lot with this ear, let me tell you. For people that like to see me get punished or something, believe me, through the years of my life, I've been through some things that were painful, uncomfortable. So if it makes you feel better about yourselves, I have been through some medical things that were quite uncomfortable. Not life-threatening necessarily. Well, my ear was life-threatening when I was a kid. If I didn't have that mastoidectomy, yeah, I could have died or got meningitis and died or something. But I took it upon myself, not my parents. You know, they were the Alka-Seltzer freaks, you know. Alka-Seltzer is a cure-all. Well, they're not really far from the truth because it's very alkaline. If you had cancer, that might help with certain things, you know, alkalinity. But for the most part, you know, it was poppycock shit. Alka-Seltzer the cure-all because they didn't want to go to a hospital when they had a problem. I was so different from my family. You know, so different in how I approached a medical concern, my ear, or had a hernia, you know. They live by the thing is if it don't bother you, leave it alone. Yeah, while I was having pus dripping out my right ear. Literally. Pus. Yellow pus dripping out of my fucking ear. How gross is that, right? When you see you have a problem like that, you take care of it, right? But this philosophy also goes here on YouTube with certain individuals. I'll read your comments in a minute. Barry, listen to me, man. As much on some level I get enjoyment of what's going on with you to some level because I feel you deserve it. But on another level, I understand that you're not happy with your situation. I get it, man. I feel for you on that one. I do, believe it or not. But you can't always get what you want. If you try so hard, you might get what you need. Quote Rolling Stones. You attract more flies or bees, whatever, with honey than you get with something bitter. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I've been trying to say. You made it very obvious, Barry, that it all came out. How you feel about this country. I could say on one level I couldn't believe what I was hearing, but I believed coming from you. You really downed the Filipino people in this country. Oh, you're an undesirable, Frank. You're an undesirable. It says so on the sheet. No. Listen to me, man. You're an undesirable in every fucking way. I'm not under the attack of you. I'm just saying. I'm trying to handle this with kid gloves. You know, I'm trying to, at one moment, try to just make you understand where I'm coming from, why you're in this position, which is self-created, and I don't want to hear any different from anybody. You created your position, and you have to deal with it. As well as anything that comes my way, I have to deal with it too. That's just life. You try to make the best of a situation that you can. But what was the causation of this whole thing? That's the question. What was the causation? Think about it. The causation of this, Mr. Jordan, is that you couldn't help yourself, and from the first day that you received the charges on it was well before that, of course, but I'm just saying. You just blasted me, saying horrible things about me, just like he was doing about the Philippines. Look, you're frustrated. We all get it, man. I get it. My viewers get it. Your supporters, if you want to call them that, get it. We've been able to figure it out. We heard Jet say, we know you're not happy with me. I know you hate me, blah, 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 and all that. And it's not that I hate you, Barry. I dislike you. Because of your character. Because of what you and your girlfriend is trying to do to me. For one, you got to consider that.
And you want me to give you mercy? Really? That's not how you're going to get me to show you any mercy in this courtroom. I'm just going to be straight up with that, man. I think I've always been straight up about this. So I'll be straight up again. I will continue in the direction that I'm going. I reached out to you and I said, look, if you really want to see some form of compromise, get your girlfriend to admit that her report was bogus. That wouldn't be asking her to lie, because her report is fucking bogus. Period. Her report is bogus. She did that to satisfy you, and you pushed her to do it. Although you're always in denial. No, I never told her. She did this all on her own. No, she didn't do this all. We know you, Barry. All of us know you. You play a hand in just about everything. Everything. And you expect people to feel sorry for you. It's not going to work. I'll take my punches and hits on whatever happens with me in the future, but you're going to have to take yours. Neither one of us may totally win in this situation, but I've never regarded this as some kind of a fucking game, like your game player there, your Xbox, that, you know, you're going to shoot some villains and you're going to win or something. That's not the way it works, man. And, you know, I tried to tell you over and over again, man. And the viewers know I have. I said, you know, put a lid on it, man. Why would you do that and continue to do all this shit, all your expletives, everything else? Excuse me. When you're facing, you know, you're in court trial, man. Have you figured it out yet? When you're facing a trial, man, and the outcome of this just may not be good. And all I've been saying all along, all these months and years, really, it's become now, is that your mouth is what gets you in trouble. That's all I've been trying to say. I have a room with trophies, really. I don't think you guys understand me very well. This is not a competition of any sort. It's never been. I just got tired of him saying the things he said on a continual basis on social media platform, which can be heard by literally thousands of people, could be shared by hundreds of people, creating a reputation for me that's not true. I'm just defending myself is all I'm doing. Sorry, but he's talked shit about my girlfriend, family. He says he doesn't, but he did. You all heard him making a lot of references that she's a liar on a witness stand. How dare you say that? Questions were asked, and she answered them. The court don't give a shit, by the way, of what her marital status is. They don't give a shit about that. They don't give a shit about that. That's not what the court trial is about. They don't give a shit whether there's a charge sheet against me. By the way, and I want to emphasize this and make you understand it. The court trial has to do with cyber libel, crime. That is what is being addressed in the court, sir, and nothing more than that. Nothing more. Nothing more. Nothing else can be introduced in this by you, whether you like it or not. You can't run up to the judge in the middle of a court session. Look, I got a charge sheet, or I got a deportation complaint. No, you tried shit like that before, but you made a fool of yourself. You certainly did. I really blew him away. He was actually in the courtroom. No, what was it? Yeah, he was. When my lawyer showed the evidence right on camera, big screen, there was him.
calling me a fucking child molester and a predator, being very uncouth about it. He was being cocky about it. Judge seen that. People in the courtroom seen that. The fiscal seen that. The court reporter, the clerk, seen it. Put the information down on paper, as they do. You made a fool of yourself for the people to see in the courtroom and a judge. And as far as you pleading guilty, well, let me tell you what goes on with that. And I tried to explain to this guy, and it's just really impossible to get through to him. It really is. You pleaded guilty without the consent of your lawyer. And there was a certain, I use this word a lot lately, there was a certain protocol that your lawyer has to follow. See, the idea of you having a lawyer is that he's defending you. Okay? Have we established that? Good. Glad to hear that. But you didn't want to listen to him. Against his advisement, you went and pleaded guilty. Now, it was heard and noted by the court. However, again with the protocol, your lawyer was supposed to file a motion. I'm teaching you what's going on, my viewers. Your lawyer is supposed to file a motion, and you got to follow the guidelines. He has to file a motion on anything, and to do any plea bargaining, he has to file a motion to the judge, to the court, to do any kind of plea bargaining or anything else. Your lawyer didn't do it, because your lawyer gave up on you. Whether you like it or not, they all gave up on you. You're not an easy person to deal with, Mr. Jordan. You're really not. On every level possible. No, I think it's the 6th. I don't know. Well, that's what I just asked my lawyer. I'm waiting to see. I said, well, if Barry doesn't have a lawyer, what goes on? Do I still testify or, Barry shouting, I'm guilty, deport me, deport me. They may just do that. I mean, what do I know? They may just do that, but I kind of don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. Look, in the beginning, Mr. Jordan and my faithful audience, the idea certainly was to get his ass deported out of this country because he is undesirable in every way. Did you hear? I'm sure you did, because I still have it on there, I believe. What he talked about the Philippines culture, the people, and how worthless they are, how America can kick their ass, they should be down on their knees, sucking our dicks or something, or whatever. I mean, that Filipinos are low-class people, they're not educated like us, and look who's talking. He's not educated. What a hypocrisy on that is deafening. He's not educated. And you can't stereotype all Filipinos and say they're all uneducated and they're shoveling shit for a living. He really came down, and that was sent in. I got it. Because that was a beauty. You came down on the government. You came down on the people. You came down on their professions, their income, their education levels. I don't know what you didn't touch upon. I don't. You spelled it out. You made it very clear that you are a totally disrespectful person. Yeah, no, the Philippines is not for you, Mr. Jordan. It certainly is not for you. You don't belong here, period. You don't belong here. You don't belong here. But you'll get your chance not to be here. But unfortunately, you're going to have to go through trial, and you're going to have to wait for a decision of the judge on what he wants to do with you, not what I wanted to do. What he wants to do with you. He's going to hear all this shit, your attitude about Filipino people, You really blasted the Filipino people in this country. They're not bad people, Barry. They're really not. Everybody has their bad days too. And yeah, Filipinos and Filipinas have done some things that are not cool to other people, maybe to foreigners. Okay, there's crime out here like there is anywhere else. Nobody's perfect. But they're basically really good people. And I have not had, except for one incident, well, at least my girlfriend has had problems with somebody. But all the years I've been out here, I haven't really had any major problems with anybody out here. I really haven't. They know me, they like me, they're friendly with me, and it's all copacetic. I mean, it's all good. It's all good. Doxycycline. I think I'm on cephalexin or something. Mind you, the guy that did that video, 30 Things I Hate About the Philippines. Just like this guy, Jim. What the fuck's the name of his channel? And I played a clip of him. This guy is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's attracted to the Philippines on certain levels. But the only way he gets attention on his show, and this sounds familiar, doesn't it? All he does is blasting all the problems of the Philippines. The guy seems like a very lonely man, although he might be married. This chick is Filipino or wife or whatever. I think she's living in the Philippines. I don't know the whole story. But this guy comes on and he talks about everything that's wrong with the Philippines. So I laid a comment or two in there a couple of times. I said, fucking don't go back. She's in the United States. He likes to go back and forth. But all he does is blast the Philippines. Philippines is not a perfect place. We all know that. I know that. But Jesus Christ, man, if you're going to live out here, I got to wipe the phone. Hopefully I ain't going to do anything here. Hold on. No, I must have hit the mute button. How long was I off? Well, what happened was I was cleaning the face of my phone. And I must have hit the mute button. Too bad, I had a lot to say, too. How long was that going on? Oh, God, I hate repeating myself, contrary to your belief, folks. But I said that this whole thing could have been resolved. That's all. If he didn't continue just trashing me publicly on social media, which could be heard literally by thousands of people over time. Can you imagine somebody that don't know me? People's level of, their psychopathy. You don't know who's listening out there. And some people, who knows, maybe they had somebody in their family molested or something. Then they hear this goober coming on here saying that this guy's a child molester. And the wrong people hear this. You never know what could happen from that. It puts me in danger. He doesn't understand that. He never will. Yeah, making some noodlies. Noodles.
It's so early.
Yeah, I didn't feel like cooking anything, and I hopefully we'll get that cereal back today. We left some stuff at the store. We went to Bantayan yesterday. Peroxide, there was cereal, there was... Oh, and hold on, folks. You know, what happened is they failed to... Huh?
Good morning.
Good morning. No, what happened is I went to the pharmacy in Bantayan yesterday after seeing a doctor. I got some antibiotics. There was something there also, Montelukis, that I advised Barry to take. See what a nice guy I am? That if you're going through something with infection, this could help your lungs. You take this on a daily basis, a nightly basis. And anyway, they didn't include that in the bag. They didn't include the peroxide. I bought this special box of cereal. They didn't include that in there too. We went home and said, what the fuck? Where is this? Where is that? They bagged it up for me, but they didn't put it on the counter. So we went home thinking that the other bag, what we had in there, was everything that we needed. Or everything that I bought. But it didn't turn out that way. So they found a bag over there. It's a matter of just us go to get it, or a friend that lives in the area that, well, goes to back and forth to bring it back to us. I'm sorry, haven't been... I was 5 minutes I was off. Fairy's in here? No. My tongue needs amoxicillin. Okay. Well, I'm on an antibiotic. Was it cephalexin or generic anyway? It takes a few days to work, but yes, it is it's quite uncomfortable, I will tell you that. No, put both to the side. It's quite uncomfortable. Absolutely is. But like I said, it's not my first rodeo with this kind of shit, okay? Oh well. life has its challenges, doesn't it, folks? The older you get, the more challenges you get too. God, all this shit on the YouTube about Gene Hackman. They create these shows that are basically just to get views and clicks and all that shit to make money. And people were downing, putting a big conspiracy behind Gene Hackman and his wife. The kids, grown kids are in the picture. The wife, he thinks the wife killed. I mean, you know, this is what our fucking society has come to, man. Finding fault for people and rain fault. Or better yet, on social media. Social media. Which I think is the worst fucking thing that's ever happened to the world in respect to people just mouthing off a bunch of shit that they shouldn't be. Just to make money. Everything is to make fucking money. Put on a phony show about a star or somebody and say that they're dead when they're not dead. Clickbait. Like most of the YouTube shows, whether it's Paul or anybody, everybody's using clickbait. People just can't be straightforward. Everything's about money. They come here to the fucking Philippines, and pardon me, it's not fucking Philippines. Excuse my French. Because I respect the Philippines more than some people. They come here and they expect to have this great life, but they don't want to respect the culture or anything else. They come here and they find that they need to put a YouTube show on to make money. Well, some people make a few bucks, they're doing okay. But there's no guarantee. If you're going to be dependent on getting on social media and becoming some kind of a superstar, that's out of the norm. That's not the norm. People scratch by with their super chats and all that shit sometimes, you know? That's not going to solve their problem. What if they got rid of all this formats, you know, YouTube, you know, monetization, all that shit? What are they going to do? Inflation is taking place out here. What are they going to do? They're so dependent on making money from YouTube and so forth. Hackman left no money to his kids, right? No, it's 80 million, not 8 million. It's 80 million. It's going to go to charities, I understand. It's the way they wrote up their papers, him and his wife. Yeah. It'll wind up going to a charity. Now, who's the charity? Who's going to get the money? Of course, the children of Hackman are going to fight this tooth and nail. Fuck, they got $80 million to split between the two people. The guy and his sister, or whatever. It's a lot of money. Certainly worth fighting for, but their mutual wills specified how it was going to work. Oh well, you definitely cry in your soup on that one. They said his Alzheimer's was advanced, but he was spotted driving in a photo 3 months earlier. Doesn't sound Alzheimer's to me. That did him in. Who knows? But social media is going to build up a story to get viewers. There's nothing new about that. Even right here on YouTube, you know. Build something up, exaggerate it, get clicks and views. It's sickening. It really is. I don't give a shit about monetization. I've got enough subs to get it. I just haven't even bothered to go through the process. I probably have enough views to get monetized, but it's not something that I even went back and tried to do.
So I don't care about it. I've been monetized before. I didn't make dog shit. Why bother? Then if you make a lot of money here, then you got to pay taxes on it. And most people don't pay taxes. They don't go to the BIR. They may tell you they are. But they're not paying BIR taxes. Fazio never did. He showed a piece of paper showing that he was in the office. He wasn't paying no BIR. But he wasn't making a ton of money either. You think all these people that are considered popular on here are all paying their BIR? I highly doubt it. Nope. Scotty Boy landed in Van Tyen yesterday. Frank, he needs your intervention. Scotty Boy. I don't follow that guy. I wouldn't even know what he looks like. Oh yeah, the hate club will solve the Hackman mystery. Of course they will. I don't watch him. Fazio paid to for show. Fazio knew he wasn't supposed to, but he did it just to troll you, Frank. Of course. Everybody's got to have a hobby and activity, right? So why not troll? There you go. That works out real well. How did it work out for a few people? Celia, you're breaking my heart. Man, let me tell you something. Don't get a song in my head. You know, for example, you go to these Facebook feeds and they're showing people, you know, like when they were younger, stars and all that, the younger age, and they're showing the current, what they look like. And they play the same old music all the time. Damn, that shit's stuck in my head. There's two particular songs they use on there, you know, so over and over and over. That's why they use that same music. Yeah, I am astounded how people look from their stardom to younger, and you look at them now, but that's Mother Nature taking over, man. You only have so much control of that. I only have so. It is what it is. And stay reasonably healthy. That's up to you. Mother Nature plays a big part in this, but there are things you can intervene with that really could, you know, make you look pretty good for your age. And I don't mean plastic surgery and shit like that. It's not like every day somebody's approaching me and says, gee, how old are you? You look pretty healthy. I was just in the doctor's office yesterday. And I don't see this guy all the time. Very far in between do I see this guy, but before I went out, he said to me, you're looking pretty healthy other than what's going on, needing the antibiotic, you know. He says, you're looking good. I didn't ask him, hey, doc, how am I looking these days? No, man. He said that to me. And I've had a number of people, not like every day somebody's walking up to you. Hey, man, like, how old are you? I'm just curious. And I tell him my age. Oh, really, man? I would probably think you were about this age or that age. Yeah, I've had a lot of that. I've had a lot of compliments for my age. I'm very happy that although I'm aging, and so is everybody else, I seem to be aging fairly well. I'm really grateful for that. Did all these vitamins that they make fun of help me with that? Probably. Probably. Big Kevin is only alive today because he is nice to you now. Nice to me? When is he nice to me? I heard his last broadcast. He was down on me from the beginning of the fucking show. He ain't nice to me. He's never been nice to me. When? He's another waste case, though. He don't know what the fuck he's doing. Now he's in what, Vietnam, and it's the same old shit. He should have stayed in his aunt's basement. He had his shit a lot more together than him being in a foreign country. That's my opinion.
Should have stayed in Kentucky. Kevin doesn't hate you, Frank. He's just trying to be popular. Deep down, Kevin likes you. Yeah, I could see that. Firewall, Frank. Oh, yeah. He just loves me, I'm sure. That's why I look at these people. I hear their insults toward me all the time. Why are they saying that? Please, don't tell me that there's a certain amount of envy for a lot of reasons. Don't tell me that. That there's not. Because most of these people don't have their shit together. We know that as a fact. They don't have their shit together. And I pretty much do, and that bothers them. Right, Pepper? That's all it is. But you guys already know that. I've been on YouTube for a pretty long time. You know something about me. I mean, what don't you know about me? Well, there are certain things you don't know, believe it or not. But I think for the most part, I think you know I got a good head on my shoulders. I do have compassion, but not to certain people. And then why should I? Somebody's been stamping on you all the time. Defaming you. Spreading false rumors. You realize all the rumors been spreading by people like Popeye? According to him, I'm a deserter, or not a deserter. I never got drafted. But Popeye says different, because Popeye knows it all, right? And, man, if I had to go down the list, I falsified my college transcript. That's a good one, too. I mean, the list goes on. According to these people, I've done everything in the world that's evil and horrible, and I'm such a horrible person. They just say this to try to think they're going to hurt my feelings. Hasn't worked so far, has it? I always tell people, reflect upon yourself and tell me if you're any better than me. Really. If you think you are. I look at certain things like the lifestyle they're living compared to mine, and I say, you know what? There is no comparison. Why? Just because I'm not traveling all over the Philippines doesn't mean I'm not having a happy life out here with my partner, and I actually am having a wonderful relationship. I love being with her. I can count on her for everything. I can depend on her. I can trust her. Not everybody has that relationship. That's all I hear on here. People meet in the Philippines and they break up, and there's mistrust, there's taking advantage of the finances, all that shit. I hear this all the time. Mister says, Frank, you catch Havoc's show with Jay yesterday? The firewall army was out in force, trolling him hard. Was Havoc on there? Well, Jay himself puts shows on and takes them off. But why don't he stick to his guns and keep his show on, since he's attacking me? I call him Hit and Run Jay. I try to hit you where it's hard, then he runs away. He kept on saying, you're not going to do... Well, how does this sound familiar to you guys? Jay's saying, you ain't going to do nothing to me, he says. You can't do anything to me, as Popeye says too. Jay says, I'll unleash my team of lawyers. Your team of lawyers. Yeah, okay. Well, the fact is, Jay has had some run-in with the law in his life. Okay? He thinks I don't know that. There's very little I don't know. Again, a fence jumper. It's so popular on here. All these athletes jumping the fence. I said, they must have some legs of steel. Doing all that fence jumping, man. Hurdle jumping. Well-endowed legs, for sure. Coming from a guy that puts a dildo in his shower and he's playing a boxing match with a dildo, what does that say about him? Right there alone. Alone, just that. It says a lot. And it says an encyclopedia. Who would do that? Him. So what's the word on Discord? The know-all people that make all the decisions on YouTube is on Discord. What's the current scoreboard on YouTube, Heminger? No, Discord. Did I ever hire a private detective? I'm not going to say. I'm winning, huh? You wouldn't believe what I'm having for breakfast. I don't normally do this. But I was hungry, wanted to make something quick, but... Still 3 for Frank, 29 for the Mantis. What does that mean? He's outscoring me in something. What is he outscoring me for? Yeah, nasty. Well, can we just kind of conclude something here and continue my message to Mr. Barry Lee Jordan? Barry, you can continue to run your mouth all you want. I can't stop you, man, but it has not helped you out, okay? I think we've established that, haven't we? But also, keep in mind, you know, here's what you do. You flaunt this shit in everybody's face. You're sitting there in a jail cell. You got your game box console, you got monitors, you got a laptop, you got a cell phone, you got this and that. And you flaunt it. You flaunt it. So that's how much disrespect you have for the law. You're not a guy that follows the rules. And quite frankly, you've never been. And that's why you're in so much trouble, because you don't follow the law, you don't follow the rules. The horrible things you said about the Philippines, man, I'm glad I recorded that. I'm so happy that I recorded that. You really feel that way, huh? Then you really shouldn't be in the Philippines. You really shouldn't be. It's the Luma Army. They are pro Bummer, the Discord majority. Heminger says Frank Brevis would join your side because he's so desperate for attention from you, but you're too smart to accept him. Oh, fuck Brevis. Yeah, he got a bone to pick with me, but he doesn't understand what's going on in the background. Not to be discussed on here. Gotta take my anti here. Oh shit. Can't believe I ate what I ate just now, but makes me wonder how long does it take for this fucking antibiotic to work? Again, my lymph nodes are still sensitive. Sometimes they give you an antibiotic that may not work, and that's not good because in the interim, whatever you got could be getting worse if it's not working. Generally, after 3 days or something like that, you'll know whether it's working. You've got to give it a little bit of time, so you got to give it at least 3 days. But I don't feel too much better than yesterday as far as my soreness in my mouth. No, I don't. Not at all. It's hard to eat, swallow. My voice hasn't been affected, thank goodness on that, my throat. There's some lingering effects on the side of my tongue that doesn't feel very comfortable to me. In fact, it hurts. Let's see. Medicine. I'm trying to look at this receipt here. Not the right receipt. I don't know. I may try to take an ibuprofen. I don't like taking that, by the way. I really don't. Discomfort is discomfort, no matter how you spell it. Well, if you've been on certain antibiotics other times, your body could build up a resistance to it or whatever, you know. No, it's only been yesterday since I seen a doctor, man. Just yesterday. Today's only my second day of being on the anti-bios. Got to give it a little bit of time. It's not like I don't gargle with salt water, and I do that. I'm just going to have to continually do that. It's uncomfortable. Needless to say, it's uncomfortable. It's not comfortable at all. I'm sure people are happy to hear that. I'm going through a little problem right now, but, you know, what I expect on here. Have pain, Frank. Have lots of pain, Frank. Well, this is a generic version of, where's the, well, it's a generic version of one of these Cepha type medicines. And this is, where's my glasses? Every time I need my glasses, I can't find them. Here you go. It's cheaper to buy, so I bought the generic. This is cefuroxime acetyl, CEFUROXIME. The next word is AKETIL. Which is a generic form of this, I don't know, it was a cefafloxacin or something. Or ciprofloxacin. Should work. No, I don't. My throat was a little irritated the other day, but you can get irritations from smoking and environment and all that shit. That's pretty commonplace. But no, throat is sort of okay. Thanks for caring. And when you hear me cough on here, it's always coming from one source. Having a post-nasal drip, and you hear me sniffling a lot. Because I have not been taking anything regularly on antihistamines, that's why. I haven't. And I should. I just don't like taking too much shit, to be quite honest with you, but I'll take what I have to if it's going to remedy something. No, I don't have, my throat is fine. It's my mouth, it's my tongue. This guy actually specializes in, definitely lymph nodes being very sensitive, absolutely on that one, I could tell you that. I feel it right now, and it does hurt. Sometimes I like to get a second opinion. But here in town, where I live in this town, there is no real doctors in this town in Santa Fe. There's actually a doctor, a Filipino lady, that runs a pharmacy here, actually. I should probably talk to her. She's really nice, too. It wouldn't hurt. I'm still even trying to find a place that I can get a flu shot. Every blue moon they offer it here in this town. Or pneumonia. I got to get both of them again. As you get older, you need this shit, whether you like it or not. It's better to have it than not. No, she's okay. She didn't get anything. Yeah, I've had, I don't know how many years I had it. I had one a couple of years ago when they were actually offering that in town. And that was a couple of years back. But as you get older, things can get really complicated. Like I was saying about Barry's situation, his coughing, not on what kind of doctor he saw, but sometimes you have to get some prednisone, which is a steroid, that will actually help you control your coughing. Because I had pneumonia one time out here. And I remember I was in Cebu at the time, it was all happening, and I was like coughing my brains out, well, my lungs anyway, especially with the environment in Cebu. So they put me on a prednisone. That would calm your coughing. He needs to be on prednisone. Why didn't the doctor give him a prescription for prednisone? I don't understand. Good for many years, isn't it? 10 years or what? I don't know about that. I don't know what caused pneumonia. I don't know. It wasn't like really advanced pneumonia. But you got to watch out as you get older, man. Pneumonia is what kills people when they're in the hospital. They go in for one thing, cancer treatment or whatever it is, and they don't always die from the cancer, and not even necessarily the chemo, which kills you, but some of the complication that happens is pneumonia. My mother basically died of pneumonia. She had cancer, and she died of pneumonia, really. And the bad thing was they couldn't even treat it. She was so far gone that addressing pneumonia, they just wanted her to just let her die. It wasn't the best hospital in the world. That's for sure. They think it's just too far gone, and But a little bit of advice to anybody out there is that if you ever develop any form of cancer, chemo is not always going to be the answer, because what I said before, it's also killing every good cell in your body. And you're just prolonging the inevitable, really. If you're really far gone, you got stage 4 or something, you're just prolonging the inevitable. You're just going to be alive to suffer more. There are natural things you can take that can help if you want to go a natural route, which might be a better option than the chemotherapy. And Big Pharma pushes these medicines to make big money. But, you know, it's their doctor, and you know how that goes. They're going to listen to their doctor, right? I gave examples where I didn't listen to a doctor, and I was right. Believe it or not, I was actually right. I challenged the guy, and I was right. When he wanted to give me proton pump inhibitors for GERD, but then it wasn't really an argument with him like an argument, but I explained to him that, look, I do a lot of reading, that if anything, proton pump inhibitors, what they do is they shut down your acid supply. And you absolutely need all the hydrochloric acid. You need all that acid to break down the foods and metabolize, you know, the nutrients and everything. But by taking proton pump inhibitors, it doesn't allow your body to metabolize the proteins and a bunch of other elements. It can make your situation worse, but, you know, they get paid to push these products. No, you know, no big news to anybody. What's that now? Oh. Hemorrhage says pneumonia is a higher likely when you have a weak immune system. It's transmitted through the hospitals. Yeah, also kids can carry the bacteria to elderly. This hemorrhage says most people don't notice. Kids can silently carry it without symptoms and give it to people in hospitals. I don't know if that's transmittable, actually. I don't know about that. I don't know everything, man. Never tried to say I did know everything, because I really don't. I'm not a trained doctor, and I don't pretend to be. I just read like anybody else does. Nothing more than that. And I compare other reports, and I make my evaluations from what I read. Tell you not to eat certain foods, you know, it's going to cause more kidney stones. You might as well just, you know, go out there and join the cows and eat fucking grass. Really. All the things they say you can have and you can't have, then they change their mind. It says going to do this and do that. Well, the truth is, if you're worried about recurrent kidney stones, one of the secrets is to hydrate yourself like crazy. And it's hard to do, to drink over 2.5 liters or more of water per day. That's a lot of water. Not all of us can do that. Putting lemon in your water also helps break down some of the oxalates and the kidney forming process. That I know. I'm no expert in the field, but these are things I've learned. I try to adhere to these things, but sometimes it can be hard. From contact up close from a carrier to a bacteria. There's also pneumonia from viruses, yeah. It's really tough getting older, man. It's a real challenge, man. Your body might be more vulnerable than you were when you're younger. And I have to tell you, and if I was always talking the Philippines now, no, the only thing I'm going to say to that is, when you live in the Philippines, you're living in a petri dish, okay, of bacteria and viruses and all that. And if you lived out here, as long as I've lived out here, you do take your life in your hands out here, because no matter where you go, sanitation is not good. You all know this to be true. So I'm not jumping on the Philippines. I'm just saying what's factual. That you can survive out here a long time. But advice is that if you are older, a lot of the mistakes people make is to live in the big cities. And you would think that, well, that's less of a challenge, according to where you live. Everything is prim and proper, but that's not true. People piss in the streets. There's, the sanitation system is horrible. Absolutely, that would be true. That's true. You live in a province, you're not around as many people as in the big city. So your chances, now, you could do small things. I give you advice on something. If you're going to take a public transportation, carry some hand sanitizer, for sure. If you're going to be around people very directly, like a sardine can in in the forms of transportation that they have out here, like jeepneys, wear a mask. I've been in situations, whether it was on a plane, or bus, or on a jeepney out here, people were coughing, mostly kids. They don't hold their hand on their mouth or nothing. If your immune system is kind of challenged, you're going to pick up something real quick, and you're not going to like it. Yes, it is a challenge living here in Asia. Sometimes I find it hard, even after how many years. Asia, I'm living in Asia. Who would have thought? Who would have thought how many years back I'd wind up in Asia, of all places, that prior to this I had no interest in all of ever living in the Philippines or anywhere in Asia. It was so far from my mind. But here I am, in a relationship over 9 years, living out here that long. And it is what it is. Here I am. Asia. My new address, Asia. It's still mind-boggling to me. It really is. After living in the United States most of your life, you wear a mask in any public transportation. Why not? It's easy to do. Yeah, I agree with you. Pacific Island, Frank. You almost went to Brazil. Well, nah, it would have been for a visit, but it wouldn't have amounted to anything. I know a tiny bit of Spanish, whatever. It wasn't going to help me. And the girl that I was communicating with, she barely spoke a word of English. Very educated girl, going for law degree and psychology degree. I said, holy shit. Wow. Well, I guess their education is paid for out there. As long as you keep up good grades, you will excel. I don't know what she's doing these days, because Barry made that very hard for me. Because she always told me that she likes to keep track of me and listen to my social media. But then that stopped when Barry, good old Barry, came out with this child predator shit. He says, what damage did I cause? You caused a lot of damage, Barry. You did. To me and other people. Even though I never met the woman, she was a long-distance friend. There wasn't a romantic thing going on, really. Not really. Perhaps if I met her, there could have been. But that's, way out of the picture. It's too dangerous where she lives. Now, what was that name of the town? Frida? Something Frida? Brazil? San Frida? Not San Frida. Frida del something. I can't remember. It's been a long time. Nah. A gringo out in that area would be very, very, very dangerous. Brazil. Oh my God. A very educated woman, very educated. Very attractive too, very busty too, very busty. But, we translate things when we contact each other. Everything was translation. But she had some very strict parents. Well, her mother anyway, the father cheated on, as they always do in Brazil and Italy and other places. Cheated on her mother, so the mother was raising her. She was a very strict Catholic. Very strict Catholic. She had to let her mother know no matter where she went, no matter where she was, what she was doing. And she would not approve of a long-distance relationship with a foreigner from the United States. She listened to everything her mother said. I told her, break free. Find a way to come over to America and visit. Break free. You got to break free. But she couldn't do it. So, it turned out well for me anyway, didn't it? So, I can't complain. But yeah, Barry did a lot of damage. He knows he did. And that's why I'm not lenient with him in any fucking way, and I probably never will be. After my show, I'm sure he'll pop on sometime today and run his mouth yet again, and still never learn, never understand what he's doing. He just don't get it. Some people never will until they find themselves in a position that they can't get out of. Then they wonder, why? Oh, I really liked his last show. Of course, with his hoarse voice, it sounded, I liked the way it sounded. What did you say? You're going to be gone for a long time. Sounded like a Joe Cocker to the 20th degree, long time, he says. Well, you may be gone for a long time there, Junior Mint. You might be gone for a long time, so watch what you say. Karma is a bitch. Isn't it so far? Would you agree, Barry? And you want to do harm to me, right? You're not satisfied yet, are you? Oh, no. You're not satisfied yet. So you try to destroy somebody's life completely. You did a great job of doing that to yourself, bro. You did a wonderful job of doing it. Congratulations, if that was your goal. But now you want to try to destroy mine. The woman in Brazil. Oh. Wasn't a kid. I don't remember. She was definitely way younger than me. She was an adult. Mid-20, 28. I don't know. She was going to school for a long time. Now she's probably like, I don't know what she is now. 35? I don't know. Probably well into her career. Brilliant woman. Brilliant. Psychology and law? Are you kidding me? Damn. And they're goal-oriented. They're goal-oriented because they get their free education. They are goal-oriented. And up to that point in time, she's never actually had a boyfriend. She's never had sex. She had a strict Catholic upbringing, but I certainly hope for her that at this point in her life, get away from your studies and study something else, like, relating sexually to a man. That's how strict her background was with her mom. But anyway, this show's not about the Brazilian lady. Very goal-oriented, yeah. She could be a prude. I don't know how much of a prude she was. She showed me her tits on camera, so she has some big ones, too. She loved talking to me, even though we didn't have the language, but, we do the translation. Always checked in on me, always checked in on me. Said herself, I've been following your social media for years. She will continue to do so. Well, she did. And unfortunately, after hearing all this shit from Barry calling me a child predator, yeah, he put a wrench into that at the time, and he did a good job of it. I'm sure he's proud to know that. So I beg to differ when he says he hasn't done any damage. Oh, no, 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 man. No, no. St. Frito di... Oh, I can't remember the name of the town. No, no, no. For a gringo, that would have been dangerous. And besides, she'd be afraid to introduce me to her mom. She was that scared. I'd have to stay somewhere, but she'd be in school all the time. So I'm going to go there as a gringo in a small town of locals, heavily into their culture and agriculture and everything, who don't maybe particularly like Americans. And what am I going to do? Sit in my hotel room all day? It's not like there was a mall in that town. This was a kind of a rural town, sort of. While she goes to school all day and I just get to see her at night? Nah, nah. Well, it don't matter. That's history. I'm all settled in now. Somebody else. God, Miss Heminger, you're really pushing that. Well, didn't work out to meet her. Very good mannered, very proper, prim and proper. I've met a number of women that could have been good contenders, let's put it that way. It didn't work out for one reason or another. Oh, well, you just move on, man. Okay, I've been on here an hour and 45 minutes. I haven't even looked at the time. Okay, I said my spiel today, and now it's Popeye's turn to give his little spiel. Of course, it's going to be the same shit he says every fucking time I put a show on and he simulcasts me. He doesn't have good range in his expressing his thoughts. It's just the same shit all the time. Well, you heard it. Frank this, Frank that. And it is what it is. God, even Popeye's getting so fucking boring. Because he is boring. It's the same shit. He's another one. It's the same shit that comes out of his mouth. Spewing his hate, spewing his bitterness like the other guy. They should be roomies. But, I'm not living Popeye's life. Popeye's living his own life. And whatever he really does with it is his business. I really don't care. I just know I'm in a much better position than he is all the way around. He says all the time, I'm not worried about it. You're not going to do nothing to me, just as Jay, recently on his show, and I recorded that, got a whole bunch of clips from his one show. You ain't going to do nothing to me. You can't do anything to me. Why is that, Jay? Why do you think that? You really believe that? Isn't that what Barry said? Correct me if I'm wrong, folks. That immigration ain't going to catch him. I'm not going to do nothing about his immigration. You're not going to get a prosecutor to approve a court case against me. Isn't what Barry said that? And the end results? 23 months incarcerated? Going to an actual criminal court trial? Was I wrong about that? Barry? Was I wrong? No, I was right. And that's my point. Yeah, I sure do live rent-free in Popeye's mind. Frank is actually a small part of Popeye's life. I'm probably a large part of his life. Damn. Okay, what's on my agenda today? Oh, God. I want to get on the treadmill, but I'm just too out of it with this antibiotics and my tongue, whatever, not feeling good. I don't know what else to do. Put honey, I've done that. And saltwater gargle, yeah, I've done that. I'm on antibiotics, yeah, I've done that. Sometimes they put you on the wrong ones, though, that don't work very well. This is a tried and true medication, but doesn't always work very well for some people, especially if you've been on it in the past. I've been through, you talked about amoxicillin. Through my life history, I've been on a lot of amoxicillin. That was a standard issue thing, amoxicillin. He chose this medicine when he could have chose something else. I have to go with his word. Brightest says, it amazes me that Popeye is available to record your live every time you're online. It's like he's waiting for you to do a live. Well, he is. And he says his computer is not automatically recording your show. He manually does it. Sometimes there's some programs you could use too. You sit there when he's listening to my simulcast. You can hear his little breathing in the background and a slight cough. He's got a few things going on with himself that he's not going to tell anybody about. I'm pretty sure he's on some kind of medication for something. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's on some psychotropic drug after his wife left his ass. He hasn't been laid in God knows how long. That's terrible. Sometimes people just resign themselves to not having sex at all because they can't. And they just write it off saying, oh, well, fuck it, I don't need a woman. I don't want to be in a relationship because I don't want to be in a relationship with a Filipino. Well, it didn't work out with your last one, your only one. We understand. All right, it's Popeye's turn to do his little spiel. And I'm sure you're going to hear the same thing. And listen to what he has to say. And on my next show, you can discuss it with me if you didn't think he's saying the same shit over and over again. It is what it is. And all these other expressions that you'll hear from Popeye. He said things over and over again with me. Nobody wants to hear it anymore. Same thing as Barry. Popeye gave up on life about 10 years ago. More than that. Lord Frank the Merciful. No, I'm not merciful on everybody, man. As I said, Barry had his chance to remedy this. He knew what he had to do regarding his girlfriend and her report. And he wanted cooperation from me? Really? You didn't do what I suggested. Now, he wants to put her in the limelight of the legal system. Oh, well. I didn't try. I fired the warning shots. I've done everything I properly could do on social media to make it public and how I felt and what I was willing and not willing to do. And he didn't cooperate, so now he has to pay the price. Okay, I got to rest up a bit. I've been on here nearly 2 hours. I didn't expect to be on here this long this morning, especially I'm feeling good. It's just my mouth soreness. And yes, if I do touch my lymph nodes, yeah, it's definitely sensitive. There's no doubt about that. When it becomes less sensitive, you know that the antibiotics are working. See, your body gives you certain signals that you can figure out. If you ever go through something like this, take your fingers and go on your side of your neck, go on the right side, and palpitate that area. See if it's sensitive. You'll know it's probably your lymph nodes reacting to your body fighting off an infection. I love hearing Obama complain, implying you're a fool for not negotiating with Shah. No, I'm not. I don't negotiate with the devil. If I was religious, I'd probably say that, actually. With a she-devil. As far as I'm concerned, she's a she-devil on what she's doing because she lied. She lied. just as good as her boyfriend. Maybe they were meant to be together after all. She lied. And go back to church and do what you Catholics normally do. Absolve your sins, and it makes you pure again, right? No matter what you did to somebody, you can walk out of that little box you like to go in there, talk to a priest who's hiding his face in the dark behind a black screen. Wonder why. Maybe he's jacking off or something. You don't know what the hell he's doing behind that screen. And confess all your sins to some fucking stranger. And all he tells you to do is say a couple of prayers, and no matter what horrible thing you've done against somebody, you're absolved of your sins. And they just go back and do it the next day. That's why. You wonder why I'm not religious? Come on, let's get real. There's always a virtual circle jerk in Popeye's chat. Very cringy, I'd say so. All right, gentlemen. Gotta go. Okay. Got my laptop out, playing around with this. Trying to get back to my email. I got something to read here, actually. Come on, man. Okay, come on. Yahoo Mail. Sign in. I haven't used this in such a long time that, wow. Next. Got it. Hold on. Next. About time I start using this shit. Big screen, the whole bit, huh? You know. Let's try this. Is it really me? It says. Push notification. What's all this shit? Send me a notification. Well, if I was on email, I'd be able to get the notification. This is so crazy, man. Yeah, I have to really mess with this, but email, send a code. Okay, I can go to Gmail, but then I have to go to Gmail and sign in. I told you, it's why. That's why I don't use this, because everything is so fucked up. Oh, well. Whatever. I was going to read some here, but I'm not able to on here. Next. Get fucking real, man. Okay, well, I got a perfectly good laptop here, you know. You know, it's an Acer, and I got to reconfigure a whole bunch of shit on here. It's ridiculous. It really is. And I don't know how I messed it up. I'd be using this all the time, but I haven't. I've been using my phone. It's just really messed up. I don't go to Bing and Control Panel and got a lot of videos on here though. I'll tell you that. Some old sensitive stuff. Okay, well, so much for that. Skype is good to go on here, I believe. Gotta clean this up a little bit more. Freaking ants are coming out of this thing. Good computer, I just haven't been putting it to use because, you know, you fuck around with something after a while. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing, you'll screw things up. Programs. You'll mess things up, and I'm pretty good at doing that, ain't I? Okay, Google Chrome, Media Player, Zoom, Microsoft Edge, which I don't. Google Chrome, which I'm already on here. Ah, screw it, man. I have to mess with this. Because I used to always use my laptop to go online and stuff. I've always. Yeah, I paid enough for this damn thing. I need to. Okay, anyway, little update on something here. Oh, my exes live in Texas. Who's this good-looking couple here, man? Look at that. Come on. Come on. And we were staying at the Kiwi at that time in this picture, the Kiwi. Good picture, huh? I think so. All right, what's going on in the OK Corral today? Yeah, I finally got a confirmation that little manifestation regarding Barry's sort of illegal use of his toys and the ramifications of such as it pertains to the law with his threats and everything else going on. Copy has been sent to the court system. Yay! Finally! It took a week, basically, for them to get around to do this. So, he's probably going to hear from somebody on this, I imagine, soon enough when they, you know how it is, when they get around to actually reading this stuff, shall I say? It ain't easy being green, if you know what I mean. You just do your best and see where it goes. But eventually, you know, they get around to doing these things. But unfortunately, you have to bug them a lot. You got to do a little bit of pushing. They don't generally like that. But it's not a free service I have. I have to pay for everything. But they don't always see it that way, you know? I'm not set up to show you that notice, and I'm not going to. But the other phone is at least getting my Yahoo Mail on there. That needs to be charged up. I would read this to you. It's very good. Very well written, too. And this is going to the court, too. Oh, yeah. That's how they're going to know about his death threats, too. A nice way of introducing that evidence in without filing a form of motion. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's a nice way of getting introduced to court, in case later on they'll say, well, no, wasn't covered on the affidavit, so. But it's a great way of, and he's got videos attached to it too, you know. That's a great thing. It's just not, you know, a letter. It's with video card, you know, attached to it. So that's pretty cool. Cool. Boy, the drainage around here, you go around the corner, I went around to go to the store. Around the bend, you got to go down my road and go down past the resorts. Oh, hell, do you know they're, I guess Santa Fe is a long way. I was about to say a long way It'll hurt my throat if I do that. How he does that. Oh, gee. That would strain my throat. It's kind of like a walkway or a boardwalk. Intercoastal walkway, I think they're calling it. And what I think they're going to do, and I know they started doing that, they're building shit at the port, and they're building a boardwalk there. They're working on it. I think it's possibly going to be, I seen a big tarpon sign when I went to the store near the resorts not too long ago. Intercoastal walkway, they call it. I'm saying, cool. That'd be a great place to walk if it's going to encompass all the beaches all the way around. Now that, if that's what they're going to do, that would be worthwhile. And I would make use of that, no doubt. So everybody else. I like when they concentrate on the infrastructure in some ways that makes it beneficial for tourists to come here and for people who live here. People would get out more and walk more if they had good walking access, unlike what we're used to seeing, especially like in Cebu City. You're lucky if you find a walkway. You'd have to go to IT Park. That's different than the rest of Cebu City. It's amazing that IT Park, all that was built on landfill, reclamation. That was all reclamation. You'd never know it. Now, what amazes me even more, they got tall buildings and stuff like that in IT Park, right? This was all water at one time. And it's really a feat of engineering that, considering there was silt and used to be an ocean underneath there. It was like in Seattle, they didn't do a lot of planning because there's a good part of Seattle that's near the downtown, like the boardwalk area you have down there, is that a lot of that shit was built on silt. I don't know anything about engineering, but yeah. What's happening is I finally got this manifestation out. Finally. A copy of that is going to the court. And it not only talks about the usage of all the toys he has there, but it points out damage control here about what he's doing with video cards and everything. And it pretty much spells out. Let me see if I can charge this phone. I didn't get Yahoo on my other phone. I told you, my systems are kind of messed up around here, man. They really are. Where's my other charger? These phones are hardly ever charged. But yes, I'm not going to read it out on here. Well, I could read it if I can get access to it. But I'm not going to put it on camera, sensitive documents. I could read. Just to prove that I'm not bullshitting. And I don't bullshit, as you guys know. You think I do, but people have been wrong. Okay, let me try something here. No, this is definitely down on battery on my other phone here. Yahoo Mail. Oh, I might be. Okay. You guys ready? Are you ready? Tell me you're ready. Why should I evaluate the soil? Frank, do you have salt? No, I got a generator. Okay, how'd you like me to read you something? I'm not showing it, I'm just going to read it. Are you all ready? Everybody, come on, get ready to copy this, record me. I think I'll get my glasses for this, I think. Ready, Freddy? Hello, sweetheart. Your daddy's here. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready to fall in love with you. Bring it on, Mr. Ice Door says. I'm going to bring it on, brother. The people of the Philippines plaintiff versus Barry Lee Jordan accused in pertaining to criminal case so-and-so. It's a manifestation with urgent motion to issue a directive to the Bureau of Immigration in Cebu City. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Okay, let us begin. I'm not showing this on camera. Comes now the private complainant, Mr. Frank Battaglia, to the undersigned counsels and before the Honorable Court, most respectfully states 1. The accused Barry Jordan, are currently detained at the Bureau of Immigration Cebu due to his immigration violations. He was still being held in the said facility, considering the overstaying status and pending cases before the Honorable Court. Despite his detention, the accused has continued to conduct YouTube live. I warned him. Continued to conduct YouTube live streams online under several names and accounts, wherein he, A, maliciously attacks, harasses, and defames the private complainant, B, discloses confidential and sensitive information regarding the complainant in the pending cases, C, incites and encourages violent acts against the private complainant by calling upon his audience to act against him. Okay? 3, these live streams constitute a direct and continued violation of the rights of the private complainant, amounting to harassment and blatant disregard for the rule of law. Number 4, using personal inquiry with the BOI Central Office regarding this matter, the concerned personnel from the BOI Central Office revealed that Mr. Jordan should have been allowed to have the means of connect to the internet to do live streams. 5, it's proof of these live streams. The complainant secured video clips and other documentation of the accused unlawful conduct, which shall be submitted as Annexes A to E. Number 6, in Annex A, the accused is shown doing a live stream bragging to his audience about the amenities inside the detention. He boasted about his own Xbox, laptop, and other gadgets. Follow me? 7, in Annex B, the complainant was able to have a video recording of Mr. Jordan's live stream where he talked about wanting to have somebody kill Frank Battaglia. He also complained about his detention. 9, Annex D, another screenshot of Mr. Jordan's live stream where he was showing what seems to be an order from the Bureau of Immigration about the pending case of Frank Battaglia, which was filed by Mr. Jordan's girlfriend. It is also apparent that Mr. Jordan is hiding his face in many of his videos as not to reveal it was him. He may have been advised or he may have been reprimanded because the complainant has already raised the matter in many of his submissions to the BOI Central Office. 11, in light of these factual antecedents and circumstances, the complainant begs the Honorable Court to take notice of the propensity of Mr. Jordan to disregard the law and authority. 12, taken all together, the accused actions blatantly disregard the authority of this Honorable Court and demonstrate a continued pattern of harassment against the private complainant through libelous statements, threats, and intimidation, notwithstanding his detention and pending cases in the Honorable Court. 13. Ow, my tongue is still hurting. In light of the foregoing, it is imperative that this Honorable Court uses a directive to the Bureau of Immigration, Cebu, to prevent the accused from continuing these unlawful activities while in their custody. 14. Specifically, the Honorable Court should direct the BOI Cebu to confiscate any form of communication that could have allowed Mr. Jordan to do live streams with the intent of harassing, maligning, and threatening the complainant. Number 15. Such a directive is necessary to uphold the integrity of judicial proceedings and prevent the accused from further using online platforms to commit acts in violence of law. Our prayer: to take judicial notice of the accused continuing his cyber harassment of the private complainant while in detention. Number 2, to issue a directive to the Bureau of Immigration, Cebu, to prevent the accused, Barry Jordan, from conducting any further live streams or online activities that harass, defame, and incite violence against the private complainant. Grant such and other reliefs that are just and equitable under the circumstances. Okay, there you go. Go after the ice. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready to fall in love with you. Those are my words anyway. Ouch. My tongue still. Oh my God. I practically had to go swimming. I went around the corner to a store, and boy, they got like a lake over there. Barry, look me out. Oh, man. You know, I'm nice enough to warn you, man. And there's not anybody out there, including Poop Eye and his sorrowful crew. I do warn. I'm not doing nothing wrong here. I do warn. I say stop. You don't stop. Okay, well, you know, you leave it no, you know. No choice. As a fucking weapon. You absolutely are. I'm gonna put stuff up. Okay? Esther says, hey Bummer, can you say atomic bomb? It says, Frank, how many attachments on this manifesto? Oh, this is just a 1 or 2 page thing on this one. Hey Popeye, thirsty for more? Frank is a firewall of this genre. The primary role of a firewall is to protect the computer from unauthorized access, malicious software, and other security threats. Mr. Secretary, it turns out Brevis is laughing, telling everyone that you fell for his scam. Apparently, Brevis was the brains behind the troll event. What troll event? Do you mean the rusting, or is that what you meant? Boom! How about a big brrr? Oh, we got 29 people in here. Yeah, I used this opportunity to go to the store just for do some walking, too. Yeah, I built up a little bit. It's very slowly. Biceps are a hard thing to build up unless you really go at it. Build up the shoulders and the biceps, a little bit of pecs, but I'm not worried about the stomach. My stomach is not flat, and I certainly don't have any six-pack. I don't even have a one-pack. And Barry don't have any pack. He's a Pac-Man. Boom! Hector, boom! Barry, I warned you, man. You better get, your girlfriend to come over there and pack everything up. You're going to leave the facility anyway, right? Right? And you said you're going to be doing renovation around there. Did I not hear that? Yeah. They're going to come over there and tell him, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Are you ready? Okay. We're going to bestow the law on you. Big brr. All right, so who's bitching and complaining today? Haven't had time to really explore what was going on YouTube, whether he had any shows on or anything. I have no idea. I didn't check, but... Oh, I know he's listening to me now. Oh, I'm being recorded anyway. Don't matter. which you just read off, Frank, just filed yet with the court. It's been sent out. It's been CC'd to registered mail to various endeavors, let's just say. I really don't know how long it's going to take for them to enact upon this. They got to get it and read it and act on it and all that. At least I'm giving them pre-warning. I didn't have to do that. Oh, no. I didn't have to do that at all. Well, of course, Pop, I would say that. I was talking about a Brazilian friend I had that Barry definitely played a part in ruining a friendship because she used to follow my social media all the time. Then hearing all this stuff that I'm some kind of a child predator or something, well, I haven't heard from him in a long time since he said that. So yeah, he talks about what damage did I do, and that was all about, I was talking about in my other show. He did damage. He absolutely did do damage. He's going to pay for it too, and he is paying for it. You need to hear the Havoc Master with Jay. The Firewall Army was trolling them hard. Oh, they were getting trolled? All right. Right on, brother. Hold on. I don't know. I think they said if you got a mouth sore, and no, Mick Fisher, it's not a canker sore. You mostly find them on your lips. I don't have that. It's on my tongue and the side of it. What did the doctor say? I showed him that. He just gave me antibiotics. And that's not necessarily good to use salt water when you have, I don't know, you have like a sore on the side of your tongue from an infection or something. I don't know. And you really don't want to use a mouthwash because the alcohol could make it worse. So, heck, I don't have all the answers, you know. I try, but I don't have all the answers. I did take an ibuprofen. When did he say that? I did take an ibuprofen this morning. Tell you what, other things that can cause that is sometimes I eat some foods that are really hot. And you can easily burn the delicate tissue around your tongue. I don't think in this case that's what's going on, but I'm not going to show you my tongue. But it's kind of interesting. I went on my laptop and I found some really interesting videos of Barry that I had stored in there. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but the speaker on that laptop sucks. You can't understand anything. So we got a Bluetooth, little portable Bluetooth speaker I can listen to. It's nice and loud. It's pretty cool. That's my little Acer. It was decent enough. Don't need a fucking Apple shit. Macintosh. You don't need that shit. It's a waste of fucking money unless you're a big businessman or so. I don't know. It's just, you just get a good working laptop. I'm not buying any more laptops, no. But I want to get this all set up for my Yahoo and YouTube and all that. I got to reconfigure something on here. Her other kids, when they come over, they're geniuses with this shit. Kids are these days. It's amazing how technical they can be. Havoc deletes everything all the time. High acid tomatoes do that to my mouth. Yeah. I got to watch how much, I don't use ketchup. But, you know, occasionally she does make something like lasagna or something, or spaghetti, which has tomato sauce, which is not generally very agreeable with me. In fact, I'm lactose intolerant, so I do have tablets for that. So most people over the age of 15 to 20 or so are lactose intolerant, and they don't even know it. It's very common in our bodies. We're the only mammal that drinks milk from another mammal. I mean, it's part of it. As a child growing up, it's okay to drink milk. You're not lactose intolerant. You need, especially the mother's milk, not really an animal's milk, but it's okay for a child growing up to drink. You know, I've seen, or I know of, and it's really incredible, kids up to the age of 12 or 14 sucking on their mother's tit, or at least at 12. That's an unusual scene to see. No, I mean that shouldn't be allowed. It's just not right. I don't know, man. But you know the funny thing is, man, a lot of you guys don't even realize what you're doing. You get intimate with your lady, I'll bet you dollars to donuts that you're sucking up big old titties. And why are you doing that? Why? It's just natural instinct because as a baby, you needed to nurture, you know, your mom to nurture you. And it's within all of us. And why guys are so attractive to women's breasts, well, it's not a hard thing to figure out, man. We're naturally attracted to breasts because that's what weaned us, you know, when we were a kid. Absolutely. And maybe you don't think about that. I think about things like this. I told you, I think out of the box. Not many people are able to do that. You might say, Frank, you know, you're talking about the weirdest fucking shit, man. No, I'm talking about real shit, man. Real life shit, and people don't like to hear it when it's factual. And don't call me a liar, 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 pants on fire, but no, that's not true, man. I'm willing to talk about the subjects that people are afraid to talk about. You're afraid. Why are you afraid? It's pretty resourceful and learned how to take my own blood test instantly, really. No, I don't have any testing kits over here. I've got a decent blood pressure monitor. I have a oximeter. I have a humidifier. Well, add humidity to the room. See, when you run your air conditioning, if you have respiratory issues of any sort, you're drying out your sinuses and everything. So you would normally say, well, fuck, man, you're living in the tropics. You say, come on, dude, right? It should be humid enough. You don't need something to add humidity to the room. But if you're using an air conditioner, it's removing the humidity in the room. And henceforth, your sinuses are going to dry out. Right, Mick? Mick knows everything. Am I right on that, Mick? I am or I'm not, Mick. You know I'm right, most of the time anyway. People won't admit it. Yeah, I am very knowledgeable about a lot of different shit. People don't give me credit enough, I think, up here. I don't have to tell them. I have no obligation whatsoever. I have no obligation whatsoever to come on here and give some helpful hints about things that I learned. I don't have to do a tutorial or anything. I don't have to. I don't have an obligation to discuss various health issues with anybody. I just do it as a service. I don't ask for money. I don't ask for anything. And I know people have learned from me because I can tell you definitely that, well, people, John Blaze's wife, she listens to my show. And she learned. Oh, she did. John said it himself. She went out. After listening to me, she decided to buy some green tea and turmeric. Imagine that. Well, Heminger, these blood tests don't cost very much, you know. But you got to be specific when you do blood tests. You want to test your creatinine or whatever. Some tests are very specific. They don't cost much, though. Yeah, okay. I have no problem with the glucose. Let's see. I have no problem with my glucose level. I'm not hypertensive. That's good. What was I seeing on the Facebook feed? There was this, maybe it was a Filipino guy. And this guy's like late 70s, he rides his bike all the time. I figure pretty healthy. Great idea. Never push it though. Anyway, he fell down off his bike. I'm not sure if he died, had a heart attack. You know, you're trying to do some good things for yourself, but sometimes it turns against you. You don't know when it's going to happen, but it does. Audio manager. I'll tell you, the speakers on this laptop suck. Really suck. Default format. Well, I'm not going to mess with that. Well, you heard what I read, and I wouldn't call that too sensitive of a document, and it wasn't visually produced on YouTube. I could have made it up, but I didn't. Oh, what's this? Search. Sada, Trivago. So if I go to YouTube on here, it won't allow me to say YouTube. Enter. Okay, so we'll go up to the menu, you know. Videos, movies, history, news. We'll go to sign in, what happens? Okay, hold on. And I go to videos. Trending, you got trending, or you can search. Okay, it says sign in. Well, what's my Google email here? I guess I have to put that in. It goes under my Yahoo one. Show password. Well, let's try this. Oh, you gotta hit yes, it's me. I got headphones. See, it tells me on here, this is the, okay. That's why I don't get on here. Unable to access a Google product. That's the problem I'm having on here. Okay? That's why I can't use this for YouTube. Old email here. I don't use anymore. And this email is an old email that I don't use. An email you could contact me, yes, would be at yahoo.com. Okay, got it. URL of your suspended YouTube. I think what happened when I had a show suspended on here years ago, I don't know the URL of my suspended channel. That's what happened on here. Somehow it stopped. Don't know why. Don't know. Submit. But it says enter your valid URL. I don't have my URL in front of me. Okay, whatever, man. I give up on this for now. Just change your browser. Oh, what am I using as a browser? CC Cleaner, browser isn't your default browser, so set as a default. Okay, I'm setting it as a default. I don't know the URL of my suspended YouTube channel. I don't know the URL. That's the problem with that. Oh, I'm sure he's live. He must be now. After me reading that. Okay, well, Facebook, YouTube. Okay, I'm going to hit an icon. There we go. Hit on icon. Try search to get started. Start watching videos to help you build a feel of the videos that you love. All right, let's try Barry on here. What's his Freedom 0499? Is that what it is? Freedom, what is it, 0499? Something like that, if I can remember. Let's see what happens. No? Is it 0499? I'm not finding it on here. Is it correct? Freedom 0499, is that what it is? That's Travel America, but you won't find it directly like that. I'll show that in Travel America. No, I'm not seeing it here. I don't know. Brooklyn, this, that. All right, how about just Travel America? And then put Barry J. Just playing around with the laptop. Now, here we are. Let's hang out. Got him. Frank's continued harassment never stops. Here we go. Someone with a heavy Australian accent. Who the hell is that guy? Bad connection.
Because you talk everyone so often, so fast, can remember.
I don't even know what this guy is saying.
Happen now.
Kind of broken
What
up.
story are you going to tell anymore? Your paradise. You will be back the old Uncle Sam country.
Is this guy knocking Barry? Is that what he's doing? Or is he knocking me?
You love a country after you've been staying
I have to put
in
my
the
captions
paradise
on here because
almost 10 years. Alright? Please, put it out after you.
weird dude. Weird dude.
Right? And you put behind it. And when I ask you, let it go, let it go, let it go.
I don't even know what this guy's saying.
You don't want to study.
Hold on.
Stories about other people, isn't it? Like what? Humans. Actions. Huh?
I don't know. The guy sounds broken up, and I can't understand what he's saying.
I'm telling you stories, what?
He's bestie of Sweet Spit.
And I tell you stories. To me also what? But then you do not anything about me also what? Correct? And I just want to have with you what? Is it true? But there's a lot of people that know me also. But I couldn't care less what they think about me.
I don't know what he's saying.
Think about you. You're the subject. Oh,
I really like using the laptop. I really do. I can't use it to do a show though. I'm not set up yet, but I could punch in somebody's channel and I could watch it, you know. Keeps on telling me to sign in, but I try to sign in and it's really not gonna. Well, anyway, I could watch this shit anyway, see the comments.
I got a lot of white hair.
This guy's kind of weird,
I
man.
got a lot of white hair.
Is he like Filipino or something, or the gay Asian?
Did you get it correct? Did you get all information correct? And you smear everybody that doesn't agree with you, that doesn't help you, doesn't give you any money. Even, you meet up with what? Who? Ricky in the supermarket. Buying grocery.
Let me go from the beginning here.
My dearest is also what is this about? Persona non grata? To one Franco from Batayan.
Pretty weird dude. What rock did he climb out of? I can't even listen to that. I've heard him before. I've seen him before. I'm not sure where. But yeah, I have seen him before. I don't know what rock he climbed out of, but kind of weird. Kind of a weird dude, man. His smile, his smirk, his speech. Kind of weird. Oh, drama queen, huh? ST travel freely, is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a weird dude, man. There's some things I can listen to, and there's some things I just can't listen to. What a gorgeous day it turned out to be today. Yeah, gorgeous day. He's Magasian. I almost did one today, actually. I was down there near the beach. I had to go to a particular store down at a coastline here. I always was. I didn't bring a bottle of water or nothing. I was going to just continue. When I start something, I like to finish it, as you guys very well know. I was about to go to the beach, too. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually was starting to go there. Yeah, it turned out to be a gorgeous day today. Didn't start off that way. It was cold as shit last night. It was raining and blustery and... Yeah, I know. I seen the comments on there. Frank is a loser. Oh, God. Coming from him? Really? Coming from him? How am I a loser compared to this guy? That's what I still like to know. He proved himself to be one on the list of the biggest losers on here. Besides people like Popeye or somebody, you know. Your thoughts on Barry's transferring next week? I don't know. Did he say he was transferring next week? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not in the loop this morning. Had to take care of some other shit. Had to read the document too. Probably illegal, yeah. Yeah, okay. And what facility they going to put him in? He might wind up in a prison. Did you ever think about that? Oh yeah, they absolutely definitely got to remodel that. There's no question. They should knock the whole fucking thing down, to tell you the truth. Now, where's all the so-called tenants? There are people actually living there, the guards and all that. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to go? It's going to disrupt a lot of people's lives. Altman is a compulsive liar. I wouldn't believe it. Oh, he wants to move out of there. He don't want me to be in that cell with him. That's for damn sure. No, 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 no. How do you like that letter? How do you like that letter? That's legit, by the way. That is legit. All right, buddy. I'd say all the people that are riding electric bikes around here now, oh, it's incredible, man. They caught on. Every time we go downtown, man, it's electric bikes all over the place, which is good for the environment. It saves on gasoline. Oh, yeah, it caught on pretty quick around here, man. Only problem with these things, you're limited. You could take one of these things fully charged and go from here all the way into Bentayton Town and come back. And that would be like a total of about 16 miles round trip. And that's not bad. If you want it just for local usage, that's pretty good. Maybe a junior executive suite at the Bay Hotel. I'll have to watch his comments in a minute. I know you already called me a loser on there the last time I was looking at the screen. Coming from him, maybe that's a compliment? I don't know. I want to look at this. This ongoing drama is just fucking incredible, man. All right, let me go look at the screen here. Ready? Are you ready? Okay, what do we got here? Barry says, this guy's all over you, Frank. No one likes you, Frank. No reputation to ruin. Of course, one of his dick suckers out there, Chris Travels. Frank is live slandering you. I'm going to jail. Oh, God, man. Oh, I agree. This guy, Frank, is a loser. And Chris Travels says, he's playing your show. Let's hang out. Says, oh, but his manifestation saying I'm slandering him. Oh, the irony. Where'd you learn that word? Irony. Oh, from me? He learns a lot from me. You'd be surprised. Cliff says, it's funny how he says he wouldn't let you sleep by making noise all night. Doesn't he realize that you could just return the favor while he is trying to sleep during the day? Absolutely. Absolutely. And it works both ways, man. What's this guy saying? Up to date. Let's up to date this thing.
So I want to show everyone that the place very beautiful. And I prove that
This guy don't sound Filipino. Is he like Korean or Chinese or something? What is he?
it's totally ugly. Because I put that yesterday when I just changed the nail. I put a foot there. Drama continues. And drama continues, there's the picture of her and it's all about her. This one is totally.
Well, where's Aloe? Is he on my show or you get that from Discord?
Different one. This one is the best friend. Right now.
No, it's not a Filipino accent, no.
Princess, you better help him before he gets deported. Better go and help him before he got sent back to Uncle Sam's country.
What rock did Barry find this guy under, I'd like to know.
And make sure you got money, because he never pay for anything one, He eat also on you, sleep also on you, shit also on you, everything on you. And definitely the flirt.
This guy's not on all 6 cylinders, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he seems a little bit. The words you just used there. Sounds like.
World want to have benefits from you too. Like the flirt have benefits from all the flirt friends. And when you ask for favor is you better have money. You got money favor.
He's only got 12 people watching him. Well, 25 are over here. Maybe that's why.
You see, to him it's all about me.
Barry writes, oh, but his manifestation saying I'm slandering him. Oh, the irony. Well, I'll tell you what, Barry, you tell that to the judge or whoever's in charge of this. about confiscating your phone and all your little toys. Barry likes watching gay guys, Sid says. Miss Heminger, breaking. The New York Times reports that the Pentagon is set to brief Elon Musk on the U.S. military's plan for any war that might break out with China. Get fucking Elon Musk out of that fucking cabinet, man. The only reason he's there because he's the richest man in the world, and him and Trump are just planning and plotting on their dictatorship. Who's running the White House, Trump or Elon? People are asking that question. You know, brief Elon Musk? Why brief? Oh, God. Why he would be briefed on war plans makes no, I don't know. His Tesla products have been going down the drain, but that's not going to wipe him out, though. Let's see.
To him is, after you can take from everyone, yours. And then when he takes from everyone, you're top.
I think it's an embarrassment to have this guy on his show. Yeah, but they all short circuit and get on fire and kill people. God, what is this guy? Very unusual dude, if I may say so. Let's see, go to the end here to be current.
You put it.
Yeah, I'm going to start using this. I guess I can't do any shows on here, but I'm going to start using this laptop a lot more.
Hands, no house, homeless people eat. It's true, isn't it?
I don't know about you guys, but this guy's an embarrassment to be put on his show. He had to dig under a rock to find anybody who was going to support him and come on camera, and I don't know what that's all about. I don't know, we've got 23, 25 people here, and he's got 10 watching his show, so there you go. Most everybody's over here where it should be. There we go. Hey, this guy's like really wigged out, man. He just has a plus to his show to try to find somebody who's gonna, you know, make comments about me. I think he's doing the opposite, man. I think he is. He's embarrassing himself actually by putting this guy on. See, unable to access a Google product. I could watch the shows on here, but I can't.
I know it on a good day. I'm very busy talking about your princess that I got no time to talk about you, but I'm free. Princess was someone else. 3 weeks. I'm talking about him.
Man, I got to tell you, it was not a plus to put this guy on. I don't even think he was accomplishing with that. Entitled, Frank's continued harassment never stops. Well, I did a show about you, Barry, and I was being very nice. And I said that if you didn't shut up, it's your own fault and things are going to happen. So obviously they are. So what can I say? Let's see. Beginning of...
You guys go check out this channel here. You guys go check out this director.
Maria is here.
Oh, okay. He was recording, doing a simulcast or something of this guy's show. I get it now. I don't know, this is more of an embarrassment than anything for what I've heard so far and seen. Who's this guy that took over Barry's channel? Ready? Are you ready?
Ulan watches, the playtime!
The more followers, mas
Quite embarrassing. Okay, you guys.
Wait, you badmouth them.
You read
That's what you are.
You read the manifest. His voice, yeah, it's been a lot of days. His voice should be not that fucked up after all these days. No. Yeah, there's something up with that. No, his voice should not be. And how many days have you had that? Something's going on with him, man. Something's going on with him. He needs to take a serious look into it, but, I don't give a fuck, really. I give him good advice about this and that, but he's not going to take my advice. Calls me a know-it-all, and calls me a lot of things, but there's a lot of people that don't take my advice that's going to suffer one way or the other. I try to be nice on my show, and I try to provide some decent information that everybody could learn from on different various aspects of topic matter and, health matters and supplements and, a little bit of knowledge that I have. I mean, I do actually have a lot of knowledge about a lot of shit. I'm not expert in anything on this shit, but, I managed to have a little knowledge on stuff, and a little bit of knowledge goes a long way. If you practice. Oh, God, I still got to take some of these vitamins, man. I got definitely the fish oil and the garlic tabs. Oh, God. There you go. Oh, you didn't see all of this, did you? No, I don't take all of this shit every day. No, I don't. Thank God that I don't. I even don't know what the hell what black maca is. I'm never going to take something I don't know. This is something that's supposed to help with sleep, and I've been trying to do research on it. You got alpha GPC. I don't take anything that I'm not familiar with. My standbys are lycopene tablets, fish oil, magnesium citrate, D3 and K2, zinc, garlic tablets. Oh, got to take my collagen too. Got to take my collagen. That's a new addition. I ran out. Nattokinase. Of course, the glucosamine with chondroitin sulfate. Those are some of my favorite things. L-citrulline. Yeah, alpha-lipoic acid. Blueberry concentrate. And of course, where is it? Resveratrol. Root extract. Oh, absolutely. I gotta grab this. Hold on, guys. Blueberry extract. That's just actually resveratrol. It's like drinking a couple 100 glasses of wine. You're getting all that flavonoids and whatever from that. But don't listen to me. I'm still alive. I must be doing something right. Oh, let's not forget the CoQ10. That's not a cheap for heart and energy. Let's not forget that. Oh no, let's not forget that. Okay. I'm not taking a bunch of shit today. That is what you see here in my hand. It is a resveratrol. That's 3,000 milligrams of resveratrol. Powerful antioxidant, cardiovascular support, health, and aging. Okay. Right now, I just got to grab my vitamin C. I'm not taking... I pace out what I'm taking here. There's a method to my madness. You just got to understand what I do. And I'm still alive. Doing something right. I don't know what it is. A little bit of too big here. You definitely got to take the C. There's no question about that. So Barry didn't like my manifestation, did he? No, I didn't suppose he was going to like that. Knowing that everything's going to be taken away from him, he's got to be pissed off. I'm not doing this to piss him off. I'm doing this as a tool because I have to, because he hasn't stopped. And I give fair warning. You know I do. I give fair warning, don't I? Every day. One more pill. Ah, much better. Oh. I take what everybody else takes. I'll take an ibuprofen or something. Pretty much. It's all right. What else is on here? We only got 12 people watching him here. Bring it to the end here.
As long as you got money from the person that goes to your channel, definitely is your friend.
This is Sebastian. No Barry here. He's trying to play the role of Sebastian. Barry, you know, you're so retro. You know that? People know who Sebastian is. People know, I don't even want to get into it, really. Oh, but his manifestation saying I'm slandering him. Oh, the irony, the irony. Oh, God. Just face reality, dude. Once and for all. Just face reality. Reality can suck sometimes, because it sucks to be you. Yeah, his voice is at it, man. I mean, shit, holy crap, man. Holy crap. Now, he don't sound good at all, because he's probably nervous. I think it has to do with nerves, too, and all upset with the situation. So, he says next week they're going to move. I mean, okay, that's all. You know, he lies. Where are they going to take him if they're going to do a renovation on a place? And where's he going to go? Does he think he's going to be let free? Or where does he think he's going to go? Where's he going to go? If they're going to renovate the place, where's he going to go? Yeah, perhaps a prison? Now that would be irony, or well, that would be interesting anyway. Wouldn't it? It certainly would. But he's got to get this guy off his show. This is just too embarrassing. Even for Barry. Yeah, I've seen him and heard him before. Never been to his channel. Only 11 watching. And I got 20 watching over here, and I had a lot more than that. The real Mandawi jail is a half from, maybe going to go to real jail then. That would work out pretty well. Introduce him to a new place, no more toys. Oh, just working out real well. It's working out really well. Thank you very much in advance, folks. Wow. Okay, this makes a good tool with the Bluetooth speaker, that is, because my speaker on this thing really sucks. You can barely hear it. It's not clear or nothing, but this little Bluetooth tube here, okay, is what I used, and it works real well. Is that his alter ego, that guy? Oh, they have the jail in Mandawi? Does it have a name? Let's explore the Mandawi jail. Let's see. See if there's something on it here I could pull up. Okay. Oh, the Mandawi City Jail. Oh. There's some articles, there's some stories on this. Looks cleaner and nicer. I mean, look at the jailway, the hallways. And look at the, it's pretty overcrowded to me. He ain't gonna like that. No, I don't think so. Damn. Read it. Household stirred hearing on fake news first after Duterte's arrest. There's the South Cotabato jail, but that's far away. That's one of the toughest prisons. Okay, here's Mandawi City Jail. Let's see what's on here.
Bidag sa mga migdak sa mga pinariso sa Mandawi City Jail, nininga bagong tuig nga mausab ang ilang family day. Sa iyo palang ganiha, galinya na sila aron makasalusalo ida sa makabat na bilanggo. Si Chonagan.
Sayo pa lang sa buntag, naglinya na ang
There it
mga
is.
piniris
Right there it is.
jail. Bisan pa man nga alauna sa hapon pa ang schedule sa pagbisita karong adlaw. Karong adlaw ang family day ang mga priest. Gani kasagaran sa mga dalaw, apil na ang ilang mga anak. Bit-bit ang mga pagkaon nga ilang saluhan, suds telda. Hugot nga seguridad ang gipatuman sa mga jail personnels. Din matagmusod ipaubos sa body frisking o lakip sa inspeksyonon ang ilang dalang mga pagkaon.
Ilahan na nang ma-enjoy ang susunod. Kung makasulod na sila sa silda, silang dalaw. So, dili mo demand nila nga until tagaan na mong 30 minutos, no. It's up to them kung gano'n sa sila mo gawas.
Waig sa payan sa mga dalaw ang kainit ug kataas sa linya aron lang maduaw ang ilang mga mahal sa kinabuhi nga binilanggo.
Mga pagkaon lagi. Ay, ginlan sa kaming kwarta nga. Saom lagi nga lista.
Kaya namin dalang pagkaon, ma'am. Nagsarang kumdahan. Mga rin. Mga nang pagkaon mo gabi, idala sa lahat.
Ang Mandawi City Jail ay 1,956 ka mga piniriso. Uban ni Rinante Quiñones, Chona Carrion, Balitang Bisda.
Oh, man. That don't look real nice. Hold on.
Kaming kwarta nga. Saom lagi nga lisod mo ta.
Kaya namin dalang pagkaon, ma'am. Nagsarang kumdahan. Mga rin. Mga nang pagkaon mo gabi, idala sa lahat.
Ang Mandawi City Jail adunay 1,956 ka mga piniriso. Uban ni Rinante Quiñones, Chona Carrion, Balitang Bisda.
I don't know. That don't look so inviting to me, but then jail's not supposed to look inviting. Damn. Let me see. I'm going to punch in Maui jail conditions. Let's see what we got up here. So, okay, he claims, but then, he lies, that they have to get people out of here next week. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, from what I've seen out here, it looks crowded. I didn't see a lot of it, though. I mean, they're all crowded where you go. He didn't realize it. Well, he does realize it, actually, that where he's staying right now is, it's a dream compared to going to any other, certified, jails. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Well, I mean, none of that's good. But he's probably shitting his pants because he knows damn well that once they throw him out of this facility, oh man, that's going to be interesting. Let's just say that. It's going to be interesting. Is that the place where they make the convicts wear purple on Wednesdays? I don't know. For sure, no Xbox allowed. Joseph says, anyone else that thinks Barry may have throat cancer? I don't know. I don't even like to think about that. Not even for Barry. Is that the same jail with the dancing inmates? No. But they all dance. What else are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, that's like the horror of all smokers or coke users or, shabu. That's something that they all worry about, even myself.
So even like, for him, well, I can make a rude statement and say, well, at least he'll shut his mouth when he can't talk anymore. But I don't want to be that rude. I could, but I don't even wish that on him. I don't wish that on anybody, including myself or anybody else. I'm not that cold, man. Hector says, inmates will show Barry the proverbial back door. So, I didn't listen to everything. So what did he say? He said that, no, he can't believe it, that next week, he said the next week they have to vacate the place. Would that be correct? And did he happen to say where he's going? Where did he say he's going? He don't want to tell you that, do he? Mr. Isto says, no icebox allowed in Mandawi jail, but he may feel a bat in his back door. So where's he going to go? Nobody's answering me on that. Where's he going to go? Mandawi jail is the only thing I can think of. You might be right on that. Did he mention? It's hard, it's hard to believe anything he says, obviously. Where's he going to go? Big old bumblebee, get out of here. He never said where he's going, but I don't know, maybe he's all excited about leaving that place, but he doesn't know what the hell he's getting himself into. Now, where he's going might have a good working toilet and running water, perhaps. But that's about it. He doesn't want to be around a whole bunch of inmates. I know that. I know that. He ain't going to like this at all. No, he's not. Anyway, that's interesting. I know he's been talking about it. But I've heard this thing about being renovated for a couple of years now. I mean, since he's been in there. Is Aloe out there somewhere? Hello, Aloe? I'm sure Popeye's hanging around somewhere. Either doing another simulcast or something. He'd have to do a triple simulcast. Me and Barry show. Maybe he could room with Curryman in Mandawi jail. Curryman's in there? Oh, is that where, well, Curryman is still there, isn't he? In Barry's facility? Oh, he's going to enjoy his new accommodations. Oh, I'm sure he's going to thoroughly enjoy it. He calls me a moron and a fool, but look at his situation. Pretty dire, isn't it? I think he's in a pretty dire situation. All self-inflicted. What you say, Mick? Or anybody else, it's all self-inflicted. I don't want to hear that bullshit anymore. He got himself into a situation. And you think I'm going to sit here and feel sorry for the guy? No, I'm just really not. I don't care how cold you think I am. I'm not cold enough, to be honest with you. I'm not cold enough. Sorry. It's not like I don't warn the guy with all this shit. I told him. Did I not? That he needs to stop what he's doing? That he's going to eventually get all his toys taken away? Well, we are in the beginning process right now, Barry. We are in the beginning process right now as we speak, actually. As we speak, sir. As we speak. Did you hear what I read on here? Told you, man, I don't fuck around. He doesn't believe me half the time until I have to prove myself right. mean, what else can I say about this? He just has to experience things as they come. I'm eating some ube ice cream. I'm not saying it's healthy, but it's cold. And it helps my mouth. Ube. Ooby dooby dooby. Let's go back. Here it is. Frank's continued harassment. Harassment. Ah, he said it private now. He said it private. Isto says, after you read your manifesto, I like that, manifesto. Discord went sad. Team Vagrant lost their bravado. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Oh my God. Is old Popeye simulcasting me? I really didn't check. I honestly get bored of listening to Popeye. I mean, I truly do. His voice. Just about every goddamn thing about him. Manifesto. Anybody want to hear that again? Oh man, don't eat ice cream too fast. Don't do that. I'm just eating this shit because it helps numb my tongue. As far as Barry's condition, oh man, I don't know. I can't say, but it doesn't sound very good. I don't know if you notice, guys, but most people don't notice. What you don't know about drinking is that alcohol actually can cause throat and mouth cancer. A lot of people don't know that. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. But drinking and smoking? Well, hold on. Okay. So together, drinking and smoking is, it's not a good thing. And what the hell is my show to find it on here? Can you find my own show? What's that? No, not again, Frank. What do you mean? I have to go to my old phone. No, actually, I told you, I can't bring up Yahoo on my computer, man. I have to go to my old phone here. And the question is, where is it? I can't find anything. I could have something in my hand and it's gone the next minute. I don't know what the fuck I did with it. Let me find it. Oh, here's a phone. I need that. How's your toe? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
How's your toe?
Still,
Still kind of sore? Okay, I'm going to bring this up again. Everybody, get your pens out. Get all your recording gear going here. Let me bring it up again. It's hard to talk and read off something because my tongue is still very sore. Let me find Yahoo on my mail. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. Are you guys ready for this? I'm amateur. Okay, everybody. You're just tuning in. Look, I'm going to say it again. It's not like I don't warn the guy, but now I'm getting enjoyment from this because everything he's done with his girlfriend, everything really he's done with himself, really. And I'm going to read you the manifesto. I'm not going to show it. I'm going to read it again. So listen and learn. All right? There we go. Who's that sound like? This is entitled People of the Philippines versus Barry Lee Jordan accused. Manifestation with urgent motion to issue directive to the Bureau of Immigration, Cebu City. Comes now. Here I come. The private complainant, Frank Battaglia, to the undersigned counsels and before the Honorable Court, most respectively states, number one, that the accused Barry Jordan is currently detained at the Bureau of Immigration, BOI Cebu, due to his immigration violations. He is still being held in said facility, considering the overstaying status and pending cases before this Honorable Court. So this thing is going to court, man. It's going to court. Despite his detention, the accused has continued to conduct YouTube live streams online under several names and accounts, wherein he, A, B, and C, A, maliciously attacks, harasses, and defames the private complainant. B, discloses confidential and sensitive information regarding the complainant in the pending cases. And C, incites and encourages violent acts against the private complainant by calling upon his audience to act against him. That's true. 3, these live streams constitute a direct and continued violation of the rights of the private complainant, amounting to harassment and a blatant disregard of the rule of law. Number 4, upon personal inquiry of the BOI Central Office regarding this matter, the concerned personnel from the BOI Central Office revealed that Mr. Jordan, they're saying that they should have been allowed to have the means to connect to the internet to do live streams, or shouldn't have been. 5, as proof of these live streams, the complainant secured video clips and other documents of the accused's unlawful conduct, which shall be submitted as annexes A to E. Number 6, in Annex A, the accused is shown to be doing a live stream bragging to his audience about the amenities inside his detention center. Oh, that was a raspberry for you, Barry. He boasted about his own Xbox, laptop, and other gadgets. Mr. Gadget. Number 7, in Annex B, the complainant was able to have a video recording of Mr. Jordan's live stream where he had talked about wanting to have someone kill the complainant. Instead, he wanted to do it himself. Annex C, number 8, is a screenshot of Mr. Jordan's comment in one Facebook post maliciously accusing the Bureau of Immigration of receiving money from Frank Battaglia. He also complained about his detention. Number 9, Annex D, another screenshot of Mr. Jordan's live stream where he was showing what seems to be an order from the Bureau of Immigration about the pending case of Frank Battaglia, which was filed by Mr. Jordan's girlfriend. Number 10. It is also apparent that Mr. Jordan is hiding his face in many of his videos to not reveal that that was him. He may have been advised or he has been reprimanded because the complainant has already raised the matter in many of his submissions to the BOI Central Office. Number 11 is, in light of these factual antecedents and circumstances, that the complainant begs the Honorable Court to take notice of the propensity of Mr. Jordan's disregard of the law and authority. Oh, that's for sure. Number 12, taken altogether, the accused actions blatantly disregard the authority of the Honorable Court and demonstrate a continued pattern of harassment against the private complainant through libelous statements, threats, and intimidation. Notwithstanding his detention and his pending case in the Honorable Court. In light of the foregoing, it is imperative that this Honorable Court issue a directive to the Bureau of Immigration, Cebu, to prevent the accused from continuing these unlawful activities while in their custody. Number 14, specifically, the Honorable Court should direct the BOI Cebu to confiscate any form of communication that could have allowed Mr. Jordan to do live streams with the intent of harassing, maligning, and threatening the complainant. And number 15, such a directive is necessary to uphold the integrity of the judicial proceedings and prevent the accused from further using any online platforms to commit acts in violation of the law. Okay? Pretty hip stuff, huh? Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Excellent, excellent. Very well written, very well written. All right, man, I got to pay some attention to my lady here. It's also a beautiful day. I wonder if she wants to go out for a walk on the beach or something. I don't know. I need to continue some of my exercise today. So, let's see. Actually, I can't do Google on this thing. I'll find out about the Mandawi Detention Center and do some research on whether they're going to do renovation and when. I don't know. I don't really know. All right, with that being said, let me get out of here, guys. And let Popeye do his thing. God bless you, Popeye. God bless you. I'm so glad I could be of service to you, of making your humdrum day something to look forward to, and not just you, Popeye. I can't just point it all to you. I'm glad to help the community out here. I must say, that was an embarrassing guy to put on Barry's show. He had to find some crazy dude to put on there. Shit, we're eating crazy on his show. I mean, he had to put this, I don't know, some people said this guy is gay. I don't know. I'm not going to say he's gay. I'm watching my words. It would be somebody's first opinion, first seeing this guy, the way he talks, exhibiting that behavior, but I can't say the guy's gay. He's a little weird, that's for sure. And probably an embarrassment for Barry to put on his show, but hey, you know, he puts on anybody he wants on his show. Well, he thinks somehow it's helping him. I just don't see how. I just don't. Just to find anybody that wants to come on and support him, I don't know. He could go to Kevin Tuttle or somebody like that, but then Kevin Tuttle runs out of things to say. And his conversation becomes very mundane. If you ever notice Kevin when he's ever come live on somebody's stream, Kevin Tuttle, that is. He's boring. Even Barry sits there sometimes, and that's unusual, when Kevin Tuttle is talking. Even Barry sits there, oh, okay, come on, get off my live stream, get off. You said what you had to say, and then everything goes into silence after a while with Kevin Tuttle. It goes into silent mode. Barry will be right back on YouTube doing the same shit. Want to bet? I wouldn't be surprised. He'll sneak in his girlfriend's other phone or whatever. Or pay somebody to use their phone. Oh, it's not, oh, come on. I know that. He'll make every effort he can to get on YouTube and say, na 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 na, na 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 na. See, I got back on again. Loser. Pedophile. He's going to say pedophile again. This guy could be under the worst conditions. He can say, oh, I'm happy. I'm doing real good. I got free rent and electricity. I mean, what is he going to say, really? Is he going to really say the fullest extent of the misery that he's going through? No. He's too cocky for that. Of course he's not going to say that. He's having a hard old time. I know he is. It wasn't meant to be Disneyland, Yeah, it was sent out already. I sent out registered mail to immigration, the court, and DOJ, I think. And, oh yeah, it's been sent out. Froggy wants cellmates. I don't think he does. Unless somebody that has the gift of gab that's willing to talk to him, preferably an American. But let's turn these people on, no matter where he goes, to tell them what he really thinks about Filipinos. He'd be real popular in a Philippines prison when they hear that shit. He'll be real popular. Oh, he'd be crying every night to sleep. Then again, he don't sleep at night. He may not be able to sleep at all. I couldn't sleep at all last night, tossing and turning. No, he won't sleep a wink in a bona fide prison. Hell no. Yeah, for a day and a half, over a landlord dispute, believe it or not. Over in Seattle. So I'm a big jailbird. Oh boy. I had to do over my deposit, that's all. Nothing to write mom home about. Yeah. That was about it. That's my record of 70 years. Put in my time, a day and a half. I put in my time. Yeah, a day and a half. It's supposed to be 2 days. My lawyer came and got me out of this. What the fuck? Get you out of this stupid place. Not you should be in there for. Had to do with contempt of court. Because I spoke out. Something that Barry would actually do, He should have got contempt of court. Yeah, I did my hard time. This is how much I did my hard time. I even know the prison lingo, man. In Seattle, they call it, the guards, it refers to different things. Call them the kites. Well, the kites is when you want to get a guard's attention, you want to get a message out somewhere to the warden or whatever. They were called kites. And of course, prison guards, were called screws. I was only in there for a day and a half. A day and a half. And I had all the prison lingo down in a day and a half. Funny as shit, man. I became one of them. Now, let me tell you something. How to fly falcons. Oh, I did a week in jail at Subic Bay for going AWOL. Okay. Fly falcons deliver a message to Mandawi. And what was I going to say? God, you caught me off guard. What was I going to share that was funny? Oh, shit, man. Shit. Ah, man. You kind of caught me off guard here. Something kind of funny. Oh, okay. Yeah, Well, I was in there. There was this guy. I told this story before. This fucking guy with a bad arm, a white guy. He had a lame arm for some reason. I don't know what the deal was. There's actually a phone right outside on the ground for making local calls. And they allow people to get on there if they got to call their family. And there's a big black dude, man. Big boy, Big Bubba. Now, Big Bubba decided to use the phone to call his lady up or whatever. So this little white guy with the bum arm, he's bitching and whining, complaining that Big Bubba was on the phone too long. And the guy with the bum arm was, bitching about that. So Big Bubba got pissed off at him and he just cold cocked him right in the room. Now, of course, I had some cigarettes in there with me. You were able to smoke at the cell at the time. They don't do that anymore. Long time. Like a lot of times they'll say, I learned this prison talk. Oh, yeah. Your leftover cigarettes were called Smalls. Okay? I remember this. Hey, can you save me one of your Smalls, bro? Ah, no problem. Not only am I going to save you my Small, but actually, how would you like a whole cigarette? Oh, man, they appreciated that. Oh, they appreciated that. Because, you got to play that game. We're in a situation like that. From the get-go, if you're an asshole in a jail, you're not going to survive very long. And you're going to get the shit beat out of you. No question. Me, minded my own business. Just laid on my cot. Just listen to all the bullshit. They had the fucking toilets right there in between the concrete. Very exposed. You couldn't even take a shit without people watching you, and I don't think I had to take one. But yeah, there was numerous people in this one small block, so yeah. It wasn't for, any heavy duty crimes or anything like that, Nevertheless, we had some pretty super dudes in there, man, that you don't want to. No, I didn't. I guess I didn't have to go. Yeah, Frank, don't be shy. You had a wife beater and everyone was scared of you in the cell. You want to know? Well, he's already crazy, but you know what he needs to do? Well, he'll exhibit that anyway, because it's just the truth. What he needs to do, seriously, fatty relief for acting, sore throat relief, sugar and aspirin free, alcohol free. Let me put a little more of this stuff. Yeah. Hold on, guys. What he should do, just act crazy out of your mind. When he goes into a prison, and he has that look anyway, It wouldn't be hard for him to convince anybody that, he's a little bit beyond strange, you know what I mean? All he has to do is act up in there and act like he's really out of his mind and that he's dangerous, small as he is. Have him look at the people with his eyes bulging out of his head. They're going to say, I don't want to deal with this crazy motherfucker. Could work. Haven't you said, Frank, I have this vision of you on your cot sleeping and someone takes a crop near your head and asks you to pass the toilet, but no, not that close. So I really don't have much of a background in anything. Contempt of court, having to do with a landlord in Seattle. I was trying to get my deposit back, so I had a flooding in there and damaged some of my shit. But other than that, I've had some pullovers, seatbelt, fines, that kind of shit. Pretty common variety stuff. That's pretty much about it. I never got into any big trouble or anything with anybody, and kept my nose clean, and what you need to do anyway in life. Well, I was holding a copy of the Landlord-Tenant Act. It's a brochure. And this lady had a lot of money, okay? Yeah, tenant disputes have definitely got me. So 60,000. Yeah. No, this wasn't my fault either. She didn't have somebody come and clean out the drains. It was a basement apartment in a multiplex. And we had a big rainstorm. And the drain, the pipes underneath, whatever, they got clogged. And the water built up and came into my apartment. Had a nice pair of leather boots that got ruined. Some furniture, some other stuff. I said I wanted to get the fuck out of there. And she didn't want to return my deposit, so I took her to court. Because, that deposit equaled the whole month's rent, that I needed to use on the next apartment I was going to go to. So I went there, and, of course I had longer hair, and all this stuff, and there's this lady, very proper, distinguished, or actually extinguished looking in her case. She had money and properties, and, had a system is. And they believed her over me like she was in the right, but how did they do this now? I think I got my deposit back. Of course, I had to leave there because there was tension between me and her, but it's just a dumpy fucking apartment in the U District, University District, man. Very basic. Overcharging me on rent anyway. That was just like I had just gotten back and I needed a place to stay. And that pretty much was it. I've never really been in trouble with the law. Oh, they made up a bunch of things that the tenants had to see a psychologist. It sounds like, one of Shaw's situations. I did so much harm that they had to get a psychologist. It's a great tool to use if you have to, I guess. Yeah. You got to understand something. Landlords have no rights. Tenants have all the rights in the world. That's the way the system is geared toward the tenants. They seem to have more right than the property owners. They get their properties torn apart and they can never really regain that money back because they're also not paying their rent. And I'll never be, I'm too old now anyway. I'm not going to mess with that shit. I said I'll never be a landlord again. And by golly, I'm not. A Shaw coached by Aloe? I don't know. Because she's using the tenants lawsuit playbook. I don't know, man. Okay, I got to get out of here, folks. I appreciate the dialogue, and yeah, I don't know when they're going to renovate that place. I don't really know. I'll look it up if it's true or not. I'm a good researcher, believe it or not. I think I am. The question is, where's he going to go? Mandawi City Jail. That would be my guess. That would be my guess, and he ain't going to like it. Now you got to learn to shut your mouth. You're going to get everything taken away from you, man. Your own doing. It's your own doing, man. Don't point no fingers to me. It's your own doing. You didn't want to abide by my request to stop making horrible videos against me or live streams. You didn't want to listen, did you? That's why you're on trial. You just don't like authorities. You don't like the law. You think you're above the law. You think you're above it all, but you're not, Barry. You're not above anything. You're just not. Why is he not in the deportation? Well, he was supposed to be. Tabikitani, remember the original newspaper articles and all that shit? He was supposed to go where that other guy was going that was arrested with him. Instead, he wound up over there. No, he was supposed to be into a prison. Oh yeah, immigration type of holding cell, in a prison. But he wasn't. They don't put foreigners in a real jail cell, whereas Obama's somehow able to get around and most don't. I don't know. That's a good question. Why isn't he? I don't know. Money could have been exchanged. I don't really know. No, I don't find out hardly anything, man. They're ready to take him in. They had a space. I even talked to the jail. They had a space. They weren't able to accommodate him. Immigration didn't want to budge on that. Thinking that's my baby. We're keeping my baby right in here. My boo-boo baby. Right in Mandawi. Boo-boo baby. Boo-boo Barry. It was full. But they had room for one more. It had to do with the lawyer having to do this and deal with it, not me or court. I already have the court order. I have it in a stack of papers here. I have the actual court order for him to be incarcerated. I actually have that. My guess is maybe they prioritize by series of cases, so more serious crimes get priority. I could be right. Okay, guys, I got to go because even I'm getting bored. I think I said what I needed to say in spades today for the whole day, a couple of shows. I did not put any paperwork on camera like I promised. And I read what was on there. It's not something I wrote up on my own. There you go. You didn't want to listen to me? You want to be cocky? Self-defeating? All of the above. You achieved it. I didn't have any blueberries this morning, but man. Blueberries! Well, I'll tell you what. You make some pancakes. But unfortunately, you got to get whipped cream to make it right. Same with the strawberries, man. Do you know when I grew up? Whenever it's my birthday, what kind of cake you want, Frankie? Strawberry shortcake. Strawberry shortcake. I love strawberry shortcake. Strawberries with the cream and, still do. Still do to this day. And blueberries just as good. We stopped in a place in Bentine yesterday. Actually, I had a piece of apple pie and Gilda had a blueberry cheesecake. Yeah, we like blueberry. The whipped cream and the graham crackers, Oh, man. Excellent. Okay, hello to everybody out there. Alan, anybody? Mitch. Oh, Mick Fisher. Hello, Mick. Hello, Mick. Robert, Barry, Nico, all their constituents and crazy people. Thanks for tuning in. It's been swell. Hope you enjoyed the content today. And suppose we see you next time. Okay? All right. You have a good day too, Barry. Get your stuff together, boy. You hear me? Greetings and salutations. And yes, good afternoon. It is hard to talk, when you gotta swallow and you're kind of sucking on your tongue or eating. Oh my God. I gotta find a temporary solution to. I looked in my mouth with the flashlight. It's on the side or right side of my tongue. Boy, is that a sensitive area. Jeez, you don't realize how sensitive your tongue is. Okay, just to make this short and sweet. One of the other reasons why that document presented was phony. Now, I'm not going to tell you how it should be entitled, but it would not have a caption that just says resolution. That is the improper entitlement of a document of that kind, which is exactly what my attorney wrote me. They would know. I know what it should say, and it did not say that in bold letters or anything else. So, damn, I'm just, kind of knocked out on my antibiotics, laid on my bed. But Jesus Christ, I put Baxidol on there. I don't know. I'm sure whatever the antibiotic's supposed to take care of. Otherwise, I don't think it's do anything for the side of my tongue. I gotta find out what I can use for that. There is something on the market you have to get a prescription that would deal with that, but anyway, oh boy, gosh, the bottom line is, no, the document would not be entitled resolution as per what my attorney wrote me on our phone text. And he called over BOI. They're still saying that there has been no resolution reached. So how would they have a document that would say that? And of course, without saying too many words, because it's hard to talk, there's that protocol, registered mail, sent over to my attorney and to me, and so forth. So there's a little bit of pulling my chain going on in the chain of command on here. And as even I said, and my attorney's own words said, that Barry will be jumping up and down in his jail cell. And that's exactly what I said. I said, you're right. You're right. He would be so jubilant that he wouldn't be able to contain himself. Ah, boy. You got that spray, which has kind of an anesthetic in it. It doesn't do shit, though. Not really. Let's see something here. Okay. I just ate lunch and I said, oh my God. It was hard to swallow, because when you swallow, your tongue isn't used to, and there's a certain amount of sucking with your tongue and movement. And if it's sore, I don't see like a red sore. I just see that it's kind of white and elevated, kind of on the right side. Um, hmm. And no, Mitch, it's not a canker sore. Everybody's such an expert out there on nothing. Anyway, it was a failed attempt from certain individuals out there to try to give me grief. Yeah, there you go. Next time you try to forge a document, put a signature on there that better match the commissioners, so they better, it better be a commissioner's name or deputy commissioner or something to that effect. Oh, man. Then my girlfriend says, don't use salt. I thought salt was a cure-all. Ain't done nothing for me. Man, I swear, man. Well, yeah, this is a red one. I got this from CVS over in Hawaii. Nah, man, don't do shit to me. Hell no. I even had an ibuprofen earlier today, last night, and it didn't do shit. Yeah, that's an uncomfortable place to have to be sore. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. Phenol oral anesthetic, fast relief. Oh, really? Really? Hell no. You definitely don't want alcohol. No, no, no. Anyway, this certain document has been sent out, and it has to go through the system. So I can't say when we're going to take his toys away. You know the government, when they act upon something, but when they do, they will. They will. That so-called manifestation thing. Get out of here, B. They're trying to make a nest on this table out here. Yeah. No way. Damn. I don't know. I'm trying whatever I can. In fact, I'm going to spray while I'm talking here. I even had in my mouth some of that Baxidol to help heal this. I don't know, I should talk to this one doctor lady who's, she runs a pharmacy here, actually. She might have some interesting shit in her repertoire. She usually does. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh, those people, fake millionaires. Yeah, they are. It really comes down to this. I just had enough of this shit with Barry. Man, I'm putting the axe down and hard. I don't want to deal with any of his nonsense anymore. I just don't. If Jay was really a Bitcoin millionaire, he wouldn't live with his mom. Exactly. Yes, Sofa King, you're correct. I really had documents. They would show all of them. My lawyer said that too. And that not, of course, and he saw, he himself blew up what Ricky was flashing around. Anyway, if they had a real document, and I challenge anybody, even Jay, put it on. Then I'll say, okay. I'll say, okay, you got a real document. But as my attorney says, no, that's not how to put a header. The header on there was incorrect, as any legal system would write. They know. They're lawyers. They know how something is headed up. You know, if it's going to be. I'm not going to say how they would head it because they'll go off and produce another fake document. So rather than tell you how they would put a heading on this, well, I can't tell you what the words would be. Because as I said, make another fake document. It's real easy if you want to spend the time to do it. They could take the upper material, like, court case number, da 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 da, Department, of the Philippines, whatever. You could definitely superimpose that on and say, yeah, you could, yeah, it's. If anybody wants to spend the time to do that, they can produce a document in a matter of an hour or so. Maybe less. Vicky is back simping for his. So he got back together, her to visit, huh? I never understood, is Apple a Filipino or is she a Thailand girl? And Ricky is in Philippines now, right? I don't know. I didn't see anything that special about her, to be honest with you, but to each his own. She's one of the biggest ones that was sucking him dry, really, on money. Girlfriend for hire. Well, like I always say, man, it's pretty sad when you have to resort to that. And I mean it. It really is sad that you have to resort to that. Every day is the first day of the rest of your life, and find a meaningful relationship. Does that exist anymore? All I know is I can only go by mine, and I have such a comfort level of being around her. I couldn't imagine not being around her, really. Forcibly or otherwise, I just couldn't. She's so part of me that I just, something works or fits, it either does or it doesn't. And with her, it does with me. I couldn't imagine my life without her. It's one of those things, forgive me if I talk slowly or have an interruption. Fucking bees hang out in a nest somewhere. There's a bee. Can you see this thing flying around right there under the table? Where'd he go? It's outside table here. He must be building a nest on there. Ah, do you see this big old hornet? I don't think you can see him flying around. Look. The wind is carrying him away. Man, look at the wind. I'll tell you something. The past 2 days. Oh, man. It's been nice and cool, man. No complaints about, the temperature at all. I wish it could be like this all the time, to be honest with you. Then I don't mind traveling. Then I look forward to traveling. But I've never been a really hot weather person. Although I was acclimated quite well in the state of Hawaii, of course. Oh, you actually saw that thing? Has it coming? It's either hiding or nesting in that vent, or actually, here's what we always find around here. I want to show you. You probably can't see that, but see over there? It's either an ant nest or something, but always happens on this table. They like this table. Maybe the contour or something, but whoa, get away. Damn, I don't want to get stung on top of anything else. Get out of here. And they try to make nests even on the windows. Even on the freaking windows. Yeah. Usually ant, but some of the bees try to do that shit too. Oh. You know how many times I gotta retouch the paint on the outside of the house? There's a cat paws. The cats are starting to become pests to me. And that. Yeah, Brevis is behind a lot of shit. I don't even know what he does with his time. I hope he spends it with his baby. He's just a bar dude, man. Likes to hang around bars. And he likes to hang around other seedy people. That's why I couldn't be friends with someone like him. It's impossible. The baby goats. You want to see the baby goats? And go out and see the baby goats. Don't shy away from. Tony, me, shut up. You know what the gate sounds like. Archive General Merchandise. Okay, hello goats. Pastoral scene. See the baby goat? Little baby goat. There you go, little baby. Mary. The Ponderosa. I see you girls. Judy daddy, daddy, daddy. Choo, choo. Yeah. Well, as I tell my viewers about, I don't know, an 8-minute walk. It's not far. Yeah, I mean, it's a, yeah, I mean, it's a decent sized place. Pretty decent size, I think. Hmm? Hmm? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Of course, there's a lot of envy out there. Our electric bike. See a lot of these things downtown lately, I'll tell you that. Yeah, a lot more space to miss the third floor boss. That's for damn sure. I might just sit here. How about if I sit on my electric bike? Mm-hmm. You go, girl. Ah, kids put these damn decals in here. Ain't no mountain high enough. I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. I was wrong the first time. How many square feet I thought the place was. Of course, they jumped on me for that. I'll just say it's big enough. Looks like it's 3 times the standard small. Yeah, pretty much. No, it doesn't have that. Mm-mm. Doc came on here. He's a troll from Barry's channel. No, I've never seen, but Mr. Jarrett with a woman that I didn't have to pay for. Not to date. No. Can't say I have. Nah. They live their life, I live mine, man, you know. Whatever they're gonna do, they're gonna do. Don't faze me. This is an adjoining yard. All these papaya are going through. The birds pick on them, and look up there, all the ones up there. Really good. Wow, look at this wind. Check it out. Check it out. Yeah. I'm in a walking mood, although I'm kind of tired, but if my didn't have a sore in my mouth, I would take advantage of this weather. There they are. You see over here, guys? Right there? That's my internet system here. That moves with the satellite. That pans on its own. SpaceX. It's not the best in the world, but I'll tell you what, you can take it in the middle of a desert with nowhere. You've got clear skies, nothing obstructing. It's pretty incredible. And he said like on the other side of the house there's a dead zone, but you know, figure that. Big room right here is the exercise room. No, got the SpaceX shit. Dogs don't miss a trick, I'll tell you that. She mentioned it, somebody, and we passed by a for sale sign, and I decided to check into it. I'm glad I did. We don't have a tremendous yard. We could put another little house or some here or something. Starlink, yeah. That's Starlink, yeah. Expensive, but we own the equipment. Take it anywhere. Actually own the equipment. Great thing about that, you got a power source. I mean, you could take this whole system anywhere. In a boat, in the middle of the ocean. A mountaintop, remote desert. As long as you got a power source, it's all you need. Got these banana trees here. They produce here and there. They do. I gotta redo all this concrete here. We were gonna tile it up sometime. I'd put this deck paint on it, but as you see, it didn't last, did it? Yeah, we buried this pipe, drainage pipe. We actually had it above ground, and that was dangerous. So, cutting saw cut through the concrete and put the rest of the PVC underneath there. You can see we need to, yeah, that just kind of throws the place off a little bit. Of course, you know, the mistake, using cheap. This shit is like freaking peeling apart, all the paint on it, as I'll show you on the other gate. I'll show you everywhere here, really. It's just, you know, that's the problem with you dealing with steel. This shit just chips off. It's a big project. If you really want to do this right, you'll have to grind all this shit off. Grind it all off. And I'm not going to do that. No. Oh, look. 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 See what I mean? No, Mike Ross don't like me. Oh, I know. So, all this that be chipped off. Look, I'm showing you it. Look. Now it's totally exposed. It's terrible, man. That's a big job. You got to grind the sucker off, right? Then you may want to treat it with a rust preventive. You then, of course, you're going to want to put, it's a red rust preventive oxidative, whatever, paint. And then have to put, it's terrible, put the final coat on there. There's some people that don't even have this railing. They make it out of concrete and they have like squares you can see through, you know. Look, 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 look. God dang, I'm telling you, look at this shit. Oh, don't get me started on this. I'm going to start scraping it off with a scraper. That'd be a hell of a project to do, I'll tell you that. Oh, that's the start of a papaya right there. Kind of a nice surroundings here. I mean, I'm not complaining, you know. It's a nice house, no matter how you look at it. I don't live on the beach, no, but the salt air still comes this way. I'm talking, I mean, it's a good 8 minutes or so walk. It's not like the beach is right over here. I mean, no. I took you guys on a walk once, you know. If I was feeling better, I would take you down a walk to the beach from here. But, I mean, I've got some energy, but I just really, you know, my tongue hurting. It's even hard to talk, so I'm going to not be on there too long. I don't know what else is going to work, but this inflammation in my tongue, I have no fucking idea. I'm taking antibiotics, I don't know what else to do. Salt water may not be an option because I don't know exactly what the problem is. Doctor checked me. No, take an antibiotic. According to your lymph nodes on my neck where it's sensitive, yeah, you definitely got an active infection going on. All right, okay, thank you. I kind of figured that. Did you all hear Frank's earlier live stream where he spoke of all the new points on contention with Barry that he sent to immigration and a judge presiding over his court case? Mm-hmm. Barry is screwed and everybody knows it. No hope for that guy. No, there isn't. That's just become a reality. Nah, folks, listen, man. What can you do? I've done my best. I warned him. Look, I've been fair about this, and of course the trolls are not going to agree with me. Oh no, you haven't been fair. I think I've been very fair. I think I have warned him so many times that he needs to stop what he's doing. But it's all his own doing. I don't have any guilt conscience of what's going on with him. I have absolutely no guilt conscience at all. And there's absolutely no reason to have a guilty conscience of putting him in the situation that he's in. I have absolutely none. Zero. I have zero tolerance for him. Zero. And if you were in my position, you would also feel the same way. I assure you. I assure you. You've been following Bummer since the truck stop in Pennsylvania. Yeah. He's quite a character, man. No doubt about that. He's quite a character. I'm trying to sweep up something here. God, this whole deck needs a scrubbing. Needs a scrubbing. Needs a whole big scrubbing. There's a lady and the dogs. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Whew. Yeah, I'm doing this broadcast. I'm just trying to kill some time. It makes me not think about my sore mouth, but it doesn't help it either. No. Had some ice cream earlier just to freeze my tongue. I don't know what else to use on this. Anybody have any ideas? But you can't use any alcohol-based mouthwash. You can't use I don't know. The salt situation, all right? Salt's supposed to be, I don't know. Putting salt water when you have a sore inside of your tongue or it's irritated inside of your tongue. You really think that's an answer? Heidel. A needle? What are you talking about? There's nothing to pop. What, just make my tongue more infected? You crazy motherfucker. Hell no. Yeah, well, tile floors are easy. This all? You think it's wood, don't you? Looks like wood. That's why I chose it. It's not wood, that's ceramic tile. I'm not gonna show my terrible looking tongue. Heidel, hello Heidel. We got the stars on here today. Oh, this room needs a real organization. Oh my God. Yeah, what is it good for, right? No, I've been using it, but I mean, when you don't use it, what is this damn thing good for, right? It's a clothes rack. Is it not normally in most people's homes? A freaking clothes rack. Ice cold Coca-Cola. No, I don't drink that shit. Do you remember when Brevis, aka Russ Bundo, had a photo of Dave Phelps' wife, huge size in his room? I don't remember that. Oh God, look at all the shit I gotta take off here. Look at all the shit. God dang. I gotta put this back in the envelope. Oh no, I knew this was gonna happen. See, the chemistry in here is eating up this photograph. If it's not acid free, oh my goodness. I have to put this back in the envelope. These are the kind of pictures I do, character shots of people. This is what you're looking at right now. Look at the quality, the detail on these photographs. That's what I do. I always love this picture. Country boy, his name is Kevin Ledbetter. This was in Fortville, Indiana. This is what I do. That's what I do. What I certainly did. And I gotta preserve these. Hell, I want no fucking parrot. I got Barry out there. Aren't these great? Oh no, not this photograph. Look at that. God damn it, that's Beverly. Yeah, I got some chemical rust stain or something on this fucker. God damn it. Fuck. Nah, I don't know what I'm going to do with them anyway in the future. I'm 70 years old now. These are extraordinary photographs, if I say so myself. See, it's the chemistry that was used in this thing. Hold on. My lovely daughter. You showed interest in that photograph, didn't you? Why is a black girl? Because the guy, it's in the midst of winter. Okay, I'll go back to that. It's in the midst of winter. And, and this guy looks like he's out there in his underwear. It's actually his bathing suit. And it's the expression on her face. Looking at this guy, looks like a giant to her. And it's the midwinter, it's freezing in Coney Island. And she's looking up at this guy, wondering, what the fuck? That's what it's all about. Yeah, archival, but no, I use good paper, but here's the thing. And these are pretty old now. I develop all my photographs, well I did anyway. And if you don't, really rinse them off well of the chemistry, that could happen in time. And you also want to keep them in an acid-free type of container, because it will take its toll in time. Oh, Hasselblad 5, yeah. Never had a Hasselblad. I considered, I wouldn't be able to buy them used, of course, but they were very expensive. I like Hasselblad, yeah, absolutely. You know how many times I had my eye on Hasselblad. They used that in space, too, when they were on their missions, so forth. And I'll do this later. I gotta put this all back in the damn envelope. Yeah, I like to see these creeps take photographs like this. It's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. No, it's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Put a lot of love into my photographs, let me tell you. Spent a lot of time and effort. And I developed this shit from the film all the way to the prints. I had my enlarger, I had all the equipment, had all that shit. I had all that shit, man. So you think Brevis was Russ Bundo, huh? I would not be surprised. Not at all. Is Doc M on here? So I don't see him. Mm-hmm. I thought maybe you and Hyles were the same person, really. Oh, I told you, Brevis is a fucking creep, man. He's a fucking creep. I think of all the people anybody should be concerned with, and getting out of this fucking country and so forth is grievous. That might happen. Afraid to go back to California, that's for sure. He's got too many enemies over there. That's why he's here. That's why he's here. They're all running away from something. Barry ain't sounding too good either, though, is he? No. I don't, someone said that he could have cancer of the throat or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Just play one on YouTube. Joke. Barry's going to get me for impersonating a doctor. You can't be giving out all this advice, he says. You're a worm, Barry. You're a fucking worm, man. You're such a fucking worm. Like, Ren Zero was a fucking worm. They're all worms. They're all sites. Mr. Free Speech banned you, huh? That's what I mean. A guy is such a joke, man. He's such a joke. I don't know if he hasn't figured it out yet. I don't know. What does it take to figure out how much of a fucking joke you are? What does it take exactly? What does it take? Does he look at his surroundings and figure out who's the joke, me or him? And it ain't getting any better for him. That's the whole thing, man. It's not getting anything better for him. It's just getting worse. Because he can't shut his fucking mouth. When is he going to learn? Everybody's asking. When is he going to learn? But apparently, he's not capable of learning. That's why he couldn't get through school. He was too fucking stupid. By his own demonstration here on YouTube, right? Am I right or wrong? Gotta be right sometime. According to the trolls, I'm not right, but they know I'm right. And they know damn well. See, the difference with me, with spelling and Barry, is that I'm just really impetuous. I'm just a fast typer if I don't wear my reading glasses. Well, yeah, I make typos. And then I turn around and say, oh, fuck it. I get lazy. They know what I meant. I take the easy way out. I say, they know what I meant. But him, he can't truly spell at all. How many times the title in his shows a very uneducated person. Very uneducated. Now, it's not a crime, mind you, to be uneducated. Not at all. Do you remember they had this show on TV? It was a series. And the whole concept of the show, that a really, really weird thing. It was a towing company that worked with the own people, whatever. Payments. And they were coming over there with the tow truck ready. They even went and jacked it up, right? And what happened was, what do you do with my car? What do you do with my car? The guy would tell him, look, you got some options here. And if you could answer these 3 or 5 questions, right? We'll let you have your car back and your balance will be paid. Well, of course, people took to that. But if you would have seen how fucking stupid the average person is, they didn't even know who the vice president of the United States was at that time. They didn't know some there were such easy questions. And it goes to show you how dumb our society is. Now, I'm not going to get into the race and color anything of the people that they did this with. Otherwise, I'm going to be attacked as being racist or something. But I will tell you, I never seen people so dumb in my life. And the embarrassment of them being on camera, it's kind of like Barry's situation. You know, he does a live show, right? And he talks really stupid. Obviously uneducated, uncultured. Doesn't take much to figure that out. Frank, you got a groundswell of support forming a true grassroots movement. Oh, do I? The other guys have astroturf. Recently, you have a true grassroots movement forming on your side. How nice. Oh, shit. I'm not going to be on too much longer here. I don't even know how Barry could get on a show and talk, because his voice is fucked. How many days has it been? It's been not much of a change? I don't know. I can't tell him what to do, and he ain't going to listen to me. And I shouldn't have to give him any advice, because he don't take it, obviously. He needs to see another doctor again. Because I don't think antibiotics, I don't know, whatever he's got going on might be a little deeper than that. I have a relative that was an ambassador, really. You're a diplomat, okay. Yeah, well, I'm a professor. You're definitely a diplomat on YouTube, of course. So do you think, was it Rain Man? Who was the one, I mean, it's Brevis' style. Who's the one that went even to Popeye's place? They went to two other people's places. Was it Nico's place or MJ or one or the other? And somebody else they were stalking. Oh, that was Rain Man. And who did you figure out Rain Man was? Yeah, Rain Man was a character. What? What are you moaning at? Oh, that was a Pinoy? Damn. Who was that jerk off that was on Barry's show today on camera? Who the hell was that? What rock did they find him under? And Barry thought that was helping him? It was embarrassing. Totally embarrassing. It certainly was. Gotta have had some Anbazol. That works for teeth and gums. Why don't that work for the tongue? No, I'm kind of reluctant to do the salt water thing. That might actually irritate my tongue. That's what I was doing some salt water gargles. I'm not sure. If it's still like this tomorrow, I'm going to have another checkup. Oh, what's today? Friday? Is today Friday already or Thursday? Yeah, it might be hard to find a doctor's office on Saturday. Oh, I know the temperature's just perfect today. If I was feeling better, I'd just go for a walk along the beach. I'd love that on a day. I'm sure it's so breezy down there right now. Oh my gosh. He had a sore in your mouth, but it was herpes. Oh my God. Whose fucking herpes dick were you sucking on? Damn. That's nasty, man. You got genital warts too? HPV? A Filipina gave it to you? Oh, Rain Man is Maximus, huh? And he's a Pinoy. Okay. Okay. Oh, it'll be a great day to go to the beach today. As I said, if I was feeling better, I'd take advantage of that. Gave it to her mouth. Then she gave it to my mouth. Oh my God, man. Nasty. Oh, it was Rayman's brother that beat up MJ, huh? My understanding that MJ didn't do anything, right? He didn't do anything, Mr. Tough Man, with his weights and all that shit. That is embarrassing, man. Why didn't MJ defend himself? Well, genital warts, which is HPV, if you have it, you can give it to a woman. She may not know she has it. If it gets real bad, that could turn to a cancer, but upon a pelvic examination, it wouldn't look pretty. It looked like a clump of, I don't want to gross you out, but it'll look like a clump of cauliflower. You heard me right. Came across a girl with HPV, but I didn't catch it. Yeah, in men, you could have HPV, otherwise known commonly as genital warts. You could have that and go away. You may not see it for 3-7 years. Comes back. It's inert. It's still there. And you could have it frozen off. But they have to go deep on that in the skin. I had it once, that's how I know. It never came back again. It never came back again. They froze this fucker down to the root. I mean, yeah. And if they get it deep enough, they can kill that virus. Yeah, I had that from some gal from Seattle. Yeah. Never returned again. Hamager, when are you going to expose who you are? After all these years, show us a picture of who you really are. It's time. I think it's time. But smoking can cause persistent HPV. It can lead to throat cancer. Lead to a lot of things. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I think I have to depart. We've done several things today. I think that's quite a lot. I just said I'm kind of under the weather, and to kill the time, I did some shows and maybe to make a few announcements or whatever, but it's not how many shows I do per day. It really comes down to what's my circumstance going on. Is there something to discuss or I want to talk about? That's all it really is. It's just killing some time when I'm kind of down, a sore mouth. You know my mouth ain't going anywhere. You know that right now. Okay, yeah. Look at the trouble everyone caused you when you went public. I know. Mr. Eisler says, rumors Miss Heminger is a very attractive what is a metrosexual? I never heard that before. Maybe I'm just out of the loop. What is a metrosexual? I know that. Never heard of that. Clue me in. It's a new age thing or something, or part of the woke generation talk, or what is it? A preppy New Yorker. Oh. Actually, I enjoy talking to some of you guys on here, because you're funny as shit. You seem to know what the fuck is going on, too. You're always a wealth of information for me. Oh, I do. I do appreciate your humor a lot. I'm a very humorous person. You don't know me off camera. I'm kind of a happy-go-lucky guy most of the time. Sing and dance around the house. I mean, make jokes. I mean, just be myself. I could be myself around my girlfriend. That's the wonderful thing. I could be goofy as hell. Whatever. I mean, I could be myself, and that's what's great, you know. Guys like Ren have no humor. Sad and pouty off camera. No, I've always been this way. I told you I used to embarrass my daughter, just have fun, you know. We'd be in a grocery store. I grab a roll of toilet paper, going to put in a cart. I'd be throwing it up in the air saying, toilet paper, toilet paper. I'm doing something to embarrass her. Music would come on. I'd do a little jig or some little dance down the aisle. I don't know you. She'd go, I don't know you. I don't blame her, man. I had that kind of sense of humor. She would get embarrassed really easy, and I used to play up on that with her. It's just having fun. And I wasn't being serious, you know, trying to, because I knew that daughters or children are embarrassed of their parents when they do something unorthodox or something, or, you know, their sense of humor. And I used to do that purposely. A lot of times I have, actually. It's all for fun. Just amazing as these kids grow up and they don't appreciate their parents, you know. That's the sad thing about that. They just don't appreciate the good that a parent has done for them. They find a reason to, you know, sweep you out of their life. But, you know, what can you do, really? I love my daughter, but, you know, what can I say? I can't force somebody to write me, say, Dad, I love you, I'm sorry that, da-da-da-da-da-da. She's not up to it. It's sad because I am getting older. And one day I won't be here anymore. No, not in this society. I don't recommend having kids in our society now. The population growth is too big now. And they've all turned very dangerous and, you know, overprivileged or violent tendencies. Very confused generation. No, I wouldn't bring any kids if I could. Bringing any kids into this world. No, absolutely not. world everywhere has turned crazy. Doesn't matter what country. You're correct. You're very correct. Okay, I gotta go. I don't know what the hell to do. Put some ice in my tongue or something. I don't know what the fuck. If it's like this tomorrow, well, is today Friday or Thursday here in the Philippines? Fuck, I didn't even, that's the point. I didn't even keep track of this goddamn days. It's all the same to me. I don't have a clock to punch in every day. Okay. We've been on here quite a while. I need to pay attention to my sweetheart. All of them. I had Timmy write to me. I think it was Tim. No, it was another guy. It wasn't Timmy. And he was talking about Jimmy. I gave him something to run off with. They were insulting me, saying, "Oh yeah, when you're gone and deported, and my girlfriend's gonna be with other men and all this other shit." So I said to him, I said, "We're already with us." I said, "We're swingers. Don't you know we're swingers?" Okay, I'm gonna report it all the way around now. I said, "We're swingers. We even have a trapeze in here, you know. We're swingers." Oh yeah, multiple couples and partners. I mean, oh yeah. We're swingers. Belong to a big swingers club. I don't even have contact anymore. Thanks to Barry. I gotta go, man. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Oh, man. Let me see what else I can do here. Wait. Ain't no mountain. He's got his bat, right? He's got his bat. Well, I got a full-size steel or aluminum bat. That's what I got. China, of course. Listen to this. Imagine being hit with that son of a bitch. That's gonna break some bones, baby. And other toys. We're covered. We're well covered around here. Let's just say that very kindly. We're well covered. And I gotta go. I gotta go. Always put ice on me? Nah. It is kind of bothersome, I gotta tell you that. It is kind of bothersome. I had some Ubi ice cream earlier. Ubi dooby dooby. Ubi ice cream. Maybe an ice pack. What do you think on that? Oh, the package is dirty. I'm not going to put that on. Okay. It's time to split. And look at this. I even give probiotics to my dog. Put in their food. See? I'm a caring person. I don't go, Chet. Want to throw hot water on a dog or throw rocks at it. Chet. You low-life piece of fucking shit. Okay, bye.
Oh, and a jolly good afternoon. Man, I'm just enjoying this weather here. My tongue's a little bit better because I found the secret. Well, actually, let me elaborate a little bit here. It's supposed to be the secret of my success, but we happen to have a bottle of eugenol, a little glass bottle of eugenol, and it really helps with the tongue. Temporarily, but it works. God, I guess I'm getting energized right now. So, what is the secret of my success? And you're probably saying, what success are you talking about? Okay, fair enough to ask that question. Don't listen to others, because the information is usually wrong. And whether it's a doctor, whether it's a family member or friend, they're usually wrong. You have to go with your instinct. Go with your gut instinct. I've been actually in a number of situations in my life that could have been quite dangerous. Could have been quite dangerous. This is not a really show for this time of day, and I should actually save this for some other time on here, because I wanted to go into a lot of different shit. And unfortunately, because some people don't like to hear about it, it's going to involve some healthy choices, shall I say. Yeah. Well, the first thing I'm going to say is going to be totally sort of unrelated. The one thing that I think all you people out there, and yes, it's going to be a kind of a health-related thing that, it's an obvious thing, but people don't understand about high fructose corn syrup, glycogen, sugar. Now, if you've been a smoker for a long time, for example, glucose, sugar will feed cancer, create tumor cells in your lungs. That's the one thing that you want to really try to avoid at all costs. I mean, I can't say I stick to that all the time, because my tongue, I had a little bit of ice cream that helped, but I found a bottle of eugenol that we used for her kid when he had a toothache. It works pretty good on the tongue, although kind of temporary, but stay away as much as you can from sugars. I can't emphasize that enough. For those of you, and that's like probably all of you out there that love to drink Coca-Cola, stuff like that. Well, I can't tell you how much sugar is in that sucker. A lot. If cancer is going to be formed by any reason, it needs to feed on something, and the one thing it loves is sugar. So if you have the potential for any kind of a cancer, whether you're a smoker, or got cancer in your family, or you did discover that you had some form of cancer, you avoid sugar at all cost. All cost. There are sacrifices that you have to make in life. And we can't all make these sacrifices. It's still stinging. I should find another time to do this show, actually, because I have a lot of information to share. Well, my tongue feels a little better. It's still on the sore side right now. I want to do a special show I call The Secret of My Success. Oh, okay, low battery anyway, so it is bad timing after all. But I'm going to do a show sometime. I'll continue with The Secret of My Success. You're probably wondering, what are you talking about? Your success. What? Financially, health, or what am I talking about? Hey, I think I'll address this at another time when I can actually talk more readily, because even though that eugenol stuff, I took a Q-tip and put it on my tongue, it really helps. I'm still kind of having a hard time. I thought I'd try it out. I tried doing a show, but I'm seeing that I'm still having some problems with my irritated tongue to talk, so it's better I don't talk at all. Let me do this show another time. The timing was just really bad on this, because everybody's listening to Philippine Antics anyway. But right now it's still kind of sore, so I'll wait till I'm feeling a little bit better and I'll do a show. And I'm going to continue. It's a multi-faceted topic, the secret of my success. Okay. I'll catch you on the next, and hopefully I'm feeling a lot better. Do tune in. Hello, how are you, all you lovely, lovely people? Well, I don't know how well I'm going to be able to talk on here, because I'm still not out of man, I'm still not out of pain around my tongue. It's been very difficult, I got to be honest with you. But there's a few things I did want to discuss a little bit further, actually, before I eat. God, that could be a challenge. Eat on the other side of my mouth. Mrs. Jordan, you'll be getting a copy of that manifestation. You'll be getting a copy. So will the Cebu District Office and so forth. It's time when the rubber meets the road. And I've definitely decided, me and Gil, that we're not going to take any more of this bullshit. Sorry. Regarding the attempt of doing a deportation, me and Gil will take that very seriously. We have decided that we will do whatever we can to remedy this in a legal way that maybe your girlfriend is not going to like. But I thought about this. I was watching Bisayan I can't pronounce his name. He's a white guy from Utah that speaks fluent Visayan. Seems like a good guy. He's been with Zoe for 5.5 years, and they broke up, apparently. They were different in their ways, but had a deep love. He's back in Utah working, whatever he's doing. She's still in the Philippines, but it's like an imminent breakup. And he's heartbroken that he had to leave her. Maybe a mutual decision. I don't know all the intricate details, but it's obvious he's part of a Mormon church thing, and maybe that's where he has his money that he was able to play around in the Philippines all this time. I think generally he's a pretty good guy. He's a very unusual guy because there's only a few people I know of on shows that could speak fluent, Messiah, um, whatever dialect that he's, very good at. But which makes him very unique. And he's a good-looking young guy. He's a very good-looking young guy. Intelligent, has a lot going for himself. And I hate to see good breakups. I really hate to see that. And I'm going to tell you one thing. No one is ever going to cause a breakup in my relationship. That's just not going to happen. Pen to paper, whatever I have to do. Let's just say that something does go down regarding to prevent that from happening. I mean, an actual deportation. All right. I'll have that under control if something like that ever happened. But I'm going to tell you something. As a result of that, me and Gilda, we had decided that if in this event comes, we're going full Monty on this. We're going way out on this to make sure that the lies that was put out by his girlfriend, Charisma Saram, I'm not afraid to say her name, which was full of lies, and we think it was very vicious of her to do, both of them, because they're both involved in this. And by the way, that document too. So, in other words, the judge, in your case, is going to have that on record. He says this letter kind of saves me a lot of trouble when I do my testimony, because it does mention on there your death threats and so forth and so on. And I'm going to tell you quite frankly, it doesn't look good for you. Period. Not at all. You're going to do some time. There's no doubt in my mind. Where I had a little doubt at once, thinking maybe the judge is going to slap you on the wrist. No, I'm not. I'm not really feeling that way anymore. The girl's got to go. Go ahead. I'm actually more confident now. Let me put this phone down. I'm actually more confident now that justice will be done in your case because both me and Gilda have decided enough is enough. Let's just go way out with this. Let's just take it to the limit and get this over with. Because to these guys, who I personally feel don't have a genuine relationship, of course, that's my opinion, and I'll stick to it. No disclaimer. We, that means me, and a lovely person named Gilda that you're so familiar with, but you're really not familiar with her. We have a real deep relationship. It's real. There's real love. Nobody's an ATM to each other and never have been. We have amassed a certain amount of money from different sources. And as such, we're certainly willing to go to distance on whatever we need to do. There's somebody that is trying to come to put a wedge between me and the person I love. Don't want to sound mechanical here, but that's the way I'm talking because my tongue still hurts. Ah, I will tell you, if you want to see a guy go full out, you'll see it. Your girlfriend should have quashed her complaint. Why? Is because it was bogus. It was self serving to show her devotion to her loser boyfriend who initiated this along with somebody else. We believe there was a little bit of money involved, and we're not going to say who got some and why. I'll put a disclaimer on that. And there's been a lot of things going on behind the scenes that helped create this complaint, which we are investigating, all involved. We're going way out on a limb on this one. I don't have to share this information with you, but I choose to. Barry, when I said that you fucked with the wrong person, you fucked with the wrong person. You did. You did. Because unlike your so-called feelings for your girlfriend, I don't buy it. It is my personal opinion that you use people as a tool, and you've proved that many times over, and you've proved it on YouTube. How you use your donors to contribute money to you that's supposed to go to a specific purpose and never have. You have proven yourself time and time and time again. You know, love is wonderful, but love hurts. I mean, if you had to be in a situation where you really did love somebody, and I don't believe you're capable of loving anybody, I don't think you know what love is. That, of course, is my opinion, which is probably shared by many on here. I'm not going to tolerate this anymore. I put my foot down, so has my girlfriend. Not my wife, she's my girlfriend. As you like to continually lie about your relationship with yours. Everything in your life has been lies. And everything has built up to this current time where you are facing these charges, and each charge, 5 charges, can carry a sentence decided by the judge. It's not just one charge. There are 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you count the 5? We know your mathematical ability is not really up there. 5 charges, not one. So when he says, I'm pleading guilty to one charge only, no, they're all charges. They're all charges, Einstein. They're all charges. I personally don't care what anybody thinks about this situation out there. They've been following this for a long time. Everybody has their own opinion. It'll be easy on the guy. And my answer is very simple. Why? Why should I be easy on this total fucking loser who's been nothing but a problem to me and my girlfriend? Because we're a team. for a very long time. We've taken your insults, even some about her, how many kids she has. You tried to contact her young children on Messenger, which you emphatically deny, but it's a fact. You've lied about everything. You said that I've contacted your family, and I never did. I don't have any contact information with your family at all. None. None. Your lies have gotten you into a world of hurt. Face your reality. Because it is a reality. I'll read the comments after I do my spiel here, okay? I feel much better if I could talk better. I sound okay, but believe me, my tongue is not okay. Hopefully in a few days this will go away, but we are going way out on this. Don't care about the money. Don't care about the effort. Don't care about the time. And whether or not, I'm going to tell you right now, double-edged sword, whether or not they approve a deportation or they do not, I think we are still going to go for, especially if they approve. We are going to go out on a limb. We will. And we're going to go hog wild, like a raging bull, actually. And we will put charges on your girlfriend for that phony report that has caused nothing but stress. You're trying to put fear into me and her of us being apart because you decided that you're upset with me, that because of what you have done, not what I have done, that you find yourself with these particular charges in a criminal court of law. You're doing. I can't say it enough. You're going to pay the price. Your price is going to be the loss of freedom. And never mind, 23 months in a simple detention center. I think you're going all the way. And you're going to be accommodated to a place that you're not going to like. It is the opinion of my attorney, who does not make the decisions on the court, but it is the opinion of my attorneys that you will be serving time in prison. So prepare for it mentally and anything you need to do. It's going to happen. I don't appreciate you getting your girlfriend involved in this. You should have left her alone. And folks, don't be yelling at my ass. Don't even dare. I got every fucking right to put a wedge between me and somebody that I love and at my age, to try to separate us. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let that happen. Let's just say that initially. Gilda's pretty pissed off at you. She don't show it because she don't come on here. She's not like all these little teams that come on with their wives and girlfriends. It's not what my show is all about. We don't do that. You may hear a comment from her now and then. You might see her on camera a couple of times here and there, but that's it. She's not part of my channel, and she never has been part of my channel. Also, for her safety, I don't put her on camera a lot. I'll occasionally show the kids we have an event going on, but they're also not part of my show. You made the decision to put your head together with your girlfriend, not wife, along with the help of Ricky, Richard Jarrett, Drew Norty, and this has been noted, legally noted. Legally noted. I said legally noted. I'm not going to give you details on that. And the involvement in this is noted. And I'm going to make this statement again. You haven't seen the best of my ability, and you're not seen it yet. Done a wonderful job getting your ass behind bars, and it's going to be complemented by you serving time in prison. But watch my smoke, because if your girlfriend's complaint to immigration comes to fruition, then it's on. It's on. She's going to have to face aiding and abetting and harboring you. She's going to have to also face putting in a perjurous report that will prove to be perjury. It will prove to be complicit, or complicity with you. You said you love your girlfriend. I don't buy it. I never will. I don't know what her true feelings are for you. I'm not going to speak for her. You don't know what love is. You don't appreciate what love is. You do not have a heart. You're the kind of person that would kill or injure animals. You are selfish. You have no self-worth. You are evil as they come. And you are just as moronic as they come. And more. I'd say more, but my tongue hurts. Okay. This is not a threat. This is a promise. I'm not out here to threat or intimidate anybody. And I'm not trying to intimidate her. I'm just giving the facts. Because a bogus report can harm somebody. You wouldn't understand that, but you will. You are growing to understand by the day that goes by, and more to come. In other words, you're fucked. You're totally fucked. You like fucking? Well, you're going to get fucked hard, and you're going to bleed through your fucking anus with the legal system. I will make sure of that. And it's going very well as we speak right now. You are not popular with the government officers. I could definitely tell you that. You are not really that popular with the people on YouTube. I could tell you that. You're not popular in a positive way with the people that you've hurt in your life. Anyone from businesses, bars, sorry, stands, personal people, people who've tried to help you out, and you took their money. And the money never went for the right purpose. It never did. Shit, I even gave you $20 for your teeth one time, and you never bought them. I figured I could lose $20. But I learned a lesson from that. So did everybody else who tried to donate to you. Isn't that right? Homer is a horrible human being. Karma is finally getting him. Well, I don't have a sore throat. I just decided my tongue. It's kind of like almost like a canker sore. It's not even a sore. It's just kind of white and inflamed. It's very difficult because you have to use your tongue for everything. Because we're always swallowing saliva, so you got to use your tongue to see, can you pronounce, to swallow, because you're always swallowing. We're always swallowing. Then when you got to eat, that hurts too. So I'm not really in the mood to do shows. Really, I'm just kind of like I'm putting all my thoughts together. And I was thinking of that Visayan guy, who's a white guy that speaks the language very well, and he's been spending a number of years I don't know. I think he's straight out of the Mormon church. He's kind of a hip dude. You know what I mean? He had long hair. He cut it, and he's a young guy. Great relationship with Zoe, but that didn't last. I was just watching that. He was crying on camera a little bit at the end, reading a letter. Do you understand what love is, Barry? And Shaw, if you're listening, do you understand what love is? Real love? Real love. Me and my girlfriend, we have real love. It's deep. It's real. We've been together over 9 years. So I'm going to be as direct to you and your girlfriend as I possibly can. You interfering in my relationship, I'll make sure, Barry, that you're going to get all the time that you have in prison. Don't forget to bring some astral glide with you when you go to prison. You're going to need it. As far as your girlfriend's concerned, it's likely that she's going to face charges. I'm just letting you know. Prepare for it, whatever you want to do. Because if something like this went through, and even if it doesn't, you still put me through a lot of shit. I don't appreciate people who write up complaints to try to hurt somebody when there really is no reason to try to hurt somebody except coming from a really deep, dark place because you want to support your boyfriend. I don't know why. I still don't understand it. I don't think anybody else does either. But it is what it is, for whatever the reason. Sticks and stones, whatever you want to throw at me, man. But when you interfere with my relationship, a real, solid, not fictitious relationship, then you got a problem on your hand. Whoever has played a part in this, they got a problem on their hand. I won't talk about any other issues or anybody else involved with this. It's a matter of time. But I will say, Shaw, I'll address you by name. I could yell a bunch of fucking expletives at you. I could certainly do that and be very happy doing so, but I'm not going to do that. I like to keep things legal. Thank you very much. And I will. So let's do this legal. Okay? Do what you feel you have to do to defend yourself, Shaw, because I think you're going to need it. Because if this deportation thing did come through, I'm ready. I'm more than ready. It's been discussed with the attorneys. Of course, they're already addressing this issue, right? No. I felt compelled, even though I'm uncomfortable to talk, I felt compelled to come on here and just lay it out. Just lay it out. I'm a person who, when he feels something, he will express it. And I'm expressing it to you guys right now. Fight on your hands, sister. If this went through, I'm not a young man anymore. I wish I was. You're still young and vibrant. And you're not depressed. And you ain't got no fucking PTSD, sister. Go ahead. Well, you already did. You put a report in. And the ramifications of this, we're going to wait and see. But I'm just saying, if you think I'm going to stand back and Gilda's going to stand back and not fight this and make sure that you wind up in a court of law explaining your report and come with a lot more backup information to support your report, that I've actually done anything to you at all. What have I done to you? I never called you a whore or a prostitute. Never. Evidence was never produced that I said that. Never. You have no reason to fear me. I've never even met you.
I'm not going to harm you. I wouldn't do that with a woman anyway. Huh? You're done? Okay, I'm just doing a quickie here. No, I'm just talking to my audience about how would I plan to do if something with that deportation came through that she's going to court that we talked about, and she's going to pay the price. She will be on a stand, and she's going to have to explain herself off and show proof enough that's going to be. I told you, Barry. I told you to talk to your girlfriend and let her do the right thing. The right thing. You know it's not the right thing. She knows it's not the right thing. Whatever her loyalty is to you, I don't understand it. And I guess I never will. There's some things I could say to that, and I really wish I could say, but unfortunately, under the circumstances, I cannot. Obviously, only wish I could. And believe me, I've had a lot to say about that. You could count on it. But I can't. I just want to be smart this time. Okay, what do we have here? Brightest. If you bring a case against Shaw, will she be served at her home? Yes. How does she get notified of the case? She'll be served at home. Loser says that she's with a real woman beater now, and she's worried about you. That's comical. All right, that's your comment. Bummer is a horrible human being. Karma is finally getting him. No, I just thought about this. I said enough is enough, and I was thinking about this today in particular, and the crap that they're trying to put me through. I don't need this at my age. I don't need it at any age. I don't need this bullshit. I don't need the stress. I don't need the expenses. I don't need any of this crap. I'm going to put an end to this one way or the other. Barry, you're going to get time in prison. I will assure you of that. I will make sure that you get time in prison. As I said, bring the Astroglide. You're going to need it. You're going to need some Astroglide. Imagine the shame of they all talk about, face, in the culture. Imagine shame if you served at home or family, I bet, are clueless. I know they're clueless. They're probably all clueless about Barry. They're probably all clueless about everything that's going on. I wouldn't be surprised. I told Barry, and I warned him, don't get your girlfriend involved, but he did. Now she's going to have to face the consequences. We're waiting. There's no real report out. Found out that was all bogus. All of it. You want to play with my head? I'm going to play with theirs, but only for real. His girlfriend needs to contact my lawyer, sign an affidavit, and have this go to the immigration office, and in good conscience, and rightfully needs to quash her report. Not because I want her to, it's because it's bogus, it's unfounded. The information she put in there and the accusations she made against me are unfounded. We're thinking that somebody at the immigration office got paid off. Why don't I just say it? Because even if my lawyer agrees with me, I don't even know how this even made it. Now, if my lawyers are thinking of that, I'll go with what they think. They don't even know how this even made it to the immigration office and anybody signing off on a charge sheet or anything. They were very shocked about that.
Money's been exchanged somewhere. We're going to find out where it's been exchanged. They have their own way of doing that. I'm not going to question their ability. They have their way of dealing with that. We'll see. And heads are going to roll. Oh, what the hell is all this shit on here? And heads are going to fucking roll. Rock and roll, baby. Rock and roll. Oh, hold on. I got to put something on. Ah. Oh, my God. Oh. Yeah, hold on. I'm so tired of ants dealing with them here. What the hell was this on here? A piece of peanut butter sitting on my counter? Why would that be on there? Oh, this stuff. It helps, but not all the way. Coeugenol. Hold on. What did I do with the screen? There you go. Wow, we got 36 people. Yeah, I'm really beginning to believe that, and a lot of people have actually talked about this. Now, if Ricky's involved in this, or Brevis, oh man, leave town, motherfuckers. Brevis is running away from something anyway. He needs to stay out of my business. I think he knows that now. Oh, I absolutely think he knows that now. I think he does. Or if he doesn't, he'll get around to figuring it out sooner or later. I'm just trying to live my retirement life, man. No matter what I do with my time, I'm very comfortable with who I'm with, and I did not plan on spending my retirement years doing legal cases against these idiots. That's not my endeavor at all. But right now, it is. She should have done this a long time ago. First of all, she should not have even put in that complaint. It was not valid in any way. I've read this shit, and if I find the paperwork, I'll even read it. I got to put away right now, and this room is a mess. I don't feel like going through it. I'm not feeling that great, so I don't feel like going through all the goddamn paperwork. That report was wrong. It was wrong to do. It was wrong to file, and we know why you file it. This allegiance, whatever you have, the Barry is just, it's incredible. Why you want to support such a fucking loser like that? But I don't speak from your mind and heart. And there's a lot of people that make odd couples in this world, and maybe this is just one of them. It's a to each his own type of situation, apparently. Obviously. I don't see the love. Not from him, anyway. I know the guy too well. I'm sorry, but I do. I can make that statement and stick to it. I know this guy. I've listened to him for 10 years, and so has everybody else. They know he's not a solid person. Never was. Never will be. You can't trust him. As far as you can throw him, at least now, can't throw him anywhere. He needs his own zip code. I was putting the word on you, Barry. You want an all-out war, we'll give you one. And we're ready. It's already going on. And you're not going to win the battle. You haven't won so far. I removed you of your fucking freedom for almost 2 years. I'm very happy about that. I mean, I didn't put you in there for 24 months. They did. But nevertheless, I'm happy about it. If all goes to shit, I can at least say to myself, God,
stopped you from hitting the streets of Cebu and the bars and the people that you've hurt along the way. I'm doing this for me, but I'm doing this for them too. A lot of people afraid to speak for themselves and what they've been through with you. The money you've taken off of people, lots of people. Um, to open their eyes and see him for what he is, but it's like they're hypnotized. I don't know, man. Go figure. I can't. 38 people. I can't figure it out. If anybody can, you tell me. I don't know. I have my ideas, but I can't talk about it on YouTube. Sit me at the end of a table somewhere for lunch, and I'll give you all you want to hear. How I feel about that. But unfortunately, I can't do that on here. So, 40. Wow, what an audience tonight. Yeah, I was watching that Bisayang Kira. I don't know how to pronounce that. And he's the guy that speaks fluent. He's American from Utah. He's been with this gal for 5.5 years. Pretty long time. They love each other to death, but they were so different from each other that they had to separate. He went back to Utah. He'll be back coming to the Philippines. Um, another 4 months or so, maybe, but he doesn't expect to get back together with her. She's involved with her own endeavors right now, and he's got to accept it. And he has to do some things that he has to do. But the guy was kind of like, after reading a note from her, he was kind of crying on camera. Young guy, strapping guy, big. He's I don't know if he has a Norwegian background. He's a tall guy. He's very well spoken in both languages, actually, English and Visaya. God, I wish I could speak fluent anything. He looks like a good guy, though. Young guy. And it's really hard when a couple breaks up that love each other. It hits the heart really hard, and you need time to heal. I mean, even if me and my girlfriend were separated for legal purposes, someone playing interference in our lives, she's still going to be in my life. If I had to go live in another part of Asia, I'd go and live in another part of Asia. You know, she'll make trips to see me, spend time together. We'll be always talking on the phone numerous times a day, like we did when I had to go to Hawaii and I got stuck there because of the COVID. Make things work. I'm not that worried. But it's just a point of somebody playing interference with our lives, which I don't appreciate and she don't appreciate. You don't want to see Gilda yell at you. You think she's very, kind of laid back, but not always. Not always. There's a side of her that you don't want to see. Believe me when I tell you that. If somebody's trying to interfere with her life, or kid's life, or my life, she is very protective of me as much as I'm protective of her. I'm just going to say that what Barry did with his girlfriend to influence her to do a report, anybody else is involved that threw a few bucks her way, perhaps, to entice her to do this, heads are going to roll. Hers will. Because I will rip her report to pieces, word for word, and prove differently. How it made it to the immigration office to have their fiscal or whatever approve a charge sheet. I don't know how that happened. There had to be something. Oh, okay, I'm coming. There had to be something going on. Because as I said, even my lawyers are scratching their heads saying, very suspicious. If they're saying that, well, I'm thinking that too. Very suspicious. That report shouldn't have gone anywhere. So, I guess what I'm trying to say, if there's foul play involved with this, that's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Oh, it's not hypnotized. He plays the pity game. Pity me game. Slick preys on weak and desperate Filipinos. I believe that to be true. No disclaimer. No disclaimer needed at all. All I'm going to say is, Barry, you like getting fucked? That's all you talk about. Getting fucked. But you talk about dicks a lot too, which really makes me question your sexuality. It's just a question, it's an observation. But you like getting fucked, right? Well, I'm going to fuck you without my dick. How's that? I'm going to fuck you hard and deep up your legal ass. I'm going to make you bleed. It's happening right now as we speak. You'll be getting your letter for the manifestation coming any day now. Read it to yourself again. I read it aloud. Read it. See some of the intricate information that's in there. Read it. That's going to the court too. You like being fucked? Well, you're going to get fucked. How's that? Barry Lee Jordan. You like getting fucked? Well, I'll tell you what. You fucked with the wrong person. I have my legal rights and I'm going to execute them, and exercise them. I'm not going to be happy till I see you in an orange jumpsuit in a fucking prison without your fucking phones and your Xbox. But that's going to happen probably sooner than you think, sir. Be prepared. Find something else. Play solitaire. Learn to play solitaire. They'll probably allow you to do that. You're not going to have your fucking Xbox. You're not going to have your fucking phone, you piece of fucking shit. You're not going to have any of that if I could help it. That'll be decided by immigration. But this was an official legal document that was put out. And you heard it, but you'll have it in your hands. Read it and weep. Okay, guys, I got to eat. I do have a family here. I want to join them. We're having a roasted chicken and potatoes again tonight, but they're sweet potatoes tonight. I didn't buy any regular. I have to eat on the other side of my mouth, I guess. Oh, well, sometimes you got to do what you have to do. Know what I'm saying, Barry? You're fucked.